interaction, I think I'll get to know about his, how much he liked or any feedback from him. I'm eagerly, waiting to hear his feedback on this
Well,
sculpture.
well, my final question to you, Arun, tell me, how would you like this structure to be remembered? How would you like this, the forthcoming generations to remember Netaji's statue? What is going to be now put up there at India Gate?
Okay, I will try it from the sculpture point of view.
Hmm.
I would like to give the best posture and the gesture and the realistic features of the cloth and everything. At the same time, he is one of the hardest person, and we are finding the hardest stone in the world to make one of the hardest tough
How well
person
said.
of our nation. So I would like every youngsters and everyone to take his, inspiration from him and say, impossible is nothing. That's what I want to say.
Well done, and that's what his attitude was, isn't it? Impossible is nothing. You can go and achieve if you put your heart to it. And his heart was there towards the freedom of Bharat, and Azad Hind was his dream. But Sunil ji, as I say thank you to everybody, to both you and Arun, I want to ask you, आप क्या चाहेंगे कि आने वाली पीढ़ी जो है आपके क्रिएशन को कैसे देखेगी? कैसे उन 4 लाइन्स उस नेशनल एम्बलम को पार्लियामेंट के ऊपर उसे कैसे देखे, कैसे उसे रिमेंबर करे?
मेरे लिए
जी सुनील जी,
हाँ, मैं तो ये जो डिजाइन है एक्चुअली जो अशोका पीरियड में ये जो कल्चर क्रिएशन हुआ है इसका ही मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ, क्योंकि चारों दिशा में 4 शेर जो मैसेज दे रहा है चारों दिशा में, और ये भारतवर्ष का एक बहुत बड़ा अभिमानास्पद ये क्रिएटिविटी शिल्प है जो अशोक कालन में सोचा गया था। और मैं नहीं सोचता कि ये दुनिया में ऐसा एम्बलम है, और मैं इसके प्रति इतना सम्मान करता हूँ कि ये जो एम्बलम और ये सिंबल जो उस पीरियड में अशोक ने सोचा था और उसका आज इस सबसे बड़ा अशोक स्तंभ बना है पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, और वो चारों दिशा में हमारा मैसेज कर रहा है जो पीस है, जो भी है भारतवर्ष ने जो दिया है दुनिया को, उसको चारों दिशा में वो एक मैसेज दे रहा है। ये मुझे अद्भुत लगता है और उसको मैं कर पाया, ये मेरे लिए बहुत मतलब बहुत अच्छा फील कर पाया एज एन आर्टिस्ट। ये हर आर्टिस्ट का एक सपना होता है, और इसके बाद मैं जो करूँगा उसके लिए ये मेरे लिए बहुत प्रेरणादायी होगा।
बिल्कुल, मैं भी यही उम्मीद करता हूँ। सुनील जी, अरुण जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप दोनों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। फैंटास्टिक जॉब डन, एंड अरुण, आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू सीइंग द फुल स्टैच्यू इन स्प्लेंडर विद द लाइट्स and of course the fanfare as the Prime Minister unveils it and commits it to the nation. Thank you very much. Congratulations both of you. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Namaste. Before we take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, just want to get you some more numbers of the Central Vista Phase 1 and of course what's going to be available for the country to come and see and witness, even as the other projects or the other parts of the Central Vista project are still being done. Kartavya Path, let's try and look at the details. 16.5 kilometers of pedestrian walkways, 300 CCTV cameras, 137 lighting poles on Kartavya Path, 1,000 plus total lighting poles overall in this entire Central Vista project, and along the Kartavya Path, 24-meter canal width, and it's 3.2 kilometers in length, 3,230-meter canal, and of course the length 16 new bridges. So I got that number right. There were 16 bridges which are going to be right across the vista, so you can cross, keep crossing, keep crisscrossing and seeing all the structures on both sides. So that's the full length of the whole Kartavya Path, and you see structures on both sides, and there will be 16 bridges for you to keep going up and down through the Kartavya Path. And of course there are total of 4,008 total number of trees. 191 new trees have been planted so far. We're going to take a very, very short break. We go back on ground to our reporters who are there all around the Kartavya Path to tell you what's happening right now in the build-up to 7 p.m. Stay with us.
The two leaders had last met in February, weeks before Russia invaded Ukraine. The meeting will be closely watched because Moscow and Beijing have increasingly aligned their foreign policies over the years. Taiwan's military is showing off its mettle with 2 straight days of drills.
Taiwanese fighter jets rode overhead, launching flares in the air. Apache assault helicopters fired 33mm chain guns and rockets. Troops also fired javelin anti-tank weapons, pounding targets. After weeks of saber-rattling by China, Taiwan is flexing its military might with 2 days of drills in Pingtung. Tensions came to a head after US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited the island. Taiwan is a self-ruled island, but China sees it as a breakaway province. So after Pelosi's visit, China held unprecedented military drills near Taiwan, launching ballistic missiles and sending ships into the Taiwan Strait.
And here's how Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios reacted when he lost in 5 sets in the US Open quarterfinals. He took his frustration out on his racket, smashing it on the ground repeatedly before throwing it with force. He then went on to pick up another racket and hurled that to the ground as well. A NASCAR driver's hopes literally went up in flames.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Berea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, you know, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you rescuing me?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1,400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped
Back on the Nation at 5 on this very special edition as we stay on the course towards the Kartavya Path being inaugurated and committed to public by the Prime Minister in a short while from now. But before that, it's going to be the unveiling of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue right behind India Gate, at India Gate. From there is where the Kartavya Path will start. Joining us now is Chandrachud Ghosh, author of Bose, The Untold Story of an Inconvenient Nationalist. He's also co-author of Conundrum, Subhash Bose's Life After Death, and that he's co-written with Anuj Dhar. They're all part of this team Mission Netaji. Uday Mahurkar ji is with us. He's also CIC and also author of the book Veer Savarkar. Sardar R.P. Singh of the BJP with us. And we have Ravi Bhatt, historian, also joining us this evening. Namaste, gentlemen. And I'm hoping we'll have Srijit Panikkar, who's there in the thick of all the action on Kartavya Path in some time. Srijit is also a good friend. But today we're talking Netaji. Are you looking forward to that Molpan Chandrachud Ghosh? Is this perhaps befitting tribute to the man who perhaps took the most hardened stand of all, where he said we need to fight for an Azad Hind. And he said, let's go about building an army. No matter what it takes, I will go ahead and do it.
Very much, Anand. I think this event today, this step, this initiative by the government is, in my opinion, a game changer. And it is not only a befitting tribute, recognition of the personality and his contribution, but also it's an initiative of start to change the narrative that India won her freedom through non-violence movement, and which for 7.5 decades brushed under the carpet. The role of the INA and the sailors of the Royal Indian Navy who mutinied, who put their lives at risk, put everything at risk, and fought for which hastened the exit of the British Raj. Obviously, the British would have gone sometime or the other, but it could have taken 5 more years, it could have taken 10 more years. But it was primarily because of the INA trials, the Royal Indian Navy, and the Royal Indian Air Force, that tempo that was built up when the British Raj really finally realized that they had lost the loyalty of the Indian soldiers. They could now no more put their faith, their trust on the Indian soldier. So they had to pack their bags and go then. So that's the reason why by early 1947, Clement Attlee had to decide that they had to leave by June 1948.
Correct.
So that setting a time frame so quickly, so fast, was the result of this. So on one hand is the vast contribution of Netaji, his leadership, his personality, his towering personality, all that is on one side. On the other side is the culmination of that, the next phase, where he really gives that final push to the empire.
Yes.
The British Raj crumbles. And today, by unveiling the statue there at the heart of the seat of political power, the heart of the capital of the country, I think Prime Minister Modi wants to make a very, very important statement that we are also changing the narrative.
Well, the statue has been placed there. It is now being correctly erected, and it's good so that it's given a certain set of permanency, so that we've got that sneak peek of that visual, and seeing that itself is giving me goosebumps. That's what it's doing. Srijit Panikkar, Udayji, just allow me 2 minutes. Let me just go to Srijit. He's on ground. So Srijit, how is the atmosphere there at Kartavya Path? How is it looking?
Yeah, it's very noisy here, so I'm not sure whether I've heard your question right, but we are all thrilled, super excited to be here on this day, this historic day in the making, and I'm glad to be joined by my colleagues in Mission Netaji. Mr. Vishal Sharma is right here, Blazer, and so is Sayantan Dasgupta, the one who conceptualized Mission Netaji. We are super excited, and it's good to see that 2 events are being clubbed here. So it's a mass gathering here. Super excited to be here today.
Well, we've got interrupted video, but whenever we're getting the video, it's looking good. You're right. On the other side of India Gate, where they're actually installing the statue. So from a distance, have you got a glimpse? How is it looking? How is Netaji looking there?
I hope you can catch a glimpse of Netaji there.
Yeah.
Only very minimalistically.
Yes, I
behind
can
me.
see it between
But
the
it's a
India Gate. Yeah.
massive structure, I can tell you that. Yeah, that's probably the first visuals even before it is being inaugurated. Yeah. Yeah.
So just ask your colleagues at Mission Netaji. I said Vishalji is also there with you. What is the feeling?
So this is like a dream come true. We never
Well, I have a poor audio stream with them. So Srijit, what we're trying to do is, I know you're live there. We're trying to get you on the phone and get them to get your thoughts from them, because once again, crowd will start coming in, the jammers will get in place, so then communication will get a little disrupted, but then it's a historic moment for a lot of people. Udayji, there are many who are saying, kaun si gulami hai, kya shed kiya hai, it's all just optics. The Trinamool Congress is turning around, has made some comments there. Sardar RP Singh, would you like to take that? It's all mere optics. What have you changed? You're trying to appropriate Netaji. राजपथ से कर्तव्य पथ करने से कौन सा गुलामी का माइंडसेट छूट जाएगा? There are voices in the opposition who are saying that. How do you want to respond?
इन लोगों को colonial राज नहीं रहना है. उनके लिए कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. But they don't know Rajpath was King's Way earlier, and there was a statue with Netaji statue to place. There used to be King George V statue there. So 1960 replaced in 1968 they moved it. So for them it was the one dynasty, one family, one British Raj, colonial Raj was a dynasty, two dynasty. But today it is people's Raj. And then when you say people's Raj, I mean that's why it's Kartavya path. You are answerable to people, you are answerable to society, you are answerable to countrymen. And that's why Kartavya path is a very right name, very appropriately picked by the Prime Minister himself. So instead of Rajpath, which refers to the colonial past, the King's Way, we are here at the 2022 on the 75th year of independence. On our duties, what our responsibilities as countrymen, as people who are governing this country, people whom we elect, and the Prime Minister, the President, the Cabinet, was their duty towards the countrymen. That's more important.
Right. Udayji is through with us. Udayji, through COVID, they said, why Central Vista? Money is being wasted there. Then they turned around and said, why the national emblem, the bronze statue, the lines look different. Now they are saying you are appropriation of Netaji is happening, and this renaming is not going to, does not mean colonial mindset. And what kind of gulami? 70 years, 75 years after independence, why is this entire talk about gulami? India has done so much. It's not a symbol of gulami, it's our celebration of our freedom.
You see, today is a great day in the history of independent India. And I am reminded of one conversation between Prime Minister Attlee and the then acting governor of West Bengal, P.V. Chakravarti, which happened in 1956, which is mentioned in the history of Bengal by R.C. Mazumdar. Attlee had come to India. He was no more the Prime Minister. He was living with Governor Ghosh, and they happened to speak to each other on a cup of tea, and Ghosh was very keen to know that what was the pressure which compelled the British to leave this country in 1947. Because he said after 1942, Congress had failed to build any pressure on the Britishers for them to leave this country. Attlee avoided answering this question initially, but then when Ghosh was, Chakravarti, P.V. Chakravarti was unrelenting. That time, then he answered the question. He said that Subhash Chandra Bose and his INA, the pressure created by Indian soldiers who were coming back from the Second World War, and the Navy mutiny of 1946, which started from the Mumbai dock, were the chief reasons for the Britishers to leave this country. Chakravarti asked him one more question. He said, then what was the role of Congress and Gandhiji? Chakravarti says that his lips were twisted and he said minimal. Now this is coming from the person who gave us freedom. So you know, when you know this history, then and then you can appreciate the importance of what is happening today. Secondly, this, you know, there is a longer and larger vision behind this. When Chief Minister Modi was in Gujarat, in 2003, he went to Zurich and brought back the ashes of Shyamji Krishna Verma, one of the greatest patriots of this country, who was unrecognized. And mind you, Jawaharlal Nehru had gone and met him in Zurich in 1930. I think the very year he died. So why did it take India 73 years to bring his ashes from Zurich? So those who don't understand the meaning, those who don't have a sense of pride, only they will raise questions on what is happening today. So Netaji today gets his due, which he did not get for so many years. But then history is not, history is not a friend of anybody. History has to come out before the nation. And that thing has started. And one more thing. Today's step is a step in the direction of Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is very important. You see, it's a sense of pride which Indians need to discover to realize their true potential and make the kind of India Mr. Modi is dreaming in 2047. So those who are trying to mock what is happening today, they are totally out of sync with the mood of the people, with the mood of the nation.
True. Raviji?
One more thing, two more things I would like to add here. Two more things I would like to add here.
Please complete, and then Raviji, please.
APJ Abdul Kalam.
Yeah, Udayji, please complete.
Two things. Let me finish. You see, APJ Abdul Kalam had once said that India is a country with culture and history which is thousands of years old. It has got millions of people. Therefore, it should not get overawed by those nations whose history is only a few hundred years old and which comprise only a few crore people.
Right.
Bhagat Singh diary revealed a quote from Savarkar that it is more difficult to shake off the chains of cultural slavery than political slavery. So those who are opposing this don't know the importance of today's event. Anand.
Correct. So the significance you have underlined beautifully. Raviji, how would you want to add to that?
See, I 100% agree what he has said. But he has said that it's the first important thing in the life of an individual or in the life of a nation is necessary that we must come out of the mental slavery. And mental slavery always sets in when, you know, that's you start, where you feel that anything which you have, that is not important, and anything which your master who has forced, was forced on you, he has the best of the things. And as it is said, that demoralized forces never win battle. The same is here. The individuals also, they can never perform, they can never give their best, they can never make it to the top unless they are not in the right mental state, positive mental state. And mind it, the positive mental state is not a pill that you simply swallow. A doctor prescribes and you swallow it. The small things of life, the small, very insignificant, the things which you think they are insignificant, they play a very important role in contributing in setting the right mindset. And like one of the things is right now, as I said, like right now here, the changing the name of Rajpath to Kartavya, you know, like installing the statue of, you know, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. For someone can simply say, hardly these are insignificant things. But tell those people who are crying at the top of their voice, they are insignificant things. My dear friends, these insignificant things, if there are number of insignificant things so-called, they make a very positive statement. And they make your mindset, they make the mindset of the nation. These small, so-called these, for me it's not a small thing. For me, it's something very decisive. So it is very necessarily, we should not stop only here by changing the name of only Rajpath to Kartavya, not only by installing this one statue here. There are 101 things more required, and I request the present government that they keep on doing this kind of things side by side from the other things also.
Right.
Because this is going to change our thinking. This is going to change our mindset of our nation. And mind it, once the mindset of our nation is changed, there's no one who can stop us from making it to the top.
True. The government has been working tirelessly to bring back stolen idols. There has been, of course, the Statue of Unity to celebrate the legacy of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Now Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in his military overalls with that salute, which is that iconic picture of his when he was taking the parade of the Azad Hind Fauj. That salute is what has been represented, not in civil clothes, but in the armed clothes. That shows the kind of commitment to duty. And that's where the path of Kartavya begins, Chandrachud Ghosh. What more than an apt way to start the path to duty, which leads towards not just the parliament and beyond into the Rashtrapati Bhavan?
Yes, Anand, very much so. And I mean, all those who are criticizing the name change. And I think those are the very people who were very fond of reciting this line, which came from the Western world. When you tell them that it was given by Kennedy, they have very happy repeat it, that ask not what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for the country. So as long as it comes from Kennedy, they are very happy. But when it comes from Prime Minister Modi and is named Kartavya Path, they seem to have a problem, which speaks volumes about the mentality and the attitude. And putting Netaji there, that statue with that salute, it is so inspiring. And it is not only for us, Anand, as you very much realize, it is for the next subsequent generations, kids who will come flock to the India Gate, that area, look at the statue, and they will start asking questions. Who is this man?
Right.
Why have we not been taught about him? What did he do for us? So those asking those questions are very, very important, and just start dismantling a distorted narrative that has gone into this country, run in this country for the 7.5 decades.
Well, so resetting the narrative, shaking off the colonial aspects which continue to hog our culture and our cultural ethos, and of course, like observations that were made, that our history, our civilization is thousands of years old. So a few 100-year-old cultural imposition should not actually be the one that will guide our destiny. It is who we are, our roots, that should guide our destiny. Gentlemen, I'm going to request you to please stay on with us. I'm compelled to take a very, very short break. We also have a very, very important update coming in as far as the tensions along the line of actual control. Big development, but that after the break. Stay with us.
Kevin Harvick's car caught fire on lap 276 in the final stage of the Darlington Raceway. Fire emerged out of both sides from beneath Harvick's Ford car. Harvick continued for a couple of laps, but then the flames got bigger. So he had no choice but to pull the car on the grass and jump out to safety.
The thing on the right side, we've kind of seen before. The left out the pipes is a new.
Harvick says he had not experienced any issues with his engine prior to the fire and had not suffered any damage to his car in the race. Harvick said it's another safety problem with the next-gen car that NASCAR must fix.
And a woman from Ohio in the US had to make an embarrassing phone call to 911 from her smartwatch after she got stuck upside down while exercising at the gym. We leave you with this.
I couldn't look up the non-emergency number, but I am in Korea. Sorry, I'm on my watch. There's only like one other person at the gym, and I got stuck in this, that backboard thing that like flips back. And oh dear Lord, my ankles are burning.
Are you rescuing me?
Just easiest rescue ever.
There you go.
Pet dogs biting strangers in elevators is becoming a regular occurrence. Here's a video of the latest.
This time, it happened in an apartment complex in Noida. A young man holds the dog by the leash while another stands at a distance near the elevator door. But while exiting the elevator, the dog lunges at the man, who falls down on the floor. It's unclear whether he was bitten. The owner then drags the dog out of the elevator. This latest video comes a day after a viral clip of a pet dog biting a young boy in the elevator of an apartment in Ghaziabad. The boy was seen visibly in pain, but the dog owner just looked on and didn't even bother to check up on the kid. The Ghaziabad police registered a case based on a complaint filed by the boy's parents.
The running battle between the Delhi government and Delhi LG took another turn today. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh literally tore up a defamation notice sent by VK Saxena saying he won't be cowed down by a corrupt coward. Aam Aadmi Party had accused the LG of a 1400 crore scam when he was the KVIC chief, to which sent a notice for derogatory malicious charges. Meanwhile, the Delhi LG has received a complaint against Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The complainant alleges that Kejriwal sold 3 plots of land for over 4 crore and showed on papers a grossly undervalued price of 72 lakhs. As per the complainant, in fact, Mr. Kejriwal duped the exchequer of over 25 lakh in stamp duty and over 76 lakhs as capital gains tax. Now let's take a look at the revamped Central Vista Avenue, which will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi tomorrow.
It's a bird's-eye view of the brand new Central Vista Avenue. It's visibly wider, cleaner and greener. Delhi's power corridor will now have an all-new look. The redeveloped Central Vista Avenue, which stretches from Vijay Chowk to the India Gate.
I'm standing in Vijay Chowk area, and this particular road onto which I'm walking as of now used to be identified as Rajpath, but now it has been renamed as Kartavya Path. This stretch joins the two iconic buildings. One is Rashtrapati Bhavan and the other one is, of course, the India Gate.
Prime Minister Modi's dream project is all set to be open for public use on the 8th of September.
So at 7 p.m. tomorrow is when the Prime Minister will be formally unveiling it. Another Bengal minister is under CBI scanner. The agency raided multiple properties of Law Minister Malloy Ghatak in connection with an alleged coal smuggling scam. The ED has lodged a case under the money laundering law based on a CBI FIR. Ghatak has appeared for questioning before the ED at least once. The Income Tax Department conducted pan-India raids over the funding of registered but unrecognized political parties. Sources tell CNN News 18 that raids were also carried out at the Delhi office of think tank Center for Policy Research, which is allegedly linked to funding of political parties.
Back on the Nation at 5 with a significant development along the line of actual control. As of 5:27 p.m. this evening, the Press Information Bureau has posted a joint statement which says that on the 8th of September 2022, according to the consensus reached in the 16th round of the India-China Corps Commander level meeting, the Indian and Chinese troops in the area of Gogra Hot Springs, PP-15, have begun to disengage in a coordinated and planned way which is conducive to the peace and tranquility in the border areas. Big move this. Tejinder Sodhi joining us with more details. Yes, Tejinder.
Yes, Anand, this is a major development that has taken since the conflict between Indian Army and the PLA started in the eastern Ladakh sector in May 2020. So in the last more than 2 years of conflict, this is one of the major significant development that has taken place. This consensus was reached between the Corps Commander level talk, 16th round of Corps Commander level talk that was held on 17th of July. Now we are told by the Indian Army through Press Information Bureau has issued a joint statement wherein they are saying that the Indian and the Chinese troops, they have started disengaging in the Gogra Hot Spring, that is the PP-15 point. The disengagement has started and it is being done in a coordinated and planned way. So clearly a big move on the line of actual control, the conflict which has entered its second year, though we know that the Indian Army has reoriented its deployment on the LAC, we have deployed sophisticated new weaponry on the line of actual control, but now we see that peace is slowly and steadily returning on the line of actual control. Yes, Anand.
Right. Asaduddin Owaisi also seems to have tweeted on this matter, and he has tweeted that this disengagement was expected to happen last year. Did we agree to the Chinese terms? What about Depsang and Demchok? When are they going to be vacated? So there are going to be further questions that are going to be asked by the opposition here. But how significant it is that it is 16 rounds later that this conversation has actually happened. We're going to take a very, very short break on this note, but big development this, that there is easing of tensions between India and China and active disengagement to be carried out at PP15 Gogra Hot Springs. Tejinder, thank you for your inputs. Short break. We'll be right back.
Mahakal Temple.
Ahead of the release of their film, Alia and Ranbir were headed to the Mahakaleshwar temple to visit the famous Jyotirlinga.
Mahakaleshwar temple, which I'm very excited about right on the eve of our release. I'm very happy we found the time to go.
But before their arrival, members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal gathered at the temple's VIP entrance and held black flags. They were objecting to a comment that Ranbir Kapoor had made many years ago about eating beef. The police had to use batons to bring the crowd under control. But given the volatile situation, the lead actors decided to fly back to Mumbai without the darshan.
Madhya Pradesh mein, I'll just tell you thing, I was feeling really bad that honestly Ranbir and Alia did not come with me for darshan to Mahakaleshwar temple. But when we reached there and we heard about this, I felt a little bit that let me go alone.
When things were under control, Brahmastra director Ayan Mukherjee visited the temple alone and performed the puja.
A bridge in Democratic Republic of Congo collapsed as officials gathered to inaugurate it. As soon
Back on, and in a short while from now, this beautiful looking Kartavya Path is going to be committed and thrown open to the people of the country and of course from all over the world. Phase 1 of the Central Vista project comprises of the Kartavya Path and of course the unveiling of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue, whose hologram was installed on the 15th of August. But now, on this day, the 8th of September, 8th of September, we are going to have the actual statue, which weighs about 60 tons. It's been made in granite and by the sculptor Arun Jogiraj. That will be unveiled at around 7 p.m. this evening. Let's try and understand some of the details that we have. New Bharat, New Vista. What is going to be part of this Vista? 5 vending zones are going to be there as part of the Kartavya Path. There are beautified landscapes on either side. There is a 3.2 kilometer stretch of water which lines right in the center, and the two paths. The path is on both sides. The walkways, it has 16 bridges. It has beautified landscapes, lawns, walkways, lush green spaces, refurbished canals. Pedestrian underpasses are also there, and more importantly, you will have improved walkways and of course parking spaces which will also be created on either side for people to park their vehicle and walk. The overall walk is about 16.5 kilometers, 15.5 kilometers. These are some of the visuals that we've accessed here at CNN News 18, and it just looks grand. There are 16 such crosses, 16 such paths where you can cross across, hop across, go across, and then enjoy this beautiful Kartavya Path, a path to duty towards the country, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, we're going to wind up this edition of the Nation at 5. It is continuous coverage, a coverage like no other here at CNN News 18. Into the viewpoint, it is the Kartavya Path story.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Anusha Soni. It's no more Rajpath. It will be called Kartavya Path. The iconic road from India Gate to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Along with this, the Prime Minister will also unveil a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. These steps are in line with the Prime Minister's second Panch Pran for the new India to remove any trace of colonial mindset. That's what the argument of the government is. But the opposition is clearly not happy. We have had the jibes coming in. They've called this refurbishing a mere gimmick. But this new infrastructure is part of the much ambitious Central Vista project, which is the flagship project of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government. Tonight, a slew of cultural programs, celebrations have been lined up as the heart of the national capital, the seat of the power of India's thriving democracy, gets a new name and identity. Let's cut straight to our reporters who've been tracking this story on the ground, who will tell you what exactly are the preparations, how is it really panning out. Arun, first to you, tell us about what kind of preparations are being made on the Kartavya Path when that inauguration happens. What are we likely to see?
Well, see, all preparations are done, and Kartavya Path is all decked up to witness the ceremony where Prime Minister Modi at around 7 p.m. will reach here, then inaugurate the Central Vista Avenue and also the Kartavya Path. I am standing at this moment on Kartavya Path, which has been renamed the Government of India, and look at the view behind me. This is the all new Kartavya Path, and on the both side of this road you have these red granite pathways where people can walk, and also you can see these light poles. These are the things which I'm showing you are the new stuff which is part of this restructuring of the Central Vista Avenue, and even on that side where you can see in between those lawns, there is a pathway for people to walk. So earlier these things were not there, only the grass part was there. So they have made a systematic arrangement in this area, and most importantly, this is something which is very friendly for all those people, disabled people, all the
all right, my colleague.
For this thing, and
yes,
beneath this there will be the
my colleague Arun Thana getting us all those details. Arun, there was a slight glitch with your line, and hence I interrupted you. I'll come back to you. I want to cut across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra as well, who's live with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, what kind of preparations underway? Tell us what you see around.
Well, that's correct. At around 7:30, we are expecting Prime Minister to arrive. Before that, preparations are underway. The routes leading to Kartavya Path have completely been shut. The PM security has taken over the entire area, and after PM security, there is Delhi police deployed. In fact, today at around 2 p.m. In the afternoon, the offices in the central Delhi were done for the day, and most of the people have already left the area. Only 1,500 invitees are currently on their routes to Kartavya Path. They have special passes issued. Also at around 7:30, Prime Minister is expected to arrive, and after which he is going to take a round of Kartavya Path. He is also going to unveil the statue of Subhash Chandra Bose, and he is going to meet Shramjeevis at Kartavya Path. So it is not just about an inauguration of the first phase of Central Vistas, but it is more to do with the messaging. The messaging which Prime Minister spoke about from the ramparts of Red Fort on 15th of August, which is, to remove all the memories of British Raj, the colonial era, and this particular structure, this particular inauguration today reflects that, and this is exactly a message which Prime Minister is trying to send out by inaugurating Central Vistas Phase 1.
Yeah, Siddhant and Arun, get us all those details. Please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you. I'm just going to take our viewers through what the Kartavya Path will really look like. What does it involve? This is the state-of-the-art architecture, part of the Central Vista project. Before and after, a lot of redevelopment work has been done. There are granite structures that have come in place. There are different kinds of trees that have been planted. Not to forget that even when this work was happening, there was much litigation that happened, and after clearances from the top court, all this work has been done. Look at the kind of work that has been done. The cables have been done away. There is more proper management. This is the iconic Kartavya Path, earlier called the Rajpath, so it should look up to its prestige. Before and after, once again those images on your screen. For you to understand the Central Vista project, it happens in chunks and pockets, and there are different areas near the North Block, South Block, Central Delhi, India Gate, which are being redeveloped, and that's what is happening. Once again, look at the way the buildings have been redeveloped, the pathways that have been created, granite structures have been created, trees continue to be protected. That was one concern that a lot of people had. So this entire area, patch of roughly about 16 kilometers, is today something which is in focus. And more importantly, that iconic road When you stand at India Gate and you can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan, the North Block and the South Block on the right and the left respectively, that's the iconic road which is at the focus today, and those are the images on your screen right now. Once again, cutting across back to my colleagues. Arun, coming to you, about 1,500 invitees. Must be a high security zone today, the Central Delhi area?
Absolutely, absolutely. It is bound to happen because Prime Minister Modi will be here, and therefore the security agencies have already sanitized this entire area. The in and around roads have been completely blocked by the police. They have given different routes, and in advance this information was made it public through various social media platforms and through news channels. So everyone is waiting for the inauguration of the Vista Avenue from Prime Minister Modi, because then tomorrow onwards it will be thrown open for the public. And as of now, the information that we have is that in coming few days there are additional things which will be added, which government has planned, like different stalls of the states will be given a space here, so that the people who come here, they will have the taste of the cuisines of different states, and also they'll be able to see the culture of those states where people may not be able to visit. So all these things will be here, but those arrangements are beneath this. You won't find any vendors or any store on this Kartavya Path. All the arrangements of it stuff will be beneath this, where you have the underground pathways. So this is going to be a grand evening, because Prime Minister Modi, none other than Prime Minister Modi himself, opening it up for the public tomorrow onwards, where we'll see how people respond to this, because this is opening up after 20 months. It was closed for 20 months. Nobody was allowed to, move or walk around this area. But tomorrow onwards, it will be open. So it will be very, very interesting to see how this new India Gate will get into the minds of people.
Absolutely, and anybody who's lived in Delhi, visited Delhi, knows that how important this entire area is. It holds memories, it holds our past, it holds our history, and now it will have the symbols of our future as well. The Prime Minister says, and the Government of India says, that we want to do away with the colonial legacy. Yes, the British rule over India is a past, but it's a past and we do not celebrate it. We only observe it, understand it, and learn from it. We do not want to have colonial symbols as our icons. Joining us on the broadcast is our panel of guests. We have Neha Joshi, who's the spokesperson of BJP. We also have Radhika Khera, who's the national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Abhijit Majumdar, who's the consulting editor of First Post, and Rajalakshmi Joshi, who's an author, is also joining us on the broadcast. Thank you everyone for joining us on the show. I want to cut across to Neha first. Neha, a lot of criticism on the expected lines coming in from the opposition parties, where they say this is simply about reinventing the legacy and you have not done anything new.
Thank you, Anusha. So, the larger Central Vista project serves two objectives, part of which is, the capacity enhancement of the existing government buildings so that they can be more efficient, they can be more effective. And the part that is going to be dedicated to the public today, the Kartavya Path. We need to conserve our heritage, but we also have to understand that the India that we live in today, the new India that Prime Minister Modi constantly talks about, it's aspires to shed the colonial hangover and move forward. Today, the criticism that the Congress Party and other opposition parties actually have been, they've been going on and on about it for the past 2 years. They said this is Modi ka Mahal. Today, when Prime Minister opens this up for the rest of the country, for the Aam Aadmi of the country to come and visit, they may not feel this is a necessity, because they are there are a bunch of entitled elites who can go to Italy and France and walk the boulevards. But, if you look at the common people of India, they feel a sense of pride when they look at the new and improved and a more Indian Kartavya Path, as the Prime Minister dedicates it to the nation today. So I think the time for Central Vista really had come, and I'm glad that we're witnessing the grand unveiling of it. And Subhash Chandra Bose ji, he is going to himself, his statue, the grand statue, is going to be looking over this Kartavya Path.
And I think everybody will celebrate that across party lines, though we have had some jibes coming in from some parties. Radhika Khera from the Congress Party is also with us in the studio. Radhika, what what is the problem that the Congress party has with this kind of redevelopment project or model that the Prime Minister is talking about, or the renaming of Rajpath to Kartavya Path? I mean, this is about shedding colonial legacy, or you don't buy that argument?
See, first of all, I'm extremely happy today that there is a change and that the Prime Minister, his RSS, the BJP have finally realized who Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji was. Because if you remember, when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji was forming his Azad Hind Fauj, what was Veer Savarkar doing? He was calling upon the Indian youth to join the British army to fight against our Swatantrata Senanis, fight against this Azad Hind Fauj.
I'll come to you, Neha.
So today, when they are finally realizing and giving Netaji the place that they should have given him back then and stood by him to fight against the Britishers, that is finally happening now. At least they're recognizing that. So that is something which is, I am appreciating that. Now, having said that, when you talk about changing the name, what is actually the kartavya of a ruler, of a prime minister? In a country like India, which is the world's largest democracy, his responsibilities are much, much higher than those of other nations as well. Now, earlier, if you remember, he changed the name of Racecourse Road to Lok Kalyan Marg. Kiska Kalyan hua? Mr. Gautam Adani, who no one knew for 8
Radhika
years,
ji,
and he
Radhika ji.
became the world's third richest man.
Radhika
So
ji,
it is about the Kalyan.
I allowed you all your political arguments, but answer this question. The question for the Congress party is that after independence, it's the Indian National Congress which ruled at the center for most part of our history. Why did you preserve the colonial symbols? That's what BJP is asking. They're also asking that why were other big leaders like a Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or a Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel were not celebrated with the same fervor as they should have been? That's the question of the opposition, your political opponents. Please answer that.
See, unfortunately, by just taking Mahatma Gandhi ji's name, making a huge statue of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji, does not mean that Prime Minister Modi ji's faith in them is restored. That is not happening. Are you forgetting his own member of parliament?
Yes,
from,
Neha, I'll come to you.
What did she
I'll come
say
to you
about
next.
Mahatma Gandhi ji's killers? And what did Modi ji say in return? मैं सिर्फ दिल से उन्हें माफ नहीं करूंगा. She continues to be a member of parliament. They have not thrown her out. See, you have to walk the talk. Like I said, you can make a kartavya.
A quick response from Neha, then I'll bring in Abhijit ji and Rajalakshmi ji also into the discussion. Neha, please go ahead.
Anusha, it's a travesty that Miss Khera does not remember that until the 60s, King George V statue stood where Netaji's statue is going to be, going to stand tall today. Under the Congress rule, who ruled the country for years and years after independence? Can she explain to the nation why that decision was not taken earlier? One. Second, she talks about Kartavya, though all the political arguments, the same, long drawn arguments that she's doing. Ask about that Kartavya to the 80 crore people who got free ration. Ask about the Kartavya to the 20 crore women who got direct benefit transfer, even through COVID, because they had Jandan accounts, because they had mobiles, because we have a digital economy. So, while Ms. Khera would like to make these arguments, which are highly political in nature, but also facetious, it's important that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose deserved this place. And the Congress failed to honor him. 2019 was the first time that Azad Hind Fauj veterans were part of the Republic Day ceremony. Why was it not done earlier? Those are the questions that Ms. Khera needs to answer and the Congress party needs
I
to
will bring
answer.
in I will bring in Radhika ji once again into the discussion. Before that, Abhijit Majumdar, I'm coming to you. It is important to have the right historical symbols. I think it's important to have your roads named after the icons you want to celebrate, statues built of the leaders who you celebrate as a nation, and to have colonial legacies and effort that the government is making. Do you see any kind of substance in the allegations that the opposition parties are making that this is mere gimmick and they haven't really walked the talk? Abhijit ji.
Well, I'm just wondering what problem do they have with Netaji being placed there instead of King George?
Yeah.
And what problem do they have with India, with a new India doing away with vestiges of colonialism, which had not been removed for so long? I mean, can you imagine a mass murderer like Aurangzeb had a main road named after him
in Central
for
Delhi.
such a long time? It's like having a road named after Hitler in Israel. It's terrible. So, first of all, there is a matter of the mind getting out of the prison of colonialism. Second, there is utility. In 2026, after once we have the delimitation, etc., the number of MPs will be manifold. And will increase. So we needed a new parliament to house them. In fact, the current parliament was not designed to be a parliament, bicameral parliament. UPA itself, Congress itself had proposed a new parliament building in 2012, if I remember right. So I don't find any sort of on some things the opposition or the Congress should actually stand with government, because otherwise fine, they can criticize every single thing, but what happens is it's actually self-defeating. The people are watching. People see that there is opposition for no reason at all. In fact, the new India that is emerging is very proud of itself. It doesn't look at colonial legacy with any pride
and
at all.
Abhijit, whether it's our education or whether it's our symbols, our infrastructure, I think colonial symbols should be done away with. It's time. I'll give Radhika the opportunity to respond. A lot has been said about the Congress party, but before that, Rajalakshmi Joshi ji, I'm coming to you. This renaming spree that the Congress party says that BJP has gone on, does it deserve the kind of political attention that it does? Because more importantly, the argument of the BJP is that this is about restoring our national pride and heritage. We want to do away with the colonial symbols so that indigenous symbols, our national heroes, can be celebrated. As an author, as a person who knows this subject, how far do you agree with this argument?
Good evening, Anusha. What I feel is that the Congress actually needs to pick its issues a little more wisely, because this is something that actually for a lot of years, for so many years, I don't know what actually caused them to not go ahead with all these things earlier. Now, I was listening to all these arguments about why it should actually have been called Loktantra Path and a lot of other things. So what had stopped the Congress from going ahead and renaming the Rajpath into Loktantra Path or whatever else they found suitable? But they chose to stick with all these colonial issues. Now if we come to this Central Vista Avenue, it isn't just about one particular building or this public space. There are three issues here involved. That is the public spaces, there is the working spaces, and then there are residences. And all of them had a lot of issues because these are all outdated. Now they are 100 years old. So it's like having an old car, a vintage car, however fancy it may be. It is not functional. It is good to keep it in a museum and you can celebrate it all you want. But then there are so many issues. If you have the latest at your disposal, if you can make good use of the latest in technology, then why not? If you look at the public spaces now if a normal common person, an aam aadmi, goes to visit the Central Vista Avenue, there will be so much more convenience of parking. There will be so much more convenience of toilets. All of these issues, I'm sure that our British the designers, they never took any of this into consideration because they thought that India is just a poor country and they just wanted something to kind of put a stamp of
how can we do away with that colonial legacy, and how is it that we can put the imprints of our own culture? Before I bring in Radhika Khera into the discussion, I want to cut across to a reaction coming in from actress Kangana Ranaut. Let's listen in.
नेताजी को और ऐसे कई क्रांतिकारियों के संघर्ष को, चाहे वो सावरकर जी हो, बिल्कुल डिनाई कर दिया था। उस एक पक्ष को ही दिखाया गया था जो कि है कि मुझे एक चाटा मारो दूसरा गाल में मैं आगे करूँगा, वो ही एक पक्ष दिखाया गया कि हमें जो है वो भूख हड़ताल करके या डांडी मार्च करके ही हमें आज़ादी मिली है। ऐसा नहीं है। कई लाखों लोगों ने खून बहाया है और हम लोगों ने, जो नेताजी ने जिस तरह से पूरे वर्ल्ड में कैंपेन करके भारत की जो दुर्दशा है उसमें पूरी दुनिया की नजर लाई। चाहे उन्होंने वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 में हिस्सा लिया, चाहे उन्होंने अपनी एक आर्मी बिल्ड की, उन्होंने एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन किया एंड उसके करके जो अंग्रेजों पे प्रेशर बिल्ड हुआ, फिर उन्होंने सत्ता जिसको दी वो उनकी मर्जी थी, लेकिन नेताजी सत्ता के भूखे नहीं थे, नेताजी आजादी के भूखे थे और उन्होंने देश को आजादी दी।
कर्तव्य पथ कहा गया, राजपथ नहीं होगा, कर्तव्य पथ होगा। एक सेकंड यार, कर्तव्य पथ है कि क्या पहले राजपथ था, पाथ ऑफ ड्यूटी इंस्टेड ऑफ।
सो ये जो रास्ता है, ये रास्ता आने वाली कई पीढ़ियों, ये जो रास्ता है ये आने वाली कई पीढ़ियां इस पे चलेंगी। तो अगर आप राजपथ रखेंगे तो वो वैसा रास्ता होगा, ये कर्तव्य पथ है। तो ये मार्गदर्शन है, इट इज सिंबॉलिक ऑफ सो मेनी थिंग्स, right?
It was Kangana Ranaut. She is one of the invitees at the event. About 1,500 people have been invited to this grand event, of course, high security zone right now. Let's tell you more about what you're likely to see. What does this part of the Central Vista project really looks like? 16.5 kilometer long pedestrian walkways have been built in and around the Central Vista area. This is not just that one patch of the Kartavya Path, but areas around it. About 300 CCTV cameras that will be installed. Of course, the VVIP area. So, of course, all sort of security precautions are going to be taken. They're going to be lighting poles, better lighting on each side. Of course, there are solar panels also which are going to be used here. On the Kartavya Path, about 1,000 plus total lighting poles which have been put. You also have the canal width which has been increased. The government says that this infrastructure has been created to ensure that the beautification is done properly. There were trees here. There was a concern that these trees should not be cut. So after the orders of the Supreme Court, it was taken care that the environment in and around this area is not really disturbed. Now, the length has been increased. The entire canal area, you remember, on both sides of the India Gate, that still remains. It has been cleaned and widened. So that's what you're going to see here when you go again in this area. And there are also new bridges on the canal, about 4,000 total number of trees which continue to remain here. As I earlier said, a lot of them are very, very old trees. These trees should not have been touched. That was the order of the Supreme Court that has been complied with. That entire litigation that happened around the Central Vista project in the Supreme Court of India. 191 new trees were planted because these are the concerns that were raised, and because you had literally moved certain trees, you had to plant some. So those were the compliance guidelines that were there in place and have been complied with. I want to cut across to my colleague Siddhant, who is on the ground and getting us more details on that very important story. Arun Dhata also continues to be with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, first to you, what kind of security arrangements? 1,500 plus people have been invited. Tell us more about this guest list.
Well, look, it's 6:20 in the evening, and usually when we cross this circle where I'm reporting from, one could witness heavy traffic on road. But today you can see only police vehicles and important vehicles are allowed from this area. And in fact, the paramilitary force personnel are requesting us also to vacate this area. Now, on my right is North Block. I would ask my video journalist to give a sense to our viewers. So there you can see North Block and newly constructed, newly paved Kartavya Path is right there on my right. You can see some of the visitors have managed to enter this space, but very soon they'll be asked to leave this premises. And also on my left is Kartavya Path. Now this particular area has been completely sanitized, have completely been cordoned off, and has been handed over to Prime Minister's security. From 4 in the evening, this arrangement has been made, heavily barricaded. I can see NSG teams on the roads of National Capital. I can see RAF teams. I can see Delhi police personnel, and of course the Prime Minister's security. So entire area has been cordoned off, and in fact this is a Kartavya Path where we are reporting, and you know, it's a great moment for the country because the entire entire Rajpath has been renamed, you know, in a very new form.
Yeah.
And from tomorrow, this entire stretch will be open for normal public. They can come and visit this space. Back to you.
All right, I'm also cutting across to my colleague Amit from News 18 India. He's also at the spot telling us about what really is happening. Amit जी, आपके पास आ रही हूँ. इस समय वहाँ पर क्या हो रहा है, किस तरह की तैयारियां हो रही हैं, कितने लोग वहाँ पर उपस्थित होंगे, सुरक्षा को लेकर किस तरह के इंतजाम किए गए हैं?
Security arrangements already my colleague has briefed. I'm just narrating you the sequence, whatever is happening here. You can see the scores of VIPs who are entering the premises. Just now MP Ramesh Viduri has entered, and now you can see just very exclusive visuals I want to show you. You can see actress Kangna Ranaut, she's sitting there in our News 18 frame, and she has also been invited in this function. And after some time, PM Modi will arrive here, and approximately he'll spend here around 1 hour and 30 minutes, and during this tenure he'll give speech also. He'll walk around in approximately half an hour all those areas. You can see the visuals, scores of VIPs are present here. Kangna Ranaut, actress, she's present here. Apart from that, Central Minister Hardeep Puri and also BJP workers, they are also there. Dharmendra Pradhan and Adesh Gupta, Sanjeev Balyan, all are present here. So you can see these are exclusive visuals which you can see on CNN News 18 frame. And as the time will pass, more and more VIP will come, and these vacated seats will be filled. Apart from the actors, other VIPs also have been invited. So a historic movement it is, and all the Kartavya Path, which the new name has come into existence, this whole preparations are there. You can see right behind me, this cultural preparations are there, and the scores of artists are there who are going to perform. And we're trying to talk to some of the artists here, and we should talk to sir. ये बताइए कि अभी आप आए हैं यहाँ पे, क्या परफॉर्मेंस करेंगे?
जी, हम जो बंदिश, जिसको संगीत की परिभाषा में, अभिजात संगीत की परिभाषा में जिसको बंदिश कहते हैं, यानी कि काव्य है, वो काव्य 15 अगस्त 1947 के पहले स्वतंत्रता दिन के लिए पद्म भूषण डॉक्टर पंडित श्री कृष्ण रातंजनकर जी ने लिखा था. ये पहली बार, ये भारत के स्वतंत्रता के बाद पहली बार इसका सादरीकरण संगीत के रूप में हो रहा है.
So very special tune will be played. This exclusive information is a very special tune. After independence, it will be played here, and it will be related to the heritage of Indian history and how this the struggle from Rajpath to Kartavya Path came into existence. You can see the scouts of VIP here are entering. You can see the foreign diplomats, defense personnel, all are entering here. So in order to make this event historic and touching to the glorious heritage of Indian civilization, Indian history, this program has been conceptualized, and these are the exclusive visuals on CNN News 18 of this whole Rajpath to Kartavya Path naming programs, and you can see this all is happening here.
All right, all that is happening there. Before I go back to my colleagues Arun Dhata and Siddhant Mishra, there's a reaction coming in from Rajwardhan Singh Rathore. Let's go to that.
Kingsway, a path for the kings, has now been, which is called Rajpath, a Hindi translation, is now rightly been called Kartavya Path. Anybody who walks in this path, who walks in this track, has been given the responsibility by the people of this country, and therefore has to fulfill his responsibility. And no easy responsibility, it's a big responsibility. And therefore, in the philosophy of the Prime Minister, as soon as he became the Prime Minister, he says, I have not come here to for satta. He says, I have come here not for ruling, but for seva, to serve. And in keeping with his philosophy, he is now correctly renamed this as Kartavya Path, and we are proud of it.
The recognition being given to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, which has not been given for so many years.
For years, there have been a segment of people in our country who were unfortunately ruling the country for a very long time. They wanted in the memories of the people only limited number of people, especially a family, being remembered for everything. Especially people like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who gave their everything for this nation, were pushed to the corners of history books. Today, he finds the center stage, and again, it makes us all so proud that everyone truly responsible for freedom of this country, for fighting for the freedom of the country, is now being brought in the attention and the spotlight of the country.
recognition दिया गया खास
This is the reaction coming in from Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore talking about the legacy, the colonial legacy, and of course what BJP has been saying is about honouring more symbols related to our independence struggle and our culture. I'm cutting across to my colleague Arun Dhata, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast, getting us more perspective and details from the ground. Arun, we just saw those preparations happening underway for the kind of cultural programs we are likely to witness. Could you give us a broad idea about what are the events, celebrations that have been planned? Who are the key dignitaries which have been invited? 1,500 plus people?
Well, that's right. People have already starting arriving at the venue, and which of course includes the top ministers and also various other dignitaries who's going to be part of this event. Very limited invites have been given, and all of them are waiting for the time when Prime Minister Modi will be reaching here at the venue near India Gate. A stage has been created near India Gate. Prime Minister Modi once arrives here, he will be unveiling the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose very close to the India Gate, that canopy where this statue will be unveiled, and then Prime Minister Modi will be walking on this Kartavya Path, and that will be very, very significant visuals to see when Prime Minister Modi, as he spoke from the ramparts of Red Fort about the Panch Pran, and the second pran of that was the get rid of Gulami, get rid of the slavery. That's the message which he gave. He gave from the Red Fort, and that is the reason why this road has been named as Kartavya Path, because the entire area will be the power center. You will have all the ministry, central secretariat here. You will have the Prime Minister's office, Prime Minister's residence, and this way will lead to that power center. Of course, the Parliament, Temple of Democracy will be here. That is the reason behind this road has been renamed after as Kartavya Path, because this is the way which they will take to this power center, from where the government machinery will work, and of course the people who will face difficulty to visiting different ministries because due to their different locations. This place, once you have Central Vista structure completed, the entire setup of the government will be in this area, so that will give that access to people. Will not take much time to go to one ministry to other. So this area will be the power center, and this route, Kartavya Path, will lead to that duty path, which the message.
All right, my colleague Arun Dhata getting us all those details about what kind of preparations underway, what would you see in this new redeveloped area. I want to cut across back to my guests, Neha Joshi, Radhika Khera, Abhijit Majumdar and Rajalakshmi Joshi continue to be with us on the show. Radhika, coming back to you, a lot of questions were asked of the Congress party. I'd like to sum them up. Like, perhaps there are few things on which there shouldn't be an opposition. If you're widening canals, if you're renaming a road, if you're doing away with the colonial symbols, and most importantly, if you're instilling a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, even if your argument were to be taken on face value, that they have not given Netaji the kind of respect that the Congress party says they should have during the independence and freedom struggle, and the history is debated there. But now they are, so why there should be a debate or opposition about it?
See, an elected government has the authority to make new canals. They have the authority to create whatever development is required. They should make new hospitals, school, whatever is required. But do they have that mandate to break every building, to dislocate everything? We've seen what has happened, how much money has been spent in the Central Vista project. Did this government actually do what it was elected for? Modi ji 8 years back promised that 2 crore jobs every year would be given to our youth. Where are those jobs? What happened to the mehengai that they used to sit with and say mehengai Dayan hai? All their ministers now, Smriti Irani ji, everyone used to sit with those cylinders. Now you are paying taxes on milk, on curd, on ghee. From the time you are born to the time you die, kafan tak ke liye you are paying taxes. Is this what they were elected for? Is this what the mandate was given for? So where is that money that the taxes is being collected, being used for? That should be used for us. At the time of Corona, when the entire country needed health services, what was happening? People were dying on the roads.
Radhika ji, the argument is that if one after the other, BJP is winning elections, and these are the kind of infrastructure projects they've made. Look at what happened in the state of Uttar Pradesh and many other parts of the country. Perhaps it's a mandate for their policies and their projects as well. I'll come back to you. I'll talk to you more about this. Here's a brief snippet of what this new Central Vista project really looks like, a part of it. A new India that the Prime Minister has been talking about. It has about 5 vending zones. There are beautiful landscapes which are there in and around. The area has been redeveloped to create pedestrian pathways. There are beautiful landscapes, trees that have been preserved, that have been here for decades. Around the India Gate area, especially near the canals, there was a huge problem of sanitation. Now that problem we would see eventually going away, because there are better walkways, lawns and infrastructure that has been created to ensure that more and more government machinery can shift into this area. Hundreds and thousands of crore rupees are being spent to ensure that the power seat of one of the biggest democracy of the world, India, here in the national capital, it has the kind of infrastructure and the bandwidth that it actually needs. There are refurbished canals that we told you earlier. This is just one portion of it. There are new buildings which are being constructed, the parliament, of course, which is underway, and we will continue to see in the next few days and months and in the coming years before 2024 that more and more portions of it are going to be inaugurated. Pedestrian underpasses, of course, parking is a huge issue in this area. That problem is going to be sorted to some extent. As and when new areas of this project will be developed, there'll be more parking spaces as well. We're also hearing that you have the Law Minister Kiren Rijiju reaching the ceremony, where the ceremony is about to begin at around 7. He's speaking. Let's listen.
सुभाष बोस को जिस तरह से रिकॉग्निशन दिया है मोदी सरकार ने, कितना मायने रखता है, क्योंकि अभी तक वो रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिल पाया?
देखिए, नेताजी का कंट्रीब्यूशन शब्दों में बयान करना मुश्किल है। उसको इस तरह का स्मारक या और भी काम करके उसको हम याद कर सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब से प्रधानमंत्री बने हैं, तब से सुभाष चंद्र बोस को अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म में अलग अलग तरीके से स्थान दिया जा रहा है। और आज ये इंडिया गेट के लॉन में आज ये कर्तव्य पथ हो गया, और यहाँ पे सुभाष चंद्र बोस नेताजी का जो स्टैचू को अनवेल करना और साथ साथ ये नए कर्तव्य पथ को अनवील करना, उद्घाटन करना, तो मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत बड़ा हमारा आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव काल का बहुत बड़ा एक कदम है और इसको सेलिब्रेट करना चाहिए।
Why do you think the opposition is opposing to Rajpath being named Kartavya Path?
Because Congress party is so used to British rule or the family rule, so they want king's way, Rajpath. They don't want Kartavya Path. We are following the Kartavya Path.
Well, that was Union Minister Kiren Rijiju talking about the inauguration of Kartavya Path. It will no longer be called Rajpath. Abhi, Narendra Tomar is speaking, another minister is speaking. Let's go to that.
कर्तव्य पथ कहा है तो इसका सीधा संदेश है कि पहले कर्तव्य बाद में अधिकार।
All right, I'll cut across to Abhijit Majumdar, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Abhijit, the argument which is being made by the Congress party, and we see this argument very often, each time the legacy of Mahatma Gandhi is invoked, each time the legacy of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is invoked, that historically, if you read the history and you see the freedom struggle, RSS or Savarkar or the right-wing leaders were not really supportive of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, or the historical contradictions that exist between the BJP of the present day and how their own icons conducted themselves or participated in the freedom struggle. How much of validity does that historical contradiction really hold in today's politics, in today's discourse? Is that even valid anymore?
About Savarkar's stand on Netaji, I think somebody, an expert on Savarkar or Netaji, like Vikrant Sampath or Anuj Dhar, would probably be better people to talk about. But my point is that what was Congress, what was Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru's, how did he treat Netaji, his memory, his INA and his family? I mean, there was the Netaji files show clearly that there was snooping going on his, on his whereabouts, on his even.
Abhijit, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Jitendra Singh is reacting. We are going to that.
शासन का जिसने 150-200 वर्ष हम पर राज किया और आज़ादी के 70 वर्ष के बाद भी उसका नाम उसी तरह से रहा तो शायद यही कारण है कि हमारी मानसिकता में वो बदलाव नहीं आ पाया जो स्वतंत्र होने के बाद आ जाना था। तो मानसिकता को स्वतंत्रता का एहसास दिलवाने का काम प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है, उन पद चिन्हों को हटा करके जो अंग्रेजी सरकार के कॉलोनियल रूल के पद चिन्ह हैं।
Well, I'm back to our guests who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Neha Joshi of the BJP is also with us on the show. Neha, you have a point to make. Please come in.
Anusha, I was listening to Ms. Khera make some points about, how the government is tearing down buildings, how it's spending money on projects that are unnecessary. The Congress is used to spinning lies, but it's interesting how election after election, they don't learn. Even here, as she sits on national television, I'd like to remind her that not one single building, heritage building, is being torn down for the Central Vista project. What the buildings that are being teared down are ugly additions that have been, post-independence additions. They're inefficient. They're a hindrance. In fact, they're eyesores, so to say. The government of India annually will save around 1,000 crore in rentals once the new Central Vista is ready. So these are all facts that are out in public. Yet the Congress insists on misguiding. It insists on spinning all these lies on national television. What I don't understand is that here today is a day when the Central Vista Kartavya Path is going to be dedicated to the public, when Subhash Chandra Bose's grand statue is going to be installed there. Instead of celebrating, instead of saying that, hey, we're coming out of the colonial hangover, this project of decolonization that Pradhan Mantri Modi started in 2014, this is one grand step towards that. What is it that makes the Congress cling on to our colonial past? Is it that sense of entitlement?
Radhika, 30 seconds to you for your response, and then I'll go to my colleague Amit. But Radhika, the question I also want to understand is that this government or Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not built an infrastructure which is named after himself or some family. These are icons which are undisputed icons of our independence struggle. These are colonial structures. Nobody can deny that. You can question the intent of the government, but the substance here is that these are people, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, that all of us celebrate. Then why have a political controversy over such a thing?
When I started with my comment, I said that I welcome the fact that Netaji's statue is being placed over there, and the government has finally, Modi ji and the RSF finally realized what he meant to the freedom struggle. Now, having said that, you remember 8 years back, there was this huge furore and Modi ji came into power with his world famous Gujarat model. The Gujarat model, which 3 years back when Mr. Trump was here, there was this wall that was created to hide poverty and hide what actually the Gujarat model is. I think the spokesperson of BJP is forgetting that.
But
what worries
Radhika
me,
you
is
haven't
this also
answered
going
my
to
question.
be like that?
You haven't answered my question. You haven't answered my question. We can talk about inflation, we can talk about price rise, and all of them are very, very important issues. I'm not running them down. But historical structures, doing away with colonial structures, having our roads named after the right people are also important. And this is a country which now wants to confront these issues. We want to talk about these issues. We can't shy away by saying, look, there is a problem of inflation, so we're not going to talk about it. We'll talk about both of them.
But we are not talking about both of them. We are only renaming. When it comes to mehengai, like I said, we are paying taxes on milk, ghee, curd, right from the time a child is born to the time we die, we are paying taxes. But unfortunately, what is the concern of the finance minister? She wants Modi ji's photograph to be there when she goes to Telangana.
I'm sure.
Not talking about tax, the amount of mehengai that is there. That needs to be spoken about.
I'll come back to the larger debate. I want to cut across to my colleague Amit, who is at the spot right now, getting us a sense about what exactly is happening. Amit, over to you. Tell us about what kind of preparations are underway.
In about half an hour, PM Modi will be here, and he'll spend about half an hour he'll have a walk around those fountains and water bodies which are being built. And you can see now the light is there. The India Gate is decorated in tricolor. You can see that whole designing is being done. And across that, you can see some people are entering here. These are the sportsperson. Probably these are the members of Indian shooting team who has been specifically invited of this historic occasion. Now, coming to what is the speciality of this occasion? The speciality of this occasion is that it is connecting the Indian tradition, Indian heritage with the Rajpath, which has been converted from Rajpath, which has been now converted to Kartavya Path. we'll try to talk to Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Central Minister, in some time now, in a few minutes now. And you can see the whole preparation is there, which is being there, and a scores of VIP who are arriving from here. You can see the beauty of this lane, the whole lane which is being built, constructed here out of red marble, and VIPs are constantly entering from here.
Amit.
And you can just, if you can give me few minutes, I'll try to talk to.
All right, Gajendra Shekhawat is speaking. We are cutting across live to that.
नागरिक की ये जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वो इसे उसको सपने को साकार करने के लिए काम करे, अपना कर्तव्य मानते हुए, अपना उत्तरदायित्व मानते हुए काम करे, देश उस मार्ग पर चढ़े, देशवासी उस मार्ग पर चलें। मुझे लगता है कि अब उसके लिए इस प्रेरणा की आवश्यकता है।
सर, नेताजी को आज तक जो रिकग्निशन नहीं मिला है वो बिल्कुल हार्ट ऑफ द नेशनल कैपिटल में मिल रहा है इंडिया गेट पे।
लेकिन नेताजी जैसे बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग होंगे, चाहे भीमराव अम्बेडकर होंगे, नेताजी होंगे या और भी कई लोग होंगे, जिन लोगों को इस तरह के रिकग्निशन के लिए कई दशकों तक इंतजार करना पड़ा। केवल एक परिवार मात्र को ही या केवल चुनिंदा लोगों को ही देश की आज़ादी की लड़ाई का या आज़ादी के सूत्रधार मान करके राजनीतिक लाभ प्राप्त करने की चेष्टाएं जो देश में की गई थी, मुझे लगता है उस पर पूर्ण विराम लगने का अंत आ गया। देश कृतज्ञ भाव से ऐसे सारे जो लोग जिन्होंने देश की आज़ादी के लिए कहीं न कहीं योगदान किया, देश के निर्माण के लिए योगदान किया, आज देश पूरे कृतज्ञ भाव से उन सबको श्रद्धांजलि देता।
Well, cutting across back to my colleague Amit, who was getting us a sense about what exactly is happening at the Kartavya Path, where that ceremony is about to start in roughly 15 to 20 minutes from now. Amit, cutting back to you, all of us have a memory of Kartavya Path, that stretch from India Gate to Rashtrapati Bhavan. All of us who live in Delhi or who have visited Delhi have taken a stroll there midnight or some time of the day. How different does it look right now? What are the key changes that have happened? उस जगह में क्या-क्या परिवर्तन है, क्या-क्या बदलाव है जो आप हमें बता सकते हैं?
See, the visuals only will define what major changes have taken place. Now, my camera person Pankaj Tomar will also show you the whole scene, scenery. You can see the water bodies shining here across. Behind that, VIPs who are entering. We can see Union Home Minister for State Nityanand Rai, who is coming here, and behind that you can see the water body which is shining there. This was not present there before, and in that water body, shining of light is there, so this enhances the whole beauty. And right behind this water body, if you can see that a fountain, that fountain was specifically constructed here in order to increase the scenic beauty here. And now this is one part. Now second part, if change, you have talked about change.
Yeah.
Now coming across to this grass. This grass has been specially being installed here, and so that people who will come here during the course of later course of day or in the evening, they'll sit here, they'll relax here, and they'll just look at the statue of Subhash Chandra Bose, and this is all whole being constructed keeping in Indian tradition and values in mind. And this is phase one, and by 2024 the government plans to complete PM residence as well as the Defence Ministry's office also. So massive plan, massive work is going here, and one can completely feel the change when it is being fully constructed, and now when one of its parts is being constructed here.
Absolutely, and a lot of jammers in and around that area, but still my colleague is getting you that report from the ground about the changes that you can see in that entire area. I want to cut across back to Neha Joshi, Radhika Khera and Rajalakshmi Joshi, who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Radhika, we were talking about the key issues. You said that price rise is an issue, and yes, it is an issue. The kind of duties and taxes which have been imposed on people, that's an issue. But why is it that the Congress party is always shy of talking about the history and legacy that has been created during their tenure? Good that the statue of King George V was removed, but no other statue was installed there. So today when you have over 20 feet long statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose being installed, you should be happy. Without the caveat of good that the BJP has learned the lesson. You have a political caveat there.
See, when that statue was removed, lots of historians, civil society, there were lots of discussions. Many governments came up with ideas. The statue of Mahatma Gandhi ji, the sitting statue of Mahatma Gandhi ji, which is outside the Parliament building, that was initially supposed to be installed over there. Then due to some reasons, it was not installed. Many governments came, went. There was always something that was, there were discussions, and then historians
Sorry,
went on
Radhika, to
believe
interrupt you. We're getting some live visuals and some live feed which is coming in from the ground. Those are the dignitaries which are reaching for that event. You have BJP President JP Nadda. You also have Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia speaking. Let's listen.
जनसेवक के रूप में हम सबको आम सामान्य नागरिक के रूप में इस देश की वैभव और एक नक्षत्र की तरह उभारने की क्षमता जो हमारे देश में, उस पर पूर्ण रूप से हमें लगना है। यही प्रधानमंत्री का आह्वान देश के हर नागरिक के लिए, हम सब के लिए, उससे प्रेरणा लेते हुए हम लोग जूझ कर उस सोच विचारधारा को हम लोग साकार करने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे।
बहुत सालों से नेताजी।
That was Jyotiraditya Scindia speaking, and he once again spoke about the kind of history that they want to honor, that BJP wants to honor as a party. I'm going back to our guests, Neha Joshi, Radhika Khera and Rajalakshmi Joshi, who continue to be with us on the broadcast. Sorry, Radhika, you were interrupted. Please finish your point, and then Neha, I'm coming to you.
All governments, everyone tried, and historians and civil society, everyone was of the belief that we should leave that empty. Like I said, but then Gandhiji's statue was placed outside the Parliament. Now, again I said, we welcome the fact that Netaji's statue has been put over there, but you cannot just keep having all these events. You install the statue, that is absolutely fine. You rename a road, that is fine. But the money that is being spent, you know,
but
to change things
isn't
which
the
actually
fact
didn't
that
need
they
a
are
change
winning
right
elections
now.
after elections, a
Winning
mandate for the
elections?
decisions
I'm
that
sorry,
they've taken?
buying out governments is not winning elections.
Did they buy out a government in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
They bought out Goa.
What about
they
Uttar Pradesh?
They bought down Madhya Pradesh when we
What
were
about
fighting
Uttar
COVID.
Pradesh? Why don't you talk about Uttar Pradesh, Radhika?
They won Uttar Pradesh, but why are we not talking about Madhya Pradesh when the party, when the BJP, the main priority should have been helping people during COVID? They were bringing down a government.
And right after the
amount of
COVID, the
money-
deadly second wave, you had the UP elections happening, and the government there once again
But
is
after
formed
that,
of the
what
BJP.
were they doing?
Anusha, can I respond?
Where are
Yes,
they getting
Neha,
the money
please go ahead.
from?
Neha, go ahead.
I'd like to just educate Ms. Khera that the cost of the Central Vista project is about 20,000 crore over several years. Government of India has allocated nearly twice that amount for COVID vaccination for just a year alone. So, you know, I think the Congress spokespersons need to read more. Now, coming to the point of Netaji's statue being installed there, Anusha, this statue being installed there is not just, you know, statues are about symbolism.
Yeah.
But here, this is a larger symbol. This is not just about Netaji, but this is a symbol to remind, you know, the coming generations that we did not get Azadi without Khadag and Dhal. Lakhs of Krantikaris, freedom fighters gave up their lives, and Netaji's statue, as it rightfully will stand tall at the India Gate, will be a reminder to the coming generations of that. We have been misled. We have, you know, our history has been written in a very biased manner, and today is a day when that historical wrong is going to be corrected.
Address this head on. Address this head on, and I would not hesitate to say, don't bring in, you know, inflation here, price rise here. I've said this many times that that's an important issue, but address this argument head on, that have you given the respect to the cultural icons like a Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose or a Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, and the manner in which you preserve the heritage of these icons, these freedom fighters, is by naming buildings after them, is by creating roads after them, is by introducing them to our textbook and our syllabus in schools. Has the Congress party done that bit?
23rd session of the Hindu Mahasabha in Bhagalpur, 1941. Veer Savarkar, what did he say? He encouraged the youth of India to join the British Army and fight against who? Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. I wish the BJP spokesperson had read what history is, because our today is based on our history. When everyone, Mahatma Gandhi ji, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji, who went on to ban RSS, and Subhash Chandra Bose ji, or Lala Rajpat Rai ji, or Bhagat Singh ji, all of us were fighting for the freedom of India. The freedom that gives us this freedom, that you are sitting over here and questioning everyone, and that we are not North Korea. Where was the BJP? They were calling upon the youth of India to join the British Army. They were writing Maafi-namas to the British Empire. They were taking money from the British Empire.
But Radhika,
that is the sad truth. And I'm very, very glad, like I said, this statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji is also going to be a reminder and teach our youth about the history. History that they are erasing from the textbooks.
Would you also talk about the fact that who invited RSS to be part of the parade, of the Republic Day parade?
Well, that is something that is again questionable. There are certain books that are saying that happened, and there are no proofs, there are no photographs. We do not know for sure right now. Secondly, let me just come back to this point.
Fact that history can be written
I did not interrupt
in a lot of
lady.
ways.
Let me please complete. What we need to talk about, why we say that again and again, it is fine. You rename anything. You rename whatever you want, but you have to walk the talk. If you are taking credit of building and respecting Mahatma Gandhi ji, using his spectacles on your yojanas, you also have to throw out that woman MP from Madhya Pradesh who was applauding the Qatils of Mahatma Gandhi ji.
And she was condemned.
And
she was condemned for what she said.
मैं कभी बात नहीं कर पाऊंगा दिल से. That is all.
Neha, you want to respond to that? Neha, you want to respond to that? Because I think in that there is a pertinent question that the Congress party has, because that was a very objectionable statement that was made. Yes, the Prime Minister also made a statement about it, but was there any substantial action that was taken?
You know, I'd again like to remind Ms. Khera and also our viewers that the MP in question, the Prime Minister very publicly reprimanded for the said comment. Again, this is a person who was acquitted. You know, charges, terms like saffron terror that were coined by senior leaders of the Congress party. All those charges, she was acquitted of those charges, and she's a democratically elected leader today.
Okay.
So I
want to bring the attention of the debate back to what we are talking today, which is the inauguration of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue and the Kartavya Path and the infrastructure which is being built, the politics around it. Rajalakshmi ji, you are with us on the broadcast. You heard what the political discourse around this entire issue is. History in today's time is heavily contested. It is always contested. There are always versions of history from one writer to another, from one author to another, but perhaps in deeply polarizing times from one political party to another.
Anusha, what I feel is, there is this unnecessary discourse about who gave whom any kind of recognition before or after, etc., etc. But then, very conveniently, it is being forgotten that there have been so many buildings, so many structures, so many iconic structures where the name of Subhash Chandra Bose was very conveniently forgotten, and the names of only the one particular family of the Congress party was they were being recognized. So let us just keep all of that aside. Okay, I think everybody should now take pride in the fact that there is this iconic place that has come up, and like I said earlier, it's not just about this public space. It is not just about any particular structure here. Also, it is a combination of everything. It is a combination. See, conveniently, there is this opposition about how some buildings are being torn down, which is not true, and also these structures are actually almost 100 years old.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time. Radhika, 30 seconds to you and 30 seconds to Neha. This is a project, the Central Vista project. In many ways, this litigation went to the Supreme Court of India. The court did not decide on whether the project should happen or should not happen, but all the objections that were raised to about the project, the procedure, environmental concerns, everything has been given a green signal by the Supreme Court. Then why the controversy?
See, all I know from what I've been hearing the other people say on the show, that Congress did not do that, Congress did not do that. Well, the BJP has only been in power for 8 years. And before that, when Vajpayee ji, their tallest leader, if you remember, Sonia ji defeated his Shining India. So the people of India have again and again chosen Congress in the last 75 years.
But the last 8 years haven't been good for you.
So they gave them their mandate to name those places. By the people that we are talking about, the name should be changed. But they also gave the mandate because they knew that the Congress was working for the people. 8 ही साल हुए हैं. And कोई भी कुर्सी in the Gita it is written, ये जो आज है वो कल आपका होगा, जरूरी नहीं है कल किसी और का होगा. तो ये जो कुर्सी है मोदी जी की वो हमेशा उनकी नहीं रहेगी. There will be a change.
नहीं, I'm sure बीजेपी भी आपसे यही कहना चाहेगी कि कुर्सी आपकी बहुत समय तक रही है, अब आपकी नहीं है. नेहा, quickly respond.
केवल 8 ही साल हुए हैं। इन 8 सालों में करोड़ों लोगों को गैस सिलेंडर पहुंचाया गया,
दोबारा
करोड़ों
नहीं मिला।
घरों तक बिजली पहुंचाई गई, तेज रफ्तार से नेशनल हाईवेज बन रहे हैं, 12% लोगों को गरीबी से बाहर लाया गया डिस्पाइट द कोविड पैंडेमिक. So while it's hard for the Congress to digest this, here is an India that's aspirational, and the Kartavya path that the PM dedicates to the nation today is a symbol of that aspiration, that passion, that persistence, that perseverance.
Neha Joshi, Radhika Khera, Raju Lakshmi Joshi, and we also had Abhijit Majumdar with us on the broadcast. Thank you all for joining us on the show. We'll continue tracking all the details and development. Live visuals will be on your screen in just some time from now. 7 p.m. is that when statue will be inaugurated, and the inauguration of Kartavya Path as well also is expected, an address from the Prime Minister himself. All eyes on those developments. With that, it's a wrap from me. Shivani Gupta takes the news forward.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Standing true to his word, his prant, during this year's Independence Day speech of shedding a colonial slavery mindset, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to unveil the brand new Kartavya Path in just a bit from now, rechristened from what used to be called Rajpath. This is part of the larger Central Vista refurbishment plan that has been vehemently politically opposed. But leaving the politics aside, today the highlight also is going to be the brand new statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose that will be unveiled for the very first time since its announcement at the India Gate canopy. Let me first, in fact, bring you some factoids, some more details about this life-size statue of Netaji that is being unveiled today. Remember, this is carved from a single monolithic block of granite, weighing as much as 280 metric tons. This has been hand-sculpted using traditional as well as modern tools. In fact, 26,000 man-hours have been spent to build this statue. It weighs about 65 metric tons, is 28 feet tall. The sculpting team was led by Arun Yogiraj. So Indian sculptors have been in the picture. All of this is part of the larger bid to shed our colonial markers, isn't it? And that still dominate our national thinking and move beyond them. Remember, the Modi government has been doing several such things since 2014. Renaming Rajpath to Kartavya Path is one such action. Earlier, our viewers would remember, the Prime Minister's residence road was renamed from Racecourse Road to Lok Kalyan Marg.
Beautiful paintings and shots of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and his life. Some beautiful quotations, and I think so inspirational. In a letter to his closest friend in Oxford, Netaji wrote, he said, "Do you want the fragrance of the full-blown rose? If so, you must accept the thorns. Do you want the splendor of the smiling dawn? If so, you must live through the dark hours of the night. Do you want the joy of liberty and the solace of freedom? If so, you must pay the price, and the price of liberty is suffering and sacrifice."
और ये सेंट्रल विस्टा एवेन्यू, आज इसकी खूबसूरती कुछ अलग नजर आ रही है। पहले भी ये स्थल, ये क्षेत्र काफी आकर्षक था, लेकिन अब इसकी खूबसूरती में चार चांद लग चुके हैं। ऐसा लगता है ये सभी को अपने मोहपाश में बांध रहा है।
Today we'll see glimpses of color and culture and creativity. It's a very, very special day. In fact, the past has a way of giving us context, but it is in the present that we can plan a future. A long history of colonial rule is left in India, remnants that are now being left behind to create visibility for a new India. This complete area has always been a symbol where governance in the country rests, and people from all across the country come in droves to see the elegant beauty of this place, while keeping pace with the times, providing better amenities, adding aesthetically to the place, all the while keeping the original flavor and construction and the stone in mind has been a part of this project.
आज महान नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की मूर्ति का अनावरण भी होगा, और साथ ही साथ अब तक जिसे हम राजपथ के नाम से जानते थे, उसके नए नाम के साथ अनावरण होगा, उद्घाटन होगा और ये नाम दिया गया है कर्तव्य पथ। और ये विहंगम दृश्य जो ऊंचाई से हम देख रहे हैं और साथ ही साथ अब तक जिसे हम राजपथ के नाम से जानते थे उसके नए नाम के साथ अनावरण होगा, उद्घाटन होगा और ये नाम दिया गया है कर्तव्य पथ। और ये विहंगम दृश्य जो ऊंचाई से हम देख रहे हैं जैसे पक्षी की आंख से देखते हैं, बहुत ही आकर्षक इंडिया गेट और ये संसद भवन हमें यहाँ नजर आ रही है। ये नई संसद भवन बनेगी, उसके सामने कुछ और साथ ही नए भवन बनेंगे, उसमें विभिन्न मंत्रालयों के कार्यालय होंगे। तो कुल मिलाकर ये एक बहुत ही कॉम्पैक्ट हम कह सकते हैं क्षेत्र बनेगा और आकर्षक भी।
In fact, the redevelopment project of the Central Vista, which is the nation's power corridor, envisages a new triangular parliament building, a common central secretariat, revamping the 3-kilometer Rajpath, which will soon be renamed to Kartavya Path, a new Prime Minister's residence and office and a new Vice President's enclave. This iconic boulevard is being remade and has existed since the early decades of the 20th century.
ये निश्चित रूप से कहा जा सकता है कि जो अब नया रंग रूप दिया गया है सेंट्रल विस्टा एवेन्यू को, उससे न सिर्फ यहाँ देशी बल्कि विदेशी पर्यटकों का भी रुझान बढ़ेगा। और ये पूरी उम्मीद है कि अब इसके उद्घाटन के बाद जब हम देख रहे हैं कि कर्तव्य पथ का उद्घाटन होगा, साथ ही साथ नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा का अनावरण किया जाएगा और कल से लगभग 20 महीने बाद आम लोगों के लिए इसे खोल दिया जाएगा।
Water droplets becoming shining bulbs. This is a very artistic view of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So the whole area has been designed, ensuring that red sandstone and granite has been used. In fact, what you see right here in the center of your screen is the elegant canopy, stone canopy, which is right across India Gate, across the road. And it is here that 30-foot tall, nearly including the pedestal, black jade granite brought from Telangana, made from a single piece of monolithic absolute black granite, originally weighing over 300 tons, has been positioned. And of course the Union Ministry of Culture had provided a place in Delhi. So this was brought to Delhi, where Arun Yogiraj and his team of dedicated sculptors gave time to carve out the statue, which shall be unveiled in a short while from now.
बिल्कुल, जैसा भी आपने बताया कि लगभग 30 फीट ऊंचा ये ग्रेनाइट का पत्थर जब तराशने के लिए लाया गया, उसके बाद 28 फीट ऊंची, 6 फुट चौड़ी और 65 मीट्रिक टन वजनी ये प्रतिमा तैयार हुई, जिसका अनावरण कुछ ही देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी करेंगे।
Carcade. There is a naval band also positioned, which shall play Kadam Kadam Badhaye Ja, the INS song. And all eyes now towards the entry gate, from where Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will arrive at the venue to first unveil the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and then the inauguration of Kartavya Path.
और यहाँ ये बताना भी आवश्यक है क्योंकि उसके बाद एक कार्यक्रम होंगे। जैसे ही अनावरण होगा उसके बाद पंचवाद्यम, और आपने भी बताया कि जो आज़ाद हिंद फौज का गीत है कदम कदम बढ़ाए जा, उसे नेवी का बैंड उसकी धुन को प्ले करेगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं। उनके स्वागत के लिए यहाँ अधिकारीगण, मंत्रीगण सभी उपस्थित।
The Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, arriving at the venue, greeted by the Minister of State of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Kaushal Kishore, the Minister of State Culture, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, the Minister Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Minister of Culture, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, and the Minister of State Culture, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi.
जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा का अनावरण किया।
Flowers of gratitude and remembrance. One of the greatest freedom fighters India's ever had.
जब नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा स्थापित किए जाने की घोषणा की गई थी, तब इस घोषणा का स्वागत करते हुए नेताजी की बेटी अनीता बोस पाप ने कहा था कि नेताजी भारतीयों के दिलों में रहते थे, रहते हैं और आगे भी रहेंगे।
आपने देखा कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा का।
So there you saw Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue, larger than life, 28 feet tall, has been unveiled by the Prime Minister. Of course, there is a cultural program to follow before the Kartavya Path also is in a way unveiled to the larger public, and the Prime Minister speaks on the occasion as well. As I mentioned earlier, this is part of the larger refurbishment of the Central Vista program, and that includes a lot of things. That includes, of course, a new parliament building. It includes the fact that there will be new annexes around the parliament as well. And all of this is, apart from the fact that some of these facilities needed to be refurbished, and that has been discussed and debated for quite some time, is also part of India rebuilding its own legacy and shedding the colonial past.
विशाल प्रतिमा के अनावरण के साथ ही देश के गौरवशाली इतिहास में एक नए स्वर्णिम अध्याय का सृजन करते माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी हमारे ठीक पीछे 42 मीटर ऊंचा इंडिया गेट प्रथम विश्व युद्ध एवं अफगान युद्धों में शहीद हुए लगभग 13,000 से अधिक अज्ञात भारतीय सैनिकों के नाम इस पर अंकित। देवी और सज्जनों, आइए आपको सेंट्रल विस्टा एवेन्यू से रूबरू कराते हैं। एक नए परिवेश में देश को दी गई एक अनोखी सौगात। यहां आम जनता की सुविधा के लिए हर संभव स्थान पर वॉकवे का निर्माण किया गया है। आप देख किस प्रकार कैनाल्स पर ब्रिज का निर्माण किया गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ पर आम नागरिकों के लिए 16.5 किलोमीटर का पैदल मार्ग प्रदान कर रहा कर्तव्य पथ, कहीं भी आपको लॉन पर चलने की बिल्कुल आवश्यकता नहीं। लेडीज
So that's the Central Vista project that is, of course, going to be talked about. It is part of a larger vision which will completely redo while keeping, of course, some of the markers of the old, because they are indeed part of our history, but it will indeed bring up a new face to what is a 4 square kilometer region in central Delhi, at the heart of Delhi, and of course, including Rashtrapati Bhavan, now the Kartavya Path, India Gate, and more. So this entire project will cost at about 20,000 crore over a period of 7 years. This includes a new parliament building. The foundation stone for that has already been laid in late 2020. It includes this new Central Vista Avenue that is the project that really the public has will be getting a new look at for the first time today. Just a reorganization of public spaces, strengthening of the recreational facilities, and more. There will be a new common central secretariat, an executive enclave, vice president's enclave, museum, and the IGNCA, the National Museum, the National Archives, and the Indira Gandhi National Center for Art. They are also in need for modern facilities for a variety of reasons, and therefore these will be refurbished as well. So over a period of 7 years, that the entire Central Vista project that entails a lot more will be ready. The estimated cost of this, as I mentioned, is about 20,000 crore, and all of that has been allocated. The new parliament building will cost 1,000 crore rupees, and the deadline for the new Prime Minister's house is also till later this year. The common central secretariat that is also to come up will be constructed by the middle of 2023. There's a conference center and others that are to be ready by 2026.
देख रहे हैं किस प्रकार ग्रेनाइट से पूरे वॉकवे प्लाजा को सजाया गया है। कई नए पूल्स के माध्यम से बेहद खूबसूरत इल्यूमिनेशन सिस्टम को भी इजाद किया गया है। देखने की बात यह है कि पर्यावरण की सभी पहलुओं को ध्यान में रखकर किसी भी पेड़ को यहां से नहीं उखाड़ा गया। हरियाली से भरा खूबसूरत नजारा आने वाले समय में देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में एक बेहद मजबूत बुनियादी ढांचा प्रदान करेगा सेंट्रल विस्टा एवेन्यू। इस बीच माननीय प्रधानमंत्री स्टेप्ड गार्डन में देश के चारों कोनों से पधारे आदिवासी लोक नर्तक जो अपनी कला का जादू बिखेरते हुए एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत को जीवंत करेंगे। वहां एनडीएमसी के बच्चों के बीच भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं, हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री को बच्चे अपने बीच पाकर कैसे प्रफुल्लित होते हैं, आनंदित होते हैं। और आज जिन बच्चों को ये गौरव हासिल होगा वो वाकई में उनके जीवन का यादगार लम्हा होगा। कुछ ऐसे क्षण जो ताउम्र पूरी जिंदगी इन बच्चों को प्रेरणा देते रहेंगे। इस तरह से चल कि तुझ पर लक्ष्य को अभिमान हो, इस तरह से चल कि तुझ पर लक्ष्य को अभिमान हो।
So the new Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue has been unveiled, 28 feet tall. I spoke to Anita Bose Pfaff, Netaji's daughter, earlier, who joined me from Germany, and I began by asking her about why Netaji's family, including her, are not here. Is it because the invite reached late? Is that the primary reason, or is there more?
No, the reason is that the invitation reached me too late. I could only be sure that the event would take place on last Saturday, and I would have liked to come and combine this with other matters concerning my father, that is particularly to talk to the Prime Minister about the conditions and procedures about returning Netaji's remains from Japan. But of course, at such short notice, that wasn't possible to get an appointment with the Prime Minister. And from all I could learn about the function that will take place today is likely a very short one. And so I decided that at such short notice and without being able to meet the Prime Minister also, it would be not very economical and environmentally also not very sound to go to India for the occasion. I hope to watch it on live stream today. And I hope when I get an appointment by the Prime Minister at some future date, I will be able to visit the statue then and admire it.
Yes. What would you say is the significance of this statue being unveiled? And, this is being seen as a watershed moment, especially since the statue was announced. Today it is being unveiled because, this is one of the biggest history markers of Netaji's contribution in India's freedom struggle so far, would you say?
And the statue is in a most prominent location, and it has great historic significance. On the other hand, it certainly is not the first statue of Netaji that is being unveiled, but I think that location makes it very special. And so in that sense, I would very much have liked to be there. But I must say I honor and respect and like the statues of Netaji, which are being put up by quite simple people, so to say, the man on the street.
Yes.
Very often not in that artistic splendor. It's very touching that even in small towns, people put up Netaji statues and memorials of some time, but this one is, of course, very special. And it also has a symbolic significance because, after all, Netaji was one of the major opponents of King George V, who occupied that place.
Yes.
In the not till recently, but some long time ago.
Well, usually, Anitaji, in India, we see, and you have commented on it in the past, there's been a lot of politics on who has recognized Netaji more, who has done more for his legacy. If on a day like today, I could just ask you a straight question, who do you think has done more for Netaji's legacy?
The most touching thing is that many very simple people who have never seen Netaji still remember what he did for India and still respect him, and I would say even love him. This is exceedingly touching. If you refer to the governmental side, of course, one would say that the present government has done most projects on honoring Netaji. Others have done that too, some more, some less. But I think there are a number of things that were very important for Netaji, and I hope that bringing back his remains will be the most important one of them.
Can I also ask you, you mentioned, bringing his remains back to India. Now, that's a movement that the likes of you and family have been leading for all of these years. That's something that you really want to see happen. And would you say that would be a befitting closure to his legacy, or especially the events surrounding his death?
I certainly hope so, because you see, I'm almost 80, and I think you can count the number of years left to me on the fingers of one hand. And so I certainly would like to have that closure.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we hope that it is more years in your life, but you mentioned how it will bring closure. Would you like to add to that?
No, I would like to have that closure on the issue. You see, my mother never had that closure, and she passed away more than 25 years ago, but I certainly hope that this does not remain unfinished for much longer.
Can I ask you a larger, broader question about Netaji's legacy today, his contribution in India's freedom struggle? Why do you think it was sidelined or not, if not completely ignored, but it wasn't really truly embraced for all of these years? What do you think were the factors behind that?
Well, let me say one thing. The most important contribution to Netaji actually is to live up to his ideals and up to his ideas. That is to continue the spirit of what he sort of imbibed, for example, in the Indian National Army and in his other political work. That is communal harmony and respect for women and the downtrodden, and a positive feeling. And I think it is very important that many people sort of imbibe these values and live up to them. And ultimately, this is what counts in the long run. Monuments and other symbolic issues, however, are an important contribution sort of to remind people of him also. So I certainly think that in recent times more various activities have been done in that direction. And I certainly hope that also more will be done in terms of living up to his ideals.
Yes. Well, one of those things that obviously you want to see happening is the remains being brought to India. And surely the government has been notified of that wish of the Bose family and possibly could do something in that regard in times to come. You talked about his message. I was in fact going to ask you that final question, Anita ji. What do you think is the message that you would like to give on this occasion, especially to the youngsters in the country who haven't, of course, lived through the era of Netaji?
The message I would give, especially to the young people, is that we all may be very insignificant people as individuals, and we don't, by no means are in a league with the great leaders of the independence movement, be it Netaji or be it Gandhiji or many of the other great men and women who sacrificed so much for India. But I think in sacrificing a little bit, respecting your fellow human beings and contributing little bits to the well-being of the country and of the countrymen and countrywomen is an important issue, because if you imagine so many people contributing in small ways, a lot happens in the long run. And I think that should be the important message we take from the independence movement, in fact.
Anita ji, thanks a lot for speaking to us. Congratulations to you, your family and the entire country on the unveiling of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue, and that location that you talked about, extremely important. The Prime Minister is now part of the cultural program that's taking place. He's also talking to the Shramjeevis. Let's listen in.
They say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, it takes a full community of hard-working people, people who give it their best and don't think they are working for a day, but they believe that they're creating something really beautiful. And therein lies the power of craftsmanship, the ability of an artist to completely believe in whatever they are creating. Through different weathers, through wind, through rain, through sunshine, we owe today's beauty to these people. A happy moment for all of them, because one of the most beautiful things in the world is validation. And today, when they receive this from the Prime Minister himself, it is really a very, very special moment for all of them.
और कितना अच्छा महसूस कर रहे होंगे ये सभी श्रमजीवी। एक एक करके सभी से बात कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री। ये भी हो सकता है कि जो इनकी थकावट है वो आज इस बातचीत के बाद कुछ पलों के लिए जरूर दूर हो जाएगी, क्योंकि जब प्रधानमंत्री आकर उनकी सराहना करते हैं, उनके काम के बारे में पूछते हैं, तो उन्हें भी लगता है कि हमारी जो एक इम्पोर्टेंस है, हमारा महत्व है, वो किसी ने जाना।
The ability to craft with your hands, the ability to labor with your hands, the ability to actually use your hands to do something is a beautiful strength. As the world gets more mechanized, as we get more distant from that which roots us, these are the people who connect the two worlds. And we are proud to have them in our country. We are proud to have traditions in our country. We are proud to understand that there is dignity in what we do.
ये श्रमजीवी जिस विनीत भाव से अपने हाथ जोड़ रहे हैं, ये वही हाथ हैं जिनके श्रमदान ने इस पूरे क्षेत्र को पुनर्विकसित किया है। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा को बनाने में अपना श्रमदान दिया है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ ये बात भी यहाँ स्पष्ट होती है कि आप जितने विनीत बनते हैं उतना ही ऊंचा उठते हैं।
Prime Minister Modi also really enjoying his conversation with them, connecting with them. I think it's a powerful moment for both the Prime Minister and the Shramjeevis and the sculptors and the people. As we shared earlier with you, there has been an exhibition which has been put up, and it has images of not only the before and after of this whole area, but also about Netaji and his life, his efforts, his achievements, and the Prime Minister now, that is his next stop.
प्रदर्शनी में उन लोगों के लिए काफी आकर्षण रहेगा जब वे यहाँ आएंगे जिन्होंने शायद दिल्ली भ्रमण ना किया हो, या वो उस पीढ़ी से हों जिन्होंने पुराने भवनों को बहुत अच्छे से नहीं देखा, लेकिन चित्रों के माध्यम से वो इस पूरे क्षेत्र का, कर्तव्य मार्ग का जो पहले का एक स्वरूप था उसे भी देख पाएंगे, और साथ ही साथ जो उसमें बदलाव आ रहे हैं उन्हें भी वो देख पाएंगे। तो अब प्रदर्शनी स्थल की ओर रवाना होंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी।
In fact, the 3-kilometer stretch, which is now Rajpath and is one of the most important roads in India, is more than 100 years old, and the British called it Kingsway. Well, Rajpath is a literal translation, and today it will be officially renamed Kartavya Path as India takes yet another step to shed its colonial past. We will be a part of history as the iconic 3-kilometer stretch will make way for Kartavya Path, the path of duty. The name change was made official yesterday, and today is the inauguration. In fact, on the 12th of December 1911, at the Delhi Darbar, King George V announced the shifting of British India's capital from Calcutta to Delhi, given Delhi's location, and the British thought it would be easier and more convenient to rule India, and then this was called Kingsway.
यहाँ इस गोल्फ कार्ट में बैठकर प्रधानमंत्री अवलोकन भी कर रहे हैं इस पूरे क्षेत्र का, और वो सब अनुभव कर रहे हैं जो यहाँ आने वाले लोग अनुभव करेंगे। किस तरह का ये पूरा क्षेत्र है और किस तरह इसे पुनर्विकसित किया गया है, इसके सौंदर्यकरण के लिए क्या किया गया है। और कुछ देर पहले जब श्रमजीवियों से प्रधानमंत्री ने बात की, उन्होंने उनसे जरूर ये जाना होगा कि उन्हें कितना यहाँ श्रमदान देना पड़ा। हमने भी कुछ श्रमजीवियों से बात की थी, उन्होंने कहा था कि दिन रात उन्होंने एक किया इस पूरे इलाके को सुंदर बनाने के लिए, पुनर्विकसित करने के लिए।
Straight, clean lines of the new construction, blending with the old architecture, keeping the flavor the same, and of course clean lines, stone, very easy to maintain. This is a public place and bound to see wear and tear. The Prime Minister arriving to inaugurate the exhibition. So this is a stretch being shown and what it was. Of course, the images are also way before as you and me know it. We have black and white images of what it was when it was Kingsway. And after India attained independence, Kingsway was renamed as Rajpath. In fact, according to historians, the earliest mentions of Rajpath can be traced to maps in the late 1950s. Later, it was chosen as the place where the Republic Day parade would be organized, and to date is held there.
इसी तरह हम यहाँ देख रहे हैं कि थोड़ी ही दूर पर है जनपथ, जिसका पहले नाम था क्वींसवे। तो ये दो ऐसे मार्ग हैं जिनके नाम बदले गए थे, लेकिन किंग्सवे का नाम जब राजपथ रखा गया, उसके बाद अब इसे कर्तव्य पथ का नाम दिया गया है। स्वतंत्रता के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने पर यह महसूस किया जा रहा था कि लोकतंत्र के मूल्यों, सिद्धांतों और समसामयिक नए भारत के साथ राजपथ का नाम बदलने की जरूरत है। नए कर्तव्य पथ की अवधारणा हमें बिना किसी भेदभाव के राष्ट्र, समाज, परिवार और सभी लोगों के प्रति अपने कर्तव्यों को पूरा करने के लिए प्रेरित करती है।
So once something has been revamped or changed, it's very important also for us to value that and see what really went into that, from the redesigning, the redevelopment, what was kept in mind, making sure that people could walk freely, traffic was not interrupted, as we shared earlier with you, canals laid out so that, and a circulation system so that the water would not stagnate. There would be no water logging. Stormwater drains have been put in to prevent water logging of the lawns also. And of course, there are power cables, the complete sanitary system, public conveniences, vending kiosks. There is a separate area where there will be vending plazas where vendors, including the famous India Gate ice cream sellers, will be operating. Earlier these were spread all across, but now they will be in a particular location so people can safely park their cars in the ample parking space, and then children can go around safely in the lawns and enjoy their ice creams over there. I think for many of us who've lived in Delhi for some time, ice cream at India Gate has been like a pilgrimage we've done so often.
और साथ ही यहाँ एक रवायत रही कि लोग मॉर्निंग वॉक और इवनिंग वॉक के लिए भी यहाँ आते रहे और लॉन्स में वो अक्सर समय गुजारते थे। जैसा भी आपने भी बताया, सीपीडब्ल्यूडी ने यहाँ 5 वेंडिंग जोन बनाए हैं। हर जोन में 40 वेंडर होंगे। हालांकि गार्डन जोन में इन्हें अपना सामान बेचने की अनुमति नहीं होगी, ताकि साफ सफाई रखी जा सके। और यहाँ कई कूड़ेदान भी बनाए गए हैं, पत्थर के बनाए गए हैं। लोग उसमें कूड़ा कचरा फेंक कर यहाँ की स्वच्छता को बनाए रख सकते हैं।
So as the Prime Minister walks through this exhibition, you will also be seeing a glimpse of the photographs of the before and after the revamping, and also the special effort, because India and the number of people traveling, number of people visiting here, to ensure that everybody can have a clean, beautiful, aesthetic visit over here, and of course to create a new heritage for future generations. A statement from the Prime Minister's office issued yesterday said it symbolizes a shift from the erstwhile Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being an example of public ownership and empowerment. And here you can see the beautifully glowing Rashtrapati Bhavan, the residence of the President of India. And just below that, the gently sloping Raisina Hill, moving on to Vijay Chowk, and then this stretch called Rajpath. Every year on the 26th of January, color, culture, military discipline, pageantry, pomp all come and walk down this path. And today, it's a special occasion for the venue.
और अब कुछ ही देर बाद स्टेज पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री का आगमन होगा और एक बार फिर हम देख रहे हैं वो कैनोपी जो कई सालों से खाली थी, लेकिन अब यहां भारत माता के सपूत महान नेता सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा, उसका आज अनावरण किया गया है, उसे यहां स्थापित किया गया है.
Elegant in its simplicity, harboring under it the statue of one of the greatest leaders of India, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, who gave up a life of comfort, who gave up a bright career to jump headlong into fighting for freedom, passion, resolve, and the great ability to inspire young people.
जैसे जैसे अंधेरा गहराता गया, वैसे वैसे यहाँ की खूबसूरती और निखरती रही. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने सुभाष चंद्र बोस की 125वीं जयंती पर उनकी होलोग्राम प्रतिमा का अनावरण किया था.
Beautiful visuals there coming in from India Gate. That was the canopy under which Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue has been unveiled. You've got a sense of the Kartavya Path as well and what the new refurbished Central Vista will look like. I'm also joined by author and historian Hindol Sengupta on the broadcast. Hindol, the BJP as a party and the Modi-led government believe that they do stand for shedding the slavery mindset of our colonial past and making India truly free, independent in its thought. Do you feel changing Rajpath to Kartavya Path does that? Does it achieve that? Is it mere optics or will it actually impact the public psyche?
All right. Please allow me to explain this in a little bit of detail, Shivani, because I find most of the conversation about issues like this facile and stupid in the Indian public sphere. There are a couple of things to understand, and please allow me to explain. Number one, India is a post-colonial country, right? Post-colonial countries, one of the things that happened to colonial countries is their fundamental cultural and architectural vestiges. Their heritage was wiped out in many, many ways because wherever colonialism went, it wanted to create its own edifice. Right? So why name it Rajpath? Because it was the path of kings. And why was it the path of kings? Because they ruled over this country, right? So that was the entire thing. That doesn't mean that it's not aesthetically beautiful. It is aesthetically beautiful. In fact, I often say that what modern India created after that in Shastri Bhavan and all these Soviet-style buildings, I mean, it's horrendous. How can you see Rashtrapati Bhavan and create Shastri Bhavan? It's just a failure of our imagination. Having said that, please understand, in every country around the world which has faced colonialism, that country has to renegotiate its sense of self. One of its big sense of self, see, all the people of the country cannot be philosophical and think about, these things in very deep things. That's not the job of everybody. There has to be cultural markers. What are cultural markers? One of the most important cultural markers are architecture. Architecture gives people a sense that, okay, this is where I belong. You see an old temple, in Madurai, this is my civilization, right? And so on and so forth. So in order to build that, the capital is the best place to do that.
Okay.
And you need to reclaim from colonialism and reinvent your own narrative. This is particularly important at this phase of India's juncture because India is now a rising power. See, all these years, we were really grappling with our own issues. We are now the 5th largest economy in the world, right? we are going to probably be the third largest economy in the next decade or so, right? We are angling for a seat on the Security Council of the United Nations. We need to build a sense of self that not just the rulers, not just the people in government, but everybody understands. You understand, I understand. Therefore, when you rename it Kartavya,
Ambassadors and High Commissioners, दिल्ली के मान्य नागरिक, सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र के प्रमुखगण व अन्य विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा कर्तव्य पथ के उद्घाटन के ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर मैं आप सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभ आरंभ किया जा रहा है। राष्ट्रीय महत्व की ये परियोजना, जिसकी कल्पना तक किसी सरकार ने 70 साल में नहीं की थी, वे आज साकार होने को है। विश्व के सबसे विशालतम, पुराने और जीवंत डेमोक्रेसी, भारत के पूरे गवर्नेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एग्जीक्यूटिव और लेजिस्लेटिव, उसको 20वीं सदी और कॉलोनियल युग से निकालकर 21वीं सदी, जो भारत की सदी कही जा रही है, लाने का और सक्षम बनाने का ये प्रोजेक्ट है। इस महत्वाकांक्षी और अत्यंत आवश्यक प्रोजेक्ट के पहले चरण में कर्तव्य पथ का आज उद्घाटन किया जा रहा है। कर्तव्य पथ का नव भारत की राजधानी दिल्ली, नई दिल्ली का हृदय है। इसका विश्व स्तरीय रूप से सृजन करना हमारी आकांक्षा ही नहीं, हमारा कर्तव्य भी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने 15 अगस्त 2022 को लाल किला से देश को संबोधित करते हुए देशवासियों को 2047 तक पंचप्रण का आह्वान किया था। इसका ये जीता जागता उदाहरण है। विकसित भारत का बड़ा संकल्प अपने अंदर गुलामी का एक भी अंश नहीं रहने देना चाहिए। हमें हमारी विरासत पर गर्व होना चाहिए। हमें एकता और एकजुटता के साथ रहना है और प्रत्येक नागरिक को अपने कर्तव्य का पालन करना चाहिए। आज कर्तव्य पथ के शुभ आरंभ के समय ऐसा लग रहा है कि 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों के अमृतकाल का सपना साकार करने का भव्य पथ हमारे सामने खुल रहा है। राजपथ का नाम कर्तव्य पथ करने का निर्णय इस बात की याद दिलाएगा कि लोक सेवा का मूल सार जनता पर राज करना नहीं, बल्कि जनता की सेवा करना ही हमारा कर्तव्य है। इस पथ को आर्टरी ऑफ गवर्नेंस ऑफ द पीपल, बाय द पीपल एंड फॉर द पीपल कह सकते हैं। जैसे कि आप देखेंगे, ये परिवर्तित पथ पूर्ण रूप से सौंदर्य और सुविधा का मिलाप है और आंतरिक रूप में से ये एक ग्रीन प्रोजेक्ट है। आज के उद्घाटन के बाद आम जनता इन सब का पूरा तरह से आनंद ले सकेगी। महानुभावों, इस पथ पर चलकर हम सही मायने में भारत के विकास का इतिहास लिखने जा रहे हैं। ये पथ है सबके पंचप्रण का, प्रयास का और प्रगति का। इसी तरह आज नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा का अनावरण इस बात का प्रतीक है कि हमारा देश इस महान सुपुत्र के बलिदान के लिए सदैव कृतज्ञ रहेगा और उनसे हमेशा देशभक्ति की प्रेरणा मिलती रहेगी। धन्यवाद।
आपके प्रेरणादायक संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद श्रीमान। दीप बुझे पश्चिमी गगन के व्याप्त हुआ बर्बर अंधियारा, किंतु चीर कर तम की छाती चमका हिंदुस्तान हमारा। भूतपूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत रत्न स्वर्गीय अटल जी के ये शब्द आज़ादी की क्रांति के इतिहास को भी बयां करते हैं। इतिहास नेताजी जैसे क्रांतिवीरों के शौर्य का, स्वाभिमान का, राष्ट्र प्रेम और बलिदान का। इस इतिहास में जगमगाता 15 अगस्त 1947 का नूतन प्रभात, जब सदियों के संघर्ष का प्रतिफल मानो उन चंद लम्हों में सिमट आया था। आज़ादी की उन पावन पुनीत घड़ियों के जयघोष को 15 अगस्त 1947 के दिन ही मशहूर शास्त्रीय संगीतकार स्वर्गीय पंडित श्री कृष्ण रातन जनकर पद्म भूषण ने एक मंगल गान के रूप में सुरबद्ध किया। देवी और सज्जनों, राग मालकोश पर आधारित इस बंदिश को स्वर्गीय C.R. व्यास पद्म भूषण द्वारा गहन खोज के बाद निकाला गया। इन्हीं संगीतकार पुत्र पंडित व्यास 75 वर्ष पुराने मंगल गान को कर्तव्य पथ पर गुंजित करेंगे। जोरदार तालियों से आइए स्वागत करते हैं इन सुर साधकों का। आजादी की नूतन बेला को जीवंत करता स्वतंत्रता की देवी को समर्पित यह यशगान, जिसकी रचना आज से 75 साल पहले हुई। न हार में न जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत मैं कर्तव्य पथ।
We're expecting that the Prime Minister will be speaking in just a bit from now. But Hindol, before I let you go, let me ask you this. What more do you think India needs to do to truly shed its colonial mindset and slavery mindset that the Prime Minister talked about in his Independence Day speech?
That's an excellent question, Shivani. May I just say, we should first stop making it a BJP and anti-BJP matter. I would say the responsibility of shedding colonial legacy belongs to every political party in this country. Every political party. Political parties that do not believe shedding colonial legacy is part of their work should cease to operate as a political party in this country.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा पट्टिका अनावरण के साथ गौरवशाली कर्तव्य पथ का लोकार्पण संपन्न। हमारा सौभाग्य कि हम आजादी के अमृतकाल में इन पलों के साक्षी हैं। आइए एक बार फिर से करतल ध्वनि से पुनः इन ऐतिहासिक लम्हों में अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज कराएं। जोरदार तालियों से अभिवादन करें इन घड़ियों का। धन्यवाद करें हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी महोदय का। धन्यवाद मान्यवर। तू शेर हिंद आगे बढ़, मरने से तू जरा न डर, उड़ा के दुश्मनों का सर, जोशे वतन बढ़ाए जा। ये जिंदगी है कौम की, तू कौम पे लुटाए जा। जो इस जज्बे के साथ जिए और स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के महायज्ञ में अपना सर्वस्व आहुत कर गए, ऐसे शेर हिंद सुभाष, जिन्होंने राष्ट्र प्रेम को नई परिभाषा दी, पराक्रम की अद्भुत शौर्य गाथा लिखी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के ओजस्वी मार्गदर्शन में उनकी प्रतिमा की स्थापना। नमन हर भारतीय का। नेताजी की जीवन यात्रा एवं उनकी प्रतिमा के निर्माण की कुछ झलकियां देखते हैं इस ऑडियो विजुअल के माध्यम से। प्लीज सिट बैक एंड गेट इंस्पायर्ड।
भारत की आजादी के 75 साल आज हम उत्सव के रूप में मना रहे हैं। इस बेशकीमती आजादी को पाने में लाखों सेनानियों को प्रेरित किया नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस ने। क्या अमीर, क्या गरीब, हर भारतीय के दिल में नेताजी ने ऐसी आग प्रज्वलित की जिसने न केवल भारत को स्वतंत्र किया बल्कि ब्रिटिश साम्राज्य की नींव को ध्वस्त कर दिया। नेताजी ने आजाद हिंद फौज को दुनिया की सबसे शक्तिशाली फौज से लड़ने का साहस दिया। भारत की पहली अंतरिम सरकार की स्थापना की और 21 अक्टूबर 1943 को पहली बार भारत की धरती पर राष्ट्रीय ध्वज फहराया। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस के बेमिसाल योगदान को, उनके अदम्य साहस भरे प्रेरक जीवन को समय के साथ उस तरह याद नहीं किया गया जिसके वो हकदार थे। वर्ष 2014 में जब श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, उन्होंने नेताजी के जीवन और संदेश नई पीढ़ी तक प्रभावी तरीके से पहुंचाने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध प्रयास किए। उनके नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने नेताजी के परिवार के सदस्यों को सम्मानित किया। नेताजी के अंडमान निकोबार की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने के उपलक्ष्य में अंडमान स्थित हैवलॉक द्वीप को स्वराज, नील द्वीप को शहीद और रॉस द्वीप को नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस द्वीप का नाम दिया। लाल किले में नेताजी को समर्पित संग्रहालय और कोलकाता के विक्टोरिया मेमोरियल में विप्लवी भारत गैलरी बनाई। नेताजी के शौर्य और पराक्रम भरी जीवन गाथा से जन जन को जोड़ने के लिए उनके जन्म दिवस 23 जनवरी को पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में मनाने का निर्णय लिया। इसी कड़ी में नेताजी की 125वीं जयंती पर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा इंडिया गेट पर नेताजी के होलोग्राम प्रतिमा की स्थापना की गई। आज उसी स्थान पर ग्रेनाइट से बनी नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की प्रतिमा का अनावरण हो रहा है, जो भारत की सबसे ऊंची अखंड प्रतिमाओं में से एक है।
ये प्रतिमा आजादी के महानायक को कृतज्ञ राष्ट्र की श्रद्धांजलि है। नेताजी सुभाष की ये प्रतिमा हमारी लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं, हमारे पीढ़ियों को राष्ट्रीय कर्तव्य का बोध कराएगी, आने वाली पीढ़ियों को, वर्तमान पीढ़ी को निरंतर प्रेरणा देती रहेगी।
आइए दिल्ली के इंडिया गेट पर देखिए 28 फीट ऊंची, 6 फीट चौड़ी नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की भव्य प्रतिमा। ये स्थान जो वर्षों से रिक्त पड़ा था, आज आजादी के संदेश से आबाद है। तेलंगाना से 1665 किलोमीटर का सफर तय कर 280 मेट्रिक टन ग्रेनाइट सिल्ली दिल्ली पहुंची। इसे लाना भी एक चुनौती थी, जिसके लिए 140 पहियों वाली 100 फीट लंबी गाड़ी बनाई गई। प्रख्यात मूर्तिकार श्री अरुण योगीराज ने इसे आकार दिया। शिल्पकारों की टीम ने इसे 26,000 घंटों तक अपने श्रम से सींचा। और हमें दिया नेताजी को नमन करने और कृतज्ञता प्रकट करने का अवसर। देश के लिए जीने मरने की हमेशा प्रेरणा देती रहेगी ये प्रतिमा। जय हिंद।
अमर सेनानी राम प्रसाद बिस्मिल की वो कविता, वो शब्द याद आते हैं। हे मातृभूमि तेरी जय हो, सदा विजय हो, प्रत्येक भक्त तेरा सुख शांति कांतिमय हो। इन्हीं आदर्शों के अनुरूप मानव संवेदनाओं के नित नए आदर्श स्थापित करते माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, जैसा कि आपने इस ऑडियो विजुअल में दिखाए गए प्रमुख मूर्तिकार अरुण योगीराज एवं उनके साथियों को देखा। अभी कुछ ही मिनट पहले माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उनसे मुलाकात की, उनका हौसला बढ़ाया। मान्यवर, आपके अथक प्रयासों से सेवा परमो धर्म एवं स्वांत सुखाय जैसी उत्कृष्ट भारतीय परंपराएं यूनाइटेड नेशंस जनरल असेंबली से लेकर पेरिस के ग्लासगो तक विश्व मंच पर प्रतिष्ठित हो रही हैं, दुनिया का मार्गदर्शन कर रही हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, Central Vista Avenue is a glowing testimony of indomitable spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a landmark initiative which creates space for the India of future while respecting the heritage and environment. Let us watch some glimpses of its revolutionary journey through this audio visual. Kartavya path before and after. Please sit back and admire.
स्वागत है आपका भारत के कर्तव्य पथ पर। आजादी के 75 साल बाद गुलामी की याद दिलाते राजपथ और सेंट्रल विस्टा जैसे नामों से देश मुक्त हुआ। आधुनिक भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का प्रतीक, कर्तव्य पथ। इंडिया गेट से राष्ट्रपति भवन और नए संसद भवन की ओर ये कर्तव्य पथ प्रतिबिंब है विश्व पटल पर अपनी नई पहचान बनाते, तेजी से विकास करते नए भारत का। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से विकसित ये क्षेत्र विश्व मानचित्र पर भारत की अमिट छाप छोड़ता है। ये आजादी के अमृत काल में देश को समर्पित एक बेमिसाल सौगात है। गुलामी की जंजीरों में जकड़ा हुआ ये क्षेत्र सेंट्रल विस्टा के नाम से 13 फरवरी 1931 को देश को मिला था। स्वतंत्रता के 75 साल में इसका स्वरूप तो बदला, लेकिन 2022 के भारत के अनुरूप इसमें कुछ अहम बदलाव जरूरी थे। इसके पुराने स्वरूप में मौजूद गुलामी की याद दिलाते अवशेषों से अमृत काल में मुक्ति जरूरी थी। वहीं शौचालय, पार्किंग, अंडरपास जैसी सुविधाएं। दिव्यांग जनों के लिए इस पथ परिसर को सुगम और समावेशी बनाने की आवश्यकता भी थी। इंडिया गेट और कर्तव्य पथ पर पर्यटकों को अब 101 एकड़ का ग्रीन लॉन इसकी खूबसूरती बढ़ाता दिखेगा। कर्तव्य पथ और नहर के किनारे नया 16.5 किलोमीटर का ग्रेनाइट वॉकवे डेवलप किया गया है। पहले की पुरानी व्यवस्थाओं को दुरुस्त करते हुए पेड़ों के साथ एवेन्यू का कायाकल्प यहां आने वालों के लिए एक अद्भुत अनुभव है। कर्तव्य पथ की भव्यता को और दिव्य रूप दिया। खूबसूरत 1000 से ज्यादा बोलार्ड्स, 900 से ज्यादा मॉडर्न लाइट पोल्स और 650 से ज्यादा स्मार्ट साइनेजेस ने कर्तव्य पथ से जुड़ने वाली सड़कों पर 4 नए अंडरपास का निर्माण किया गया है, जिससे पैदल घूमना सुविधाजनक और सुरक्षित होगा। नया पार्किंग एरिया डेवलप किया गया है। 8 नए वेंडिंग प्लाजा जोन बनाए गए हैं, जहां नए कलेवर में दुकानें सजेंगी। महिलाओं, बच्चों, बुजुर्गों और दिव्यांगों के लिए विशेष सीटिंग और शौचालयों की व्यवस्था है। 16 नए ब्रिज, 19 एकड़ के नहर क्षेत्र का सौंदर्यीकरण किया गया है। इंडिया गेट पर सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम और नृत्य समारोहों के लिए 2 ब्रिज और 2 स्टेप गार्डन की सुविधा भी उपलब्ध कराई गई है। प्रकृति संरक्षण और आधुनिकता का संतुलन बनाते हुए दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र से पूरे विश्व को कर्तव्य पथ हमारी गरिमामयी विरासत के साथ आधुनिक, सशक्त और समृद्ध भारतवर्ष का संदेश दे रहा है। सूर्योदय इसकी भव्यता को दिखाता है और शाम होते ही कर्तव्य पथ स्पेशल लाइटिंग से जगमगा उठता है। इतिहास के अनमोल पल अपने में समेटे ये कर्तव्य पथ अब नए भारत की नई अंगड़ाई है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का ये विजन भारत के अमृत काल का प्रतिबिंब है।
आजादी के 75 साल बाद नेताजी की प्रतिमा से अलंकृत कर्तव्य पथ मानो अपने भाग्य पर इतरा रहा है, क्योंकि नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस कोई व्यक्ति विशेष नहीं बल्कि एक युग का पर्याय है। नेताजी के सपनों का सशक्त भारत बनाने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपनी कार्यांजलि अर्पित करते हुए पुरुषार्थ के नित्य नए कीर्ति स्तंभ गढ़ रहे हैं। ऐसे शिखर जहां पुनः विश्व गुरु सा उभरता हिंदुस्तान नजर आता है। आपसे करबद्ध आग्रह मान्यवर की अपने दिव्य उद्गारों से हमें कृतार्थ करें, अपने आशीर्वचनों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय।
आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम इस पर पूरे देश की दृष्टि है। सभी देशवासी इस समय इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे सभी देशवासियों का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण में मेरे साथ मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी श्री हरदीप पुरी जी, किशन रेड्डी जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, कौशल किशोर जी आज मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित हैं। देश के अनेक गणमान्य अतिथिगण वे भी आज यहां उपस्थित है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में देश को आज एक नई प्रेरणा मिली है, नई ऊर्जा मिली है। आज हम गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। आज जो हर तरफ ये नई आभा दिख रही है, वो नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास की आभा है। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्स वे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज इंडिया गेट के समीप हमारे राष्ट्र नायक नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा भी, मूर्ति भी स्थापित हुई है। गुलामी के समय यहां ब्रिटिश राज सत्ता के प्रतिनिधि की प्रतिमा लगी हुई थी। आज देश ने उसी स्थान पर नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। उनमें साहस था, स्वाभिमान था, उनके पास विचार थे, विजन था, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता थी, नीतियां थी। नेताजी सुभाष कहा करते थे, भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया। उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था। जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाइयों और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासकों के नाम पर थे। हमने गुलामी की उन निशानियों को मिटाकर इन द्वीपों को नेताजी सुभाष से जोड़कर भारतीय नाम दिए, भारतीय पहचान दी। साथियों, आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे होने पर देश ने अपने लिए 5 प्राणों का विजन रखा है। इन 5 प्राणों में विकास के बड़े लक्ष्यों का संकल्प है, कर्तव्यों की प्रेरणा है। इसमें गुलामी की मानसिकता के त्याग का आह्वान है, अपनी विरासत पर गर्व का बोध है। आज भारत के आदर्श अपने हैं, आयाम अपने हैं। आज भारत के संकल्प अपने हैं, लक्ष्य अपने हैं। आज हमारे पथ अपने हैं, हमारे प्रतीक अपने हैं। और साथियों, आज अगर राजपथ का अस्तित्व समाप्त होकर कर्तव्य पथ बना है। आज अगर जॉर्ज पंचम की मूर्ति के निशान को हटाकर नेताजी की मूर्ति लगी है तो ये गुलामी की मानसिकता के परित्याग का पहला उदाहरण नहीं है। ये न शुरुआत है न अंत है। ये मन और मानस की आजादी का लक्ष्य हासिल करने तक निरंतर चलने वाली संकल्प यात्रा है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जहां रहते आए हैं उस जगह का नाम रेसकोर्स रोड से बदलकर लोक कल्याण मार्ग हो चुका है। हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में अब भारतीय वाद्य यंत्रों की भी गूंज सुनाई देती है। बीटिंग द रिट्रीट सेरेमनी में अब देशभक्ति से सरोबार गीतों को सुनकर हर भारतीय आनंद से भर जाता है। अभी हाल ही में भारतीय नौसेना ने भी गुलामी के निशान को उतारकर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के प्रतीक को धारण कर लिया है। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बनाकर देश ने समस्त देशवासियों की बरसों पुरानी इच्छा को भी पूरा किया है। साथियों, ये बदलाव केवल प्रतीकों तक ही सीमित नहीं है। ये बदलाव देश की नीतियों का भी हिस्सा बन चुका है। आज देश अंग्रेजों के जमाने से चले आ रहे सैकड़ों कानूनों को बदल चुका है। भारतीय बजट जो इतने दशकों से ब्रिटिश संसद के समय का अनुसरण कर रहा था, उसका समय और तारीख भी बदल गई है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के जरिए अब विदेशी भाषा की मजबूरी से भी देश के युवाओं को आजाद किया जा रहा है। यानी आज देश का विचार और देश का व्यवहार दोनों गुलामी की मानसिकता से मुक्त हो रहे हैं। ये मुक्ति हमें विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक लेकर के जाएगी। साथियों, महाकवि भरतियार ने भारत की महानता को लेकर तमिल भाषा में बहुत ही सुंदर कविता लिखी थी। इस कविता का शीर्षक है पारुकुलई नल्ल नाइंगल भारत नाड़। महाकवि भरतियार की ये कविता हर भारतीय को गर्व से भर देने वाली है। उनकी कविता का अर्थ है, हमारा देश भारत पूरे विश्व में सबसे महान है। ज्ञान में, अध्यात्म में, गरिमा में, अन्नदान में, संगीत में, शाश्वत कविताओं में हमारा देश भारत पूरे विश्व में सबसे महान है। वीरता में, सेनाओं के शौर्य में, करुणा में, दूसरों की सेवा में, जीवन के सत्य को खोजने में, वैज्ञानिक अनुसंधान में हमारा देश भारत पूरे विश्व में सबसे महान है। ये तमिल कवि भरतियार का, उनकी कविता का एक एक शब्द, एक एक भाव को अनुभव कीजिए। साथियों, गुलामी के उस कालखंड में ये पूरे विश्व को भारत की हुंकार थी। ये हमारे स्वतंत्र सेनानियों का आह्वान था। जिस भारत का वर्णन भरतियार ने अपनी कविता में किया है, हमें उस सर्वश्रेष्ठ भारत का निर्माण करके ही रहना है। और इसका रास्ता इस कर्तव्य पथ से ही जाता है। साथियों, कर्तव्य पथ केवल ईंट पत्थरों का रास्ता भर नहीं है। ये भारत के लोकतांत्रिक अतीत और सर्वकालिक आदर्शों का जीवंत मार्ग है। यहां जब देश के लोग आएंगे, वो नेताजी की प्रतिमा, नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल, ये सब उन्हें कितनी बड़ी प्रेरणा देंगे। उन्हें कर्तव्य बोध से ओत-प्रोत करेंगे। इसी स्थान पर देश की सरकार काम कर रही है। आप कल्पना करिए, देश ने जिन्हें जनता की सेवा का दायित्व सौंपा हो, उन्हें राजपथ जनता का सेवक होने का एहसास कैसे कराता। अगर पथ ही राजपथ हो तो यात्रा लोकमुखी कैसे होगी। राजपथ ब्रिटिश राज के लिए था, जिनके लिए भारत के लोग गुलाम थे। राजपथ की भावना भी गुलामी का प्रतीक थी, उसकी संरचना भी गुलामी का प्रतीक थी। आज इसका आर्किटेक्चर भी बदला है और उसकी आत्मा भी बदली है। अब देश के सांसद, मंत्री, अधिकारी जब इस पथ से गुजरेंगे तो उन्हें कर्तव्य पथ से देश के प्रति कर्तव्यों का बोध होगा। उसके लिए नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी, प्रेरणा मिलेगी। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल से लेकर कर्तव्य पथ से होते हुए राष्ट्रपति भवन का ये पूरा क्षेत्र, उनमें नेशन फर्स्ट, राष्ट्र ही प्रथम, इस भावना का प्रवाह प्रतिपल संचारित होगा। साथियों, आज के इस अवसर पर मैं अपने उन श्रमिक साथियों का विशेष आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने कर्तव्य पथ को केवल बनाया ही नहीं है, बल्कि अपने श्रम की पराकाष्ठा से देश को कर्तव्य पथ दिखाया भी है। मुझे अभी उन श्रमजीवियों से मुलाकात का भी अवसर मिला। उनसे बात करते समय मैं महसूस कर रहा था कि देश के गरीब, मजदूर और सामान्य मानवी के भीतर भारत का कितना भव्य सपना बसा हुआ है। अपना पसीना बहाते समय वो उसी सपने को सजीव कर देते हैं। और आज जब मैं इस अवसर पर मैं उन हर गरीब मजदूर को भी देश की तरफ से धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं, जो देश के अभूतपूर्व विकास को ये हमारे श्रमिक भाई गति दे रहे हैं। और जब मैं आज इन श्रमिक भाई बहनों से मिला तो मैंने उनसे कहा है कि इस बार 26 जनवरी को जिन्होंने यहां पर काम किया है, जो श्रमिक भाई है, वो परिवार के साथ मेरे विशेष अतिथि रहेंगे 26 जनवरी के कार्यक्रम। मुझे संतोष है कि नए भारत में आज श्रम और श्रमजीवियों के सम्मान की एक संस्कृति बन रही है, एक परंपरा पुनर्जीवित हो रही है। और साथियों, जब नीतियों में संवेदनशीलता आती है तो निर्णय भी उतने ही संवेदनशील होते चले जाते हैं। इसलिए देश अब अपनी श्रम शक्ति पर गर्व कर रहा है। श्रमेव जयते आज देश का मंत्र बन रहा है। इसलिए जब बनारस में, काशी में विश्वनाथ धाम के लोकार्पण का अलौकिक अवसर होता है तो श्रमजीवियों के सम्मान में भी पुष्प वर्षा होती है। जब प्रयागराज कुंभ का पवित्र पर्व होता है तो श्रमिक स्वच्छता कर्मियों का आभार व्यक्त किया जाता है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही देश को स्वदेशी विमान वाहक युद्धपोत INS विक्रांत मिला है, मुझे तब भी INS विक्रांत के निर्माण में दिन रात काम करने वाले श्रमिक भाई बहनों और उनके परिवारों से मिलने का अवसर मिला था। मैंने उनसे मिलकर उनका आभार व्यक्त किया। श्रम के सम्मान की परंपरा देश के संस्कारों का अमिट हिस्सा बन रही है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि नई संसद के निर्माण के बाद उसमें काम करने वाले श्रमिकों को भी एक विशेष गैलरी में स्थान दिया जाएगा। ये गैलरी आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी ये याद दिलाएगी कि लोकतंत्र की नींव में एक और संविधान है तो दूसरी ओर श्रमिकों का योगदान भी है। यही प्रेरणा हर एक देशवासी को एक कर्तव्य पथ भी देगा। यही प्रेरणा श्रम से सफलता का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी। साथियों, हमारे व्यवहार में, हमारे संसाधनों में, हमारे साधनों में, हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आधुनिकता का इस अमृतकाल का प्रमुख लक्ष्य है। और साथियों, जब हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करते हैं तो अधिकतर लोगों के मन में पहली तस्वीर सड़कों या फ्लाईओवर की हो जाती है। लेकिन आधुनिक होते भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का विस्तार उससे भी बहुत बड़ा है, उसके बहुत पहलू है। आज भारत सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ ही कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी उतनी ही तेजी से काम कर रहा है। मैं आपको सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का उदाहरण देता हूं। आज देश में एम्स की संख्या पहले के मुकाबले 3 गुना हो चुकी है। मेडिकल कॉलेजों की संख्या में भी 50% की वृद्धि हुई है। ये दिखाता है कि भारत आज अपने नागरिकों के स्वास्थ्य को बेहतर बनाने के लिए, उन्हें मेडिकल की आधुनिक सुविधाएं पहुंचाने के लिए किस तरह काम कर रहा है। आज देश में नई IITs, IIIT, वैज्ञानिक संस्थाओं का आधुनिक नेटवर्क लगातार विस्तार किया जा रहा है, तैयार किया जा रहा है। बीते 3 वर्षों में 6.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा ग्रामीण घरों को पाइप से पानी की सप्लाई सुनिश्चित की गई है। आज देश के हर जिले में 75 अमृत सरोवर बनाने का महाअभियान भी चल रहा है। भारत का ये सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सामाजिक न्याय को और समृद्ध कर रहा है। साथियों, ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विकास पर आज भारत जितना काम कर रहा है उतना पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। आज एक तरफ देश भर में ग्रामीण सड़कों का निर्माण हो रहा है तो वहीं रिकॉर्ड संख्या में आधुनिक एक्सप्रेसवे बनाए जा रहे हैं। आज देश में तेजी से रेलवे का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन हो रहा है तो उतने ही तेजी से अलग अलग शहरों में मेट्रो का भी विस्तार हो रहा है। आज देश में अनेकों नए एयरपोर्ट बनाए जा रहे हैं तो वाटरवे की संख्या में भी अभूतपूर्व वृद्धि की जा रही है। डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण में तो भारत आज पूरे विश्व के अग्रणी देशों में अपनी जगह बना चुका है। 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा पंचायतों तक ऑप्टिकल फाइबर पहुंचाना हो, डिजिटल पेमेंट के नए रिकॉर्ड हो, भारत की डिजिटल प्रगति की चर्चा पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है। भाई और बहनों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के इन कार्यों के बीच भारत में कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर जो काम किया गया है उसकी उतनी चर्चा नहीं हो पाई है। प्रसाद स्कीम के तहत देश के अनेकों तीर्थ स्थलों का पुनरुद्धार किया जा रहा है। काशी, केदारनाथ, सोमनाथ से लेकर करतारपुर साहिब कॉरिडोर तक के लिए जो कार्य हुआ है वो अभूतपूर्व है। और साथियों, जब हम कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करते हैं तो उसका मतलब सिर्फ आस्था की जगहों से जुड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हमारे इतिहास से जुड़ा हुआ हो, जो हमारे राष्ट्र नायक और राष्ट्र नायिकाओं से जुड़ा हुआ हो, जो हमारी विरासत से जुड़ा हो, उसका भी उतना ही तत्परता से निर्माण किया जा रहा है। सरदार पटेल की स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी हो या फिर आदिवासी स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों को समर्पित म्यूजियम, पीएम म्यूजियम हो या फिर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर मेमोरियल, नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल हो या फिर नेशनल पुलिस मेमोरियल, ये कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के उदाहरण है। ये परिभाषित करते हैं कि एक राष्ट्र के तौर पर हमारी संस्कृति क्या है, हमारे मूल्य क्या है और कैसे हम इन्हें सहज रहे हैं। एक आकांक्षी भारत सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ट्रांसपोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ ही कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को गति देते हुए तेज प्रगति कर सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में देश को कल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का एक और बेहतरीन उदाहरण मिल रहा है। आर्किटेक्चर से लेकर के आदर्शों तक आपको यहां भारतीय संस्कृति के दर्शन भी होंगे और बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिलेगा। मैं देश के हर नागरिक का आह्वान करता हूं, आप सभी को आमंत्रण देता हूं, आइए इस नवनिर्मित कर्तव्य पथ को आकर देखिए। इस निर्माण में आपको भविष्य का भारत नजर आएगा। यहां की ऊर्जा आपको हमारे विराट राष्ट्र के लिए एक नया विजन देगी, एक नया विश्वास देगी। और कल से लेकर के अगले 3 दिन यानी शुक्र, शनि और रवि 3 दिन यहां पर नेताजी सुभाष बाबू के जीवन पर आधारित शाम के समय ड्रोन शो भी आयोजन होने वाला है। आप यहां आइए, अपने और अपने परिवार की तस्वीरें खींचिए, सेल्फी लीजिए। इन्हें आप हैशटैग कर्तव्य पथ से सोशल मीडिया पर भी जरूर अपलोड करें। मुझे पता है ये पूरा क्षेत्र दिल्ली के लोगों की धड़कन है। यहां शाम को बड़ी संख्या में लोग अपने परिवार के साथ आते हैं, समय बिताते हैं। कर्तव्य पथ की प्लानिंग, डिजाइनिंग और लाइटिंग इसे ध्यान में रखते हुए भी की गई है। मुझे विश्वास है कर्तव्य पथ की ये प्रेरणा देश में कर्तव्य बोध का जो प्रवाह पैदा करेगी, ये प्रवाह ही हमें नए और विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि तक लेकर जाएगा। इसी विश्वास के साथ आप सभी का एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलेंगे, मैं कहूंगा नेताजी, आप बोलिए अमर रहे, अमर रहे। नेताजी, नेताजी, नेताजी। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। वंदे वंदे वंदे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, amid chants of Vande Mataram and Jai Hind, they're committing that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose will be celebrated over the next 3 days at Kartavya Path with a drone show towards the evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also saying that this is equivalent to the Prana Pratishtha of an Atmanirbhar Bharat that breaks away from the shackles of colonialism and works towards a commitment where every single citizen puts India first. The country is the Pratham Dharma or duty calling. That's what the Prime Minister has outlined, even as he said that more than 111 years of colonial history has now been literally consigned to the annals of history, because going forward, India and the world will know this region, this area and the national capital as Kartavya Path. He also outlined that how do you expect those who are supposed to govern, those who are supposed to serve the people and work for the betterment of the country, how would they do that if they were always walking on the Rajpath or King's Way with a mentality to rule? That has to be shed, and the mentality to serve has to be spoken about. He outlined that ever since his government and he has come into power, the effort has been to try and make it about people, about Lok Kalyan, about Jan Kalyan, and how Racecourse Road turned Lok Kalyan Marg, and 7 RCR, the residence of the Prime Minister, became 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. He's gone ahead and also thanked the Shramjeevis, all those artisans. We had spoken to Arun Yogiraj, the chief sculptor who sculpted this brilliant granite statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose weighing 60 tons out of 280 tons of solid granite. That story was also outlined, and he celebrated the Shramjeevis, those people who have put in their effort in the building the statue and also working on the Kartavya Path, and has invited all of them and their families as the Prime Minister's special invitees for the 26th January Republic Day celebrations coming up in 2023. He has said that this will be a reminder to the people the glory of our country and what India can achieve through the day and in the evening, as decorated beautifully and shining like this. The top of the India Gate adorned in the tricolour, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's 28 feet tall statue, 6 feet wide. That is what is now present there, that starts or marks the beginning of this beautiful Kartavya Path. Tuin Sinha of the BJP will be joining us. Professor Badri Narayan, historian and author, with us. Neeraj Attri, author of The Brainwashed Republic, with us. And Chandrachud Ghosh, historian, with us. Netaji Amar Rahe is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi ended his address with. Chandrachud Ghosh. It will be a proud moment to those who have been fighting, striving along with members of the family to also get recognition to the man who actually championed the thought of Azad Hind, and also the fact that made the people of the country realize that you have to fight for what is yours and fight for your freedom. He also made a mention, the Prime Minister Chandrachud Ghosh, of the Andaman Islands. He said, I have gone there, those very islands that were first freed from the shackles of colonial rule.
Very true, Anand, very true. And one has to give credit to this government, to Mr. Modi, for accomplishing those things which have been neglected for 7.5 decades. And today's event, setting up the statue there, that grand, amazing statue there, is a statement. It's a bold statement. It's a statement that alters, that changes the course of the traditional narrative that we have been fed upon for the last 7 decades. And it makes an announcement without saying much about the central role of Netaji, perhaps the stellar role that he played in the decision of the British Raj to make a hasty retreat just 2 years after the Second World War ended. And that probably would not have happened so soon, so quickly, if it were not for him and his INA that also led to the mutinies in the Royal Indian Air Force and the Royal Indian Navy. And that is what shook them, shook their confidence, made them realize that they had lost the loyalty of the Indian soldiers and they could not hold on to the empire anymore. And that is a direct, I would say, a challenge to the traditional criticism of that India won her independence through non-violence, through just love and affection, that we told them to leave and they left out of love. It was not so. I mean, it's not world history, politics, diplomacy doesn't work that way. And that needed to be removed. And with today's installation of the statue and placing the statue, the symbolism, the mere symbolism of the fact, the location and the magnitude of the statue is just amazing. It says a lot. In the coming days, the implications will be visible, understandable, comprehensible in the coming days and through the next generations. It's a very, very far-reaching achievement.
As beautiful as his closing was, the opening was also very stirring, Neeraj Attri, where he said that this is also the Prana Pratishtha, or bringing to life a new India. Not a facelift, but what he turned around and said is that this is the beginning of a new era, marks the beginning of a Pran Pratishtha, of putting into life a new vision, a new Bharat. A very strong statement that's come from the Prime Minister as he saluted that the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and also talks about the shift in posture and attitude of us as a country.
Absolutely, Anand. Because see, what happens is, it's all a matter of perception, how we perceive our history and our present. And try to imagine the difference that it is going to make when instead of George V, we are going to look at that beautiful and handsome image of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in his military attire. So this is actually a momentous event for our nation. And unfortunately, we have been suffering petty and narrow-minded politicians, which are dime a dozen in our country. But one thing that was coming to my mind was a part of our history. Now, what we don't know is that there has always been a coterie. It was not only in post-independence India, it was even before 1947 also. There were systematic efforts to erase the unmatched contribution of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in the freedom struggle, as Chandrachud Ghosh was mentioning right now. Now, it was a handiwork of these politicians who were at the helm of affairs immediately after independence. The corridors of our parliament had pictures of some questionable individuals, but they did not allow Netaji's picture to be put on the walls of the parliament. It was more than 30 years after, in 1978, when we had the first non-Congress government, that an image of Netaji could adorn the walls of our parliament. More than 30 years, Anand, try to imagine that. And it was done when the first non-Congress government came. Now, a man who had a decisive role to play in the exit of colonial masters could be given just a token of appreciation only when a particular party was booted out of power. The same Congress establishment could not dare to remove the statue of erstwhile colonial monster, I would say. It was an eyesore for every self-respecting citizen of this country. But the Brown Sahibs did not give a damn about us, the common citizens. And that is why it swells us with pride when we see Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose being installed over there by removing that monstrosity which we had been a witness to for such a long time. And see, there are scores of reasons to appreciate Central Vista, and yet this single reason, the installation, the Pran Pratishtha of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's image over there is sufficient for us to claim that this Central Vista, this entire project is something which will make that change in the body language of ordinary citizens, and that is what matters for us actually.
No, absolutely. And Badri Narayanji, in about 2-3 minutes, we should have Anuj Dhar also with us. So Chandrachud Ghosh perhaps needs no introduction about Anuj Dhar. Our viewers don't need. But I'm just going to say that he is also part of this team Mission Netaji. They were co-authored many books, and they have for long, nearly 2.5 decades, strived to try and prove that Netaji not just lived beyond 18th of August 1945, but also his contributions have been immense to an extent that perhaps shaped the course or charted the way for Purna Swaraj or freedom for us, and that he should not have been marginalized, and his family and his legacy the way it was, where Neera Jatri says nearly 30 years later in a non-Congress government is when Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose found a place in parliament. But Badri Narayanji, how would you see the Prime Minister's tone? Does he also say that the character or the hardness, the kind of spirit that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose imbued, the views that he had, that will be perhaps the bedrock for India going forward? Does this also signify a changing posture of India globally? We are not going to be a docile, dormant, waiting, sitting on the sidelines nation that others can take for granted. We are somebody who are going to assert ourselves and take what belongs to us.
You are very right. Actually, that's the message the PM wants to give to this opportunity or this event. Actually, this event has two meanings. One is decolonizing India. No? The decolonizing project, which has started from national movement, and it continued slowly since after independence, during 75 years of Indian independence. But now there is a time to complete it, to complete this decolonization project, which has started during national movement. And that there are two ways to do that. One is recovering the identity. And though the name is very important in that process, so changing the name is very important in recovering the lost identity of the nation. and that's BJP is trying to do. Secondly, the making symbolic action to substantial action, transforming symbolic action into substantial action.
Yes.
That's why PM referred that we have also changed the policy. Colonial time policies formed in the colonial time,
right?
And we have changed many policies and gave it Indian meaning, and also the entire grammar and the epistemology of the development in India, which PM is pushing, that is using Indian metaphors, Indian names, and Indian ethos, Indian values, and that our Indian mind likes a lot. So in one way, completing the decolonization project. Secondly, giving the satisfying Indian identity, which is our remaking Indian identity. And third, what you said, that posturing through Netaji image, giving the message that no, we are not docile, we are not meek and mild. India is a very strong nation. India is assertive. India is inclusive. India respects everyone, but it has its own strength, own power, and own assertion. So in that way, this event, actually, that's the beauty of the Prime Minister, the way he communicates the message.
Yes,
at one opportunity, he communicates various messages.
Absolutely, and you have to read, you have to listen to that speech again and again. But
this time also.
Absolutely, and Anuj Dhar is with me. Anuj Dhar.
Pleasure. I mean, history has been made today. I mean, you have witnessed how this history was made over the years. So you have, as a journalist, been following it.
Yes.
I mean, we never imagined this would happen this day. And who would have thought this very Rajpath, this very statue of King George, Fifth? Who would have thought? Like, it was there till 1965. The name Kingsway was still there. Now I've been listening to people. They are talking about, like, after independence we changed the name to Rajpath. No, you did not. It was only in 1955, and that's when when the Russian premier was supposed to come to Delhi. So you change the name from Kingsway to Rajpath, which is a Hindi translation of Kingsway, and then you let the statue of King George, sit there, and then it's only in 1965 when Netaji supporters go deface it, and then they put Netaji's photograph on the top of it. It's only then, because the people are very angry in London, that you decide it's about time to remove. And then exactly the same thing which happened in 1946, that when it came to fighting, Netaji and his men were at the forefront, but when it came to reaping the harvest, the Congress party was in the forefront, and they came to power in 47. And likewise, when the statue was removed because of Netaji's followers, but when it came to putting somebody else's statue, Congress party, no, Mahatma Gandhi should be there. It's our luck, that it could never happen, never materialize. And we never imagined in all our lives that we would see this day. Netaji was deprived his due. Very good example. His H.V. Kamath, former ICS officer who quit ICS like Netaji, became part of his struggle. He demanded there should be a portrait of Subhash Bose in the assembly, which became our parliament. Never happened. They did not allow. It was only in 1978, first non-Congress government.
Correct. That's what Neeraj Atri was also
78, saying. Morarji Bhai, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Samar Guha. I just got a call from Samar Guha's nephew just now. So Samar Guha and Atalji, they made it possible. Morarji Bhai made it possible. So 1978, by which time, well, in the context of Subhash Bose, all Tom, Dick and Harrys had their portraits unveiled in Parliament House, but not Subhash Bose. So this took 25 years for Netaji's portrait to figure in on Parliament House. This was beyond our imagination. This is absolutely, I think nobody has given
Netaji. You were right there, you saw it. So tell our viewers, how does it look?
No, I was actually coming to the studio. So I was there, but I was a bit far away from the whole. I was, basically I got the ambience, but not exactly. I was not close actually.
No, but did you see the statue from a distance?
I saw from distance. I mean, not now, but
quite imposing, isn't it? Because even Srijit was telling me it's quite imposing even from the other side of the Indian.
Just to give you an idea, the Ashokan pillar weighs something like 30 tons in the Firozshah Kotla. So people who have been to the Ashokan pillar, so that weighs 130 tons. So this is a monolith. It's, I think, twice the weight. So to get this thing done, like almost 50 tons, if I'm not wrong, it's not easy. And it's monolith. It's made of one stone, granite, And granite looks fantastic and is going to last forever.
We spoke to Arun Jogiraj, the sculptor, in the evening around on my 5
He's
PM
blessed.
show.
I mean, he started with the Adi Shankaracharya and look what he has done today. So
yes, Adi Shankara, and he said 280 tons of a solid block of granite, which they chipped away and turned it into 60 tons of Subhash Bose.
60 tons, my goodness.
60 tons, that's what he said. And what he said is that he says, we saw the stone turning into Subhash ji. That was a statement which actually gave me goosebumps when I was listening to it, because for a sculptor to say that this is coming to life. Chandrachud Ghosh, so when are you and Anuj Dhar making a trip together to Netaji's statue?
Well, it's my bad luck that it's just 1 year after I left Delhi, this had to happen. I wish it had happened when I was there. But I mean, it goes without saying, I mean, at the very first opportunity, we are going to be there. It's our dream coming true. So half of our dream is materialized now. The other half remains.
Yes.
And I hope that will be...
The other half is what happened after 18th August 1945.
And that is my friend. I would say in my case, it's more than 70%. So we are hoping and we are very grateful that Netaji's family today has done us a favor by raking up this issue all over again. So they would like to have a DNA test done on the remains.
Yeah, Anita Bose
I'm very happy. Please, by all means, we're all game. Get it done. Go to the American FBI lab, but no test in India. Our demands, it has to be done in American FBI lab, because they have all the technologies. We have an arrangement with the Americans. They have the FBI office in Delhi. We have the CBI office in America, so you can get it done. So please, by all means.
And transparently, under monitoring and supervision. It cannot be done in closed doors.
It cannot be done in closed doors.
By the way, I'll tell you a little secret. Yeah. Let me divulge that secret, that the Bose family has already done a DNA test.
The Bose family has already done a DNA test. So you're divulging us. So you're saying the Bose family already knows the truth. They just want the confirmation.
I'm just telling you only this matter of fact that the family has already done a DNA test.
Yes.
They are playing big time games. So let them go ahead. We are all games.
So we'll put it there, but there is an electropherogram which is there in Kolkata also, which if the Trinamool Congress wants and really believes that the legacy of Netaji Bose is something that the Trinamool has always championed, and the BJP is appropriating, that's the political aji-baji that's going on. They should get that electropherogram released also. We've discussed
I would like to appeal, because we are having, I would say in Hindi, I've got laddus in both our hands. The first time we are having governments in Calcutta and Delhi which are pro-Netaji. So I would not question. Both Mamta Didi and Modi ji have been talking about Netaji for many, many years.
Yes.
So don't forget, Modi ji had this statue of Netaji in his constituency also.
Yes.
So it's not for the first time that he's got a Netaji statue. You go to Vadodara, there's a statue of Netaji right in the heart. So he was not contesting elections of the country.
And he was the one who brought the ashes of Shamji Verma also back.
And likewise, Mamta Didi has also been talking about the issue of Netaji's death, another thing, for last 30 years. So I'm not going to get into the credentials of both these great leaders.
No matter what they have to say, let them do it for Netaji.
Yes, for Netaji, I would be my hands I will request my friends in TMC and BJP, please at least on this issue, you should work together. Because both of you are working for this cause. And so please, we've never had so good. We have a government in Calcutta which is not hostile. And we have a government in Delhi which is not hostile. So at least in the name of Netaji, I would be very happy.
Yeah, I think they always agree on Netaji, and that they don't have a difference of opinion on that. The appropriation fight is a political one, and they can have that fight. But allow us, this is what Mr. Netaji. I'm just going to check if Neeraj Atri is still with us. All right. We'll try and connect with him in just a bit. But Chandrachud Ghosh, this statue there, did you hear the Pran Pratishtha part, Chandrachud Ghosh? Do you believe that is significant when the Prime Minister says it? I keep going back to it because that was the first utterance, and he said it with a force. That body language itself said that I want you to understand that when we put Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose right at the top of Kartavya path, we also defines how India is going to be going forward.
These are very, very powerful symbols, Anand. I mean, as I keep saying, that a well-constructed, powerful symbol can have impact more than 100 books can ever have. So, I mean, these were, as people keep looking at the statue, at the face of Netaji there, at the imposing statue, the height and the sculpted body, the military dress, and remember the Prime Minister's words and the whole function today, the spirit there. It is going to change a lot. It is going to change a lot of things. And the criticism that I have heard the whole evening, it is more directed at the BJP. And I sensed a lot of concern that BJP is doing what others could not have done, others did not do, and that is causing a lot of heartburn. And that should not be so, but on a happy occasion like this, but that is happening and that is natural and political. But as I always say, let there be politics as far as Netaji is concerned, that will bring him to the center stage, that will mainstream him, and let there be competition in appropriating him. Why just let one or two parties appropriate him?
See, there is a lot to see, ladies and gentlemen. Anujdhar, I thank you for making this dash and coming to the studio. It's very special
so
for
kind
me.
you could accommodate me. I just came.
No accommodation. The work
without
that you guys have done is
being
phenomenal.
on your show, this would be include the evening for me. I'm
absolutely,
so glad.
that is exactly what I was trying to say. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Even if for 20 minutes I could make it to your show because I was there. I was on your channel during the day, but then. It's like, I am supposed to eat everything the one day because I come to channels only for Netaji, only probably once in a year.
Correct.
And so one day everybody wants me. So it is very difficult for me, but I'm so delighted.
No, but we have connected beyond just that one day. There have been many
You
things.
are part of our presentation, by the way. Some of the wonderful shows you did. So I was in US, everywhere. I mean, you're part of. We have a talk.
Well, I can only thank you for that.
We have a talk in Chandochus in IIT Kanpur. I will be flying tomorrow morning. So you're part of
I thank you very much. We'll take this conversation outside beyond the broadcast because I've already spilled into time for brass tacks. So I have to say namaste and thank you very much. Over to Anusha.
Good evening, hello and welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Anusha Soni. The blot of colonialism has been removed, said the Prime Minister as he made a pitch for a renewed and re-energized New India. The Prime Minister inaugurated the Kartavya Path, earlier known as Rajpath, and the statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose at India Gate. In his address, the Prime Minister also reminded us how the previous governments have failed to give Netaji his due. But the address of the Prime Minister was not just about politics, but he also reminded us about the Panch Pran, one of which is to understand and celebrate our history and culture, our own identity, without the burden of colonialism. This renewed push demands that each individual, each citizen, reimagines herself, her identity as a Bharatiya. And this reimagination of the identity is what defines brand Modi and distinguishes his government. Tonight we discuss on polity, identity and the barbs coming in from the opposition.
गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्सवे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया। भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर हो। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी।
And in his address from the brand new Kartavya Path, the Prime Minister also said that India has removed the blot of colonialism today and given a true patriot his due. Listen in, and then we have our guests with us on the broadcast.
गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्सवे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया।
Was Netaji given his due? Once again, this question has been raised by the Prime Minister, and he says he was never given the due that he should have. Joining us on the broadcast is a panel of guests. We have Mohan Kumar Mangalam, who's the spokesperson of the Congress Party, Mr. Nalin Kohli, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP. He's also joining us on the broadcast. We have Arun Anand, who's a consulting editor of the First Post, Chandrachud Ghosh, who's a historian, and we also have Anuj Dhar, who's the author of Subhash Bose Life After Death, the much celebrated book. I want to begin with you, Anuji, and beyond the politics of this entire issue, what the Congress says and what the BJP says, this is a generation, unfortunately, that has learnt its history through WhatsApp and is often not informed about historical facets, and that is why the arguments often become political. But you, as a subject matter expert on Subhash Chandra Bose, his life, the controversies around it, what is your opinion? Was he given his due, and if not, what are the historical examples that tell us about it?
Historical examples would speak for them themselves. Yeah. So we have, for a start, 1947, when India transfer of power becomes free, there's a demand that we should have Netaji's statue, Netaji's portrait in the assembly, which became our parliament. Yeah. Turned down. It was only in 1978, because of the efforts put in by Samar Guha and Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and then Prime Minister Morarji Bhai Desai, that we had Netaji's portrait in Parliament House. So can you imagine, beginning 47, for 25 years, this country had to wait for Netaji to find a place in the Parliament House. And I would say that compared to Netaji, there were other Tom, Dick and Harrys who were given that space. So they were, stalwarts as far as we are concerned, but when you put them in next to Subhash Bose, they were nobodies. So this was the condition, and then today I've noticed, there's some misleading statements have been made, even by journalists, that the name of Rajpath, the Kingsway, was changed after independence. What do you mean by independence? It was not changed until 1955. It was Kingsway, named after King George V.
The King George.
So it was only in 1955, when we were about to receive a Russian gift, Russian Nikita Khrushchev, only then it was changed. And nobody in India, you're talking about young generational change. Imagine the plight of young people growing up in India in 1950s and 60s. They would, come to the same Rajpath and they would see the statue of King George V. His Majesty is still there. Nobody wanted to be removed. It was only like in 65, Subhash Bose's followers went and they defaced the statue and they smeared some tar on the face of the statue, and then of course they put Subhash Bose's portrait there. It is only then, and of course there was a controversy in England, London, they were not very happy. It's only then this decision was taken. to remove the statue. So this is exactly what happened. They were not bothered, they were not concerned. And in between,
when you say they, you mean the Congress party?
The government in power, of course,
the
have to blame them.
Power,
There's no other way out, of course.
Yes.
And then imagine, like, you go back to 1955. So people of India would find it shocking today. But 1955, the chief of the Indian Air Force was a British. Angrez. I'm not talking about Anglo-Indians. I'm talking about proper British citizen. The chief of the Indian Navy in 1955 was Angrez.
Yes.
And the Intelligence Bureau of India was reporting to London till then. There is a lot of, I hope time would come, and time would come. This is not we are not living in Indira Gandhi's era. Transfer of power has to be thrashed out fairly and squarely. There is something very fishy about the transfer of power. There is something fishy about India joining the Commonwealth in 1949. Commonwealth, if I would call it in Hindi, Gulamo ka tola. So all the former slaves of the British, and of course, the Australia and New Zealand, who were essentially the Britishers, living in other colonies. So they formed a group. People of India did not want, but Panditji took that call. And unfortunately, when under the Freedom of Information Act, our RTI, a question was put to the government. Let us have the records about India's joining, the Commonwealth of Nations.
Anuj,
the answer is no. They have no information, no record. Records have vanished, disappeared.
As you share all these examples, and these are pertinent examples which I'll take to our guests, I also want you to talk about, as a historian, as somebody who researches about it, that why is this history and a reminder of this history is important for this generation and the discourse for modern India? What does it tell us? How does it serve us?
It's about politics, it's more about politics than history. But I, as I was giving example of somebody walking across, that road in 1950s. The people, young generation grew up, seeing the George, fifth standing tall. Now the young generation, they would see Netaji and the way they think. Chandrachud Ghosh is right now in IIT Kanpur. I will be joining him tomorrow. I've just returned from a long tour of America, where I've been, of course. We go all over the world, and is essentially in young people, youth. In this age, the media has become so powerful, so formidable, and so much different from what it used to be even 10 years ago. And the onset of social media. Usually, all over the country, the youth are very energetic, so don't have the inhibitions that people have even 10 years ago. I believe, as a matter of giving this thing is going to give a huge psychological boost, because how people were groomed and fashioned back.
And how you perceived your own identity as an Indian, the complexes you had, or you want to do away with. I think this generation should do away.
The idea was that the Indians did not have the courage, beginning 1857. We did not have the courage to look into the eyes of the British. Take, for example, old pictures. See pictures of people. You have group pictures of people sitting with Angrez. They would be afraid in the company of the white people. So they did not have the guts to look in the eyes. Forget about taking arms and fight with them. And look at what this man did. 6 months of training, Subhash Bose, INA. He made women, back in those days in 1940-43, even the film actresses would not look straight into the camera, lest people should feel offended. He made women stick up arms and fight. So this is what this man achieved.
This is what that ideology.
6 months.
I will open this debate to now the political guests we have, Nalin Kohli and Mohan Kumar Mangalam. Mohanji, first coming to you, why did it take us more than 2 decades to have a portrait of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in the parliament?
No, I am not aware of the reasons why it took as long as it did, but I'll say that, on a day that Congress has actually started its Janpath, I'm not surprised that Mr. Modi has chosen to make another announcement, rename another path to Kartavya path, and unveil a statue. I welcome any statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. He was the first to call of the father of our nation, give him that title, and fondly called him Bapu. They had a great dynamic between the two of them. We have so many great freedom fighters in our country, and maybe there is one particular freedom fighter here who we all admire, whose unveiling of portrait had been delayed. But to look into the past and assign sort of nefarious reasons for it is not something that is going to be.
Mohanji, I'm not assigning nefarious reasons. No, that's not the intent. That's not the intent. But can I tell you something very honestly?
Honestly, hold on a second.
Yeah.
You are in the way that the question. No. By asking this question, you assume that there is some sort of design or some sort of.
The way I framed my question is Mohan, this is unfair. This is unfair. This is unfair. This is unfair.
How is this unfair?
The way I framed my question, is why did it take so long? I did not attribute a motive to you.
And I am.
Then don't ask my. Then don't term my question as nefarious. That's unfair.
And I am saying that I am not saying your question is nefarious. I'm saying there is an underlying assumption when you ask me that question that there is a purposeful ignoring of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, which is what I'm actually rebuking here, and which is why I'm telling you that we are a country of many great freedom fighters.
I'm going to interject you once again.
And by
I'm going to interject you once again. I'm going to interject you once again, Mohan. I'm not going to talk about the yatra that the Congress party has started. Very good you've started that yatra. Inflation, price rise, there are various other issues that the opposition parties should raise. Good that the Congress party is hitting the streets. I'm not talking about that. But BJP often, your political opponents often, and now we have historians also who are talking about it, that the Congress party has shied away and ducked away some very uncomfortable questions of past and history. And this is a case in point. When I asked you a very simple question, you spoke about the politics of the Congress, you spoke about the motives or the underlying assumption of the question, but you did not answer me on the substance of the question. Would you? Mohanji.
On the substance of the question, I'm trying to tell you that many great freedom fighters' portraits were unveiled, and if the unveiling of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's portrait was delayed, it wasn't for any nefarious reason. That is my answer to you. If you're going to ask me if there's any specific reason, there is an assumption in that question that there was a design as to why it's delayed. And I am actually saying that isn't the case. I'm also saying that it is great to have statues of our freedom fighters, but what we want to do is focus on the problems of today. And if you want to build a young, confident India, as some of your other guests talked about, being able to look into the eyes of the world, then we need to focus on the problems of the day, and we need to figure out how we are going to build a prosperous nation so that all of us can be proud of and look anybody in the eye we want to.
Well, I agree with you that we need to focus on the problems of today, but the way we all imagine our identity as Indians, the history that we come from, I think an acknowledgement of that is also very, very critical. Mr. Chandrachud Ghosh, I'm going to bring you into the discussion. Mohanji is arguing that, all right, the portrait was not there in Parliament and more than 2 decades it was not there, but don't assign a nefarious reason for it. I mean, there wasn't a nefarious reason. Do you accept that argument?
I would have agreed with him. I would have agreed with him if it was an isolated example. Let me also add the question: why did it take so long to rename the Andaman Islands? The demand has been there from the very beginning, from the as soon as the Legislative Assembly was formed in independent India. That was not done. I will give you some more examples, perhaps, which are not so commonly known. That when the All India radio station in Calcutta wanted to celebrate Netaji's birthday in 1948 and 49. Sardar Patel, who was the Information and Broadcasting Minister at that time, he tried to stop it. And in 1948, there was a strike by the protest by the station workers. In 49, the artists led a protest. They put their foot down and said that if this does not happen, we are not performing. And you will be surprised to know the name of the person who led that protest for the artists. It was the biggest superstar of the day, Kartavya.
Yeah.
So, I can go on citing examples. There is nothing about nefarious intent here. It is a very well calculated intent of sidelining Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, because firstly, he was thrown out of the Congress in 1939. His elder brother, Sarad Bose, was thrown out of the Congress the very next year. And this went on, and he was never taken back. He was asked to apologize for his political stance. He's going over to the Axis to fight for India's interests, was attacked all around. He was, several motives were ascribed, and there has been a very well calculated to prop up one non-violent Gandhian philosophy, and which later on was taken up by the Nehruvian politics, philosophy, and governance model, or whatever you call it. That particular strand had to be propped up, had to be championed, and for that purpose, it was essential to brush Netaji's role, contribution, his philosophy, his caliber under the carpet, at least to downsize it.
Mohanji, you want to come into the discussion? We'll try and connect with Mohan Kumar Mangalam. I think there's a problem with that line. But I want to bring in Mr. Arun Anand, the consulting editor of First Post, who's with us on the broadcast. Sir, the way Prime Minister spoke today, and not the first time, he's spoken in this tone and tenor multiple times, is his call to reimagine our own identity, especially I think for the younger generation, without the chains of colonialism, realizing and acknowledging what went wrong and then moving forward and creating a new identity. And perhaps this pitch is what makes brand Modi so different and this government so different. That you're not just talking about your present schemes, what you want to do for the welfare of the country, but there's also a pitch to understand, celebrate and reclaim your own past.
See, what Mr. Narendra Modi is right now, but he has said that we need to, decolonize, and my fellow panelists, they have also, spoken about how the legacy of Subhash Chandra Bose, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was ignored. See, largely, it's a larger question. What Narendra Modi has done is that he has understood that our whole independence movement was not merely a political fight to throw out the British. It was basically a search for selfhood. वो एक स्व की खोज थी. That was the larger message of that independence movement. That was the core of the independence movement. And people like Subhash Chandra Bose, they represented really that quest for selfhood. Not, the subsequent Congress leaders who they were not representing that quest for selfhood. So that's why for the next 7 decades, when we became independent. So after that, the whole independence movement has been projected as that it was merely a political fight to throw out the British. No, it was largely a cultural fight. It was a quest for the selfhood. And that is what when Prime Minister says that we need to decolonize. So that is basically extension of that message that when you're celebrating 75th year of your independence, so then you need to, renew your quest for that selfhood, and you need to realize that selfhood. So it was not merely, that's why, we have got political independence, but largely we still remain, culturally very, very colonized. I just want to add a small nugget of information so that when Mr. Kumar Mangalam comes to line, he can probably answer that. In 1955, around 1955, a member of parliament, Dr. Raghuveer, had asked for changing the names of, a number of roads in Delhi, which Nehru rejected. And then the Chief Commissioner of Delhi wrote a letter to him. And then he suggested that, okay, these names should be changed. And Nehru writes a letter, and this letter is there in the Nehru Memorial. You can search it online also. So then Nehru writes a letter to the Home Secretary saying that I know it is basically, the Chief Commissioner is writing on the behest of Dr. Raghuveer, who was a member of parliament, who was a nationalist. So, and he only goes on to change 5 names of only the 5 roads. And the rest of the, a lot of colonial legacy remains there. So this is how they have, dealt with the whole situation. So, and I think Congress should accept that, okay, they committed a mistake. I think simply they can say, we should have done that. We have committed a mistake. We are sorry. And I think they should congratulate the Prime Minister and
it sounds very utopian to me, Arunji, but thank you for sharing those anecdotes. Mr. Nalal Kohli, I'm going to come to you and bring you into the discussion. We don't have the Congress party with us on the broadcast, and in the spirit of fairness, it's only right that I ask you the questions that Mohanji was also raising earlier. That what would you really achieve by renaming roads? What would you really achieve by creating statues? Because in reality, you haven't really honored the ideals. The other argument of the Congress party and your political opponents is that you're not ready to face the issues of price rise head-on, or inflation or unemployment head-on, and that is why you create these gimmicks. Please respond to them.
The Congress party is entitled to say anything they want, and that's really of little consequence because it doesn't come from conviction. It possibly comes from dismay, because the model that the Congress party has professed in the 55 odd years that they were in government is based on the politics of entitlement, where family matters, no one else. So the centrality of their own political structure, which is the party, and the centrality of their governance model has been family-centric. Now, that's their model. That model, in stark contrast, is the model since 2014, which is a people-centric government, which is what Narendra Modi ji has brought. So he first says, I'm the Pradhan Sevak, I'm not the Prime Minister. I'm one of you to serve you. The second is, if you look at the journey, it's about ensuring benefits reach those who need it most. So it's about not poverty alleviation, it's about poverty eradication of a new India that will be a $5 trillion economy one day, and we are moving in that direction. And an India that is self-confident in itself, about itself. It's not an India that is living in a legacy and shadow of a colonial past, feeling lack of confidence. This is a confident India, where Indians will march with their heads held high. Now, when we come to the naming of a road, it's not a road that's being named. It's much more. The focus changes from Rajpath, which is from ruling, to Kartavya, which is duty. Look at the location of the road. On both sides of the road, essentially, is the government, which goes right up to North Block, South Block, Parliament House, North Block, South Block, and then the presidential estate or Rashtrapati Bhavan. And at the other end, you've got now Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, a freedom fighter of eminence, someone we've actually done great disservice to in our 70 years, 75 years, of not even recognizing them, how late it was to start bringing them central. And today, in a sense, you put an icon of the freedom movement. Gandhiji, obviously, as the father of the nation, enjoys that. Sardar Patel has come through what the Statue of Unity is. Now, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. It's not centric to one person. It's recognition of each one who contributed in India. But coming back, Kartavya Path is essentially service, duty towards the nation, starting from the government first. So therefore, this is a historic, important day. The Congress party may want to demean it. That's their politics.
I don't think we're getting Mr. Mohan Kumar Mangalam back into the debate. So I'll go back to Anuj Thar and I'll discuss a few more points with him, and then I'll bring in all of you into the discussion. Anuj, you spoke about the fact that how there has been overlooking of certain ideals, and before the show began, you spoke about the facet of transfer of power. There's an interesting aspect that Mr. Chandrachud Ghosh also brings into the discussion, which is about imagining our independence struggle as some kind of a singular movement which had one way, one structure of non-violence. Not to run down the contribution of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, but the way our freedom fighters, including Subhash Chandra Bose, imagined India and the way they fought were very, very different from the means that Mahatma Gandhi adopted.
I'm a former journalist. I'm a journalist. I tell you the facts. I just report. It so happens about history. Well, one of the big difference between Netaji and Mahatma Gandhi was that Mahatma Gandhi was stuck on dominion status. Is to be like Canada is a dominion of Great Britain. New Zealand is a dominion. And that's why Gandhiji wanted a Union Jack on Free India's flag. So the goals of both Subhash Bose and Gandhiji were not same. Gandhiji was for dominion status, and Subhash Bose wanted Puran Swaraj. Like America, you will be totally cut off from the British, because on one hand, if you're saying the British came to India, they did all sort of things to us. So obviously, we will have no. For Canada to have that link, it makes sense because they are descendants of the Britishers. So this was one big problem, and eventually, like Panditji and Subhash were on the same side. They virtually forced Gandhiji in 29 when this Congress had this, in Lahore, very famous meeting. But Gandhiji again, after 5 months, again he came back to the same. So when it came to the crunch, even Panditji changed side, and suddenly we have the transfer of power, and we become a dominion. So India was not a free country. Nalinji would know. He was such an eminent lawyer. He would know. India was not a free country. The King of England, George VI, was our head of the state, even after 47. Most people do not know this. The head of the state of India after 47 till 48 was the King of England, even beyond.
Till the constitution actually came into being.
Yeah, but then it doesn't gel well with a lot of things which are being said, that we drove them away and so on and so forth. No, you did not drive anybody away. Union Jack did not come down on 1947. Mountbatten has left a lot of details about it. And then the has been for many decades. Now I grew up in New Delhi, like you have this conspiracy theories about there being secret clauses to the transfer of power, and one of the clauses was about Subhash Bose, that this fellow has been involved in war crimes here and there, so once he resurfaces in India, he should be handed over and tried. So this was in the domain of conspiracy theorists. Now a great change has come about, like recently, like couple of years ago, the British government, the British intelligence, so they declassified their so this is open, out in the open. This is no longer this is as clear as the daylight. So they have the MI5 has made it known as part of the transfer power they were secret deals. So now the deals were there, it is confirmed. So there was an unwritten secret clause. The MI5 opened a secret office in Delhi, which was given the nomenclature of SLO, Security Liaison Office. Nobody told me about it. In my parliament, now we are the country, we are the people who keep going all over the world talking about the need for the world peace and to talk about truth, etc. But nobody told me ever in history, in parliament, Panditji, nobody, that we had a secret office of the Security Liaison Office in Delhi. It functioned till 1968. It was wound up not because India wanted, because the British government ran out of money. And our intelligence bureau was reporting to London via SLO. Our directors, beginning with Mr. Malik, Mr. Huja, all of them were the chamchas of the British who were going and reporting to the British even after independence. Not only that, these are matter of record. That's why I'm being very frank with you on national television. The records clearly show they were not only spying and snooping on Subhash Bose family, they were passing on dutifully the, I believe BJP has been very soft on Congress party. They were passing on information to British intelligence after independence.
I want to bring in Arun Anandji also into the discussion. Arunji, a lot of facets of our history have never been taught to us. In fact, they were never been told on the floor of the House and Parliament as well. And now these uncomfortable historical facts are being discussed in the public domain, rightly so. In the polity of today, in real politique, when these historical wounds are being opened, we're talking about them, we are addressing these issues, how is it likely to affect today's politics? And more importantly, vis-a-vis the Congress party, brand Narendra Modi, and the elections ahead in 2024?
I think it's going to have a great impact on today's polity, and it's already having an impact on today's polity. Congress has a lot to answer as a political party which ruled this country for more than 5 decades, and it ensured that only a unidimensional kind of a history that is being taught to the students. And the problem was that at that time there was no internet. So, and the mass media tools were also very much limited. So whichever the ruling party was, so it was able to push its propaganda through these platforms. So now, when we have internet, when you have archives which are available online, when people can talk about it on social media, so people are asking questions. Anybody who talks, who tracks social media, so they can see that people are asking tough questions, and Congress doesn't have answers to these questions. So, and Congress actually doesn't know its own history, because in 1950, but I'll just give you a small example that how Congress has basically shot itself in the foot, and how it is impacting, how it has started. Actually, this whole thing had started impacting the Indian politics since 1950. But Nehru, subsequently Indira, so both of them were such shrewd politicians that they ensured that Congress remained in power without answering these questions. Like in 1950, Nehru wanted his own candidate to win the Congress president election, and Purushottam Das Tandon defeated J.B. Kripalani massively, who was Nehru's candidate. And what was the bone of contention? The bone of contention.
Arunji, I'm sorry.
I'll just finish it. The bone of contention was that Nehru did not want Purushottam Das Tandon to speak on the plight of Hindus which they had suffered during the partition. So this is how the things have been going on within Congress.
Arunji, this is the facet I want to talk to you about. That the moment you mention certain uncomfortable facts about history and the manner in which the country was run largely by the Congress party, which was in power after independence, the argument that comes in is that there is an attempt to demonize the icons of the Congress party. There's an attempt to take over history. There's an attempt to rewrite the history which is factually incorrect. And somewhere, I think the opposition, of course, because these are uncomfortable questions for them, is not ready to face these questions head on. It's called the demonization project without really getting into the merits of the debate.
I think you have raised a very pertinent point, and see, the problem is that the left and the Congress, they colluded throughout 1950s, 60s. If you look at the names of the HRD ministers, which were posted right from the beginning, and the way JNU was set up.
Yeah.
So this whole story has been told many times, but I'm just recalling it. So if you look at the education ministers or the human resource development ministers, throughout we had people who were, even within Congress, when they were within Congress, they were left of the center.
Yeah.
So it was a joint project which was going on, and now the problem is, as I mentioned, that Congress doesn't know its own history. Like I'll just add in 30 seconds. I'll just add another nugget. Rahul Gandhi started Bharat Jodo Yatra from Kanyakumari, and the gentleman did not visit Vivekanand Smarak there, which his grandmother Indira Gandhi had visited, which is the biggest symbol of Bharat Jodo, and it was set up by basically an RSS Pracharak, and Indira Gandhi visited there, and Indira Gandhi had written in the visitors book all praise and one of the greatest connecting symbols for India, and this is how they deal with their history.
Chandrachud Ghosh, I'm coming to you, and we're talking about these uncomfortable facets of history which we've never been taught, which we've not spoken about. Anuj pointed out to some glaring things that happened during the transfer of power. Limited amount of evidence, of course, has come in the public domain, but this evidence indicates a lot of things which have not been revealed so far. But talking about the manner in which history has been framed, or the legacy of a leader like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has been celebrated, and he's not the only figure which many would argue has been ignored. There are many other freedom fighters, in fact the prime ministers that we have had in this country, apart from Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, who many would argue have not been celebrated enough. To correct that history and understanding of history and not get into demonization, what is the way forward? What is your understanding as a historian?
See, the first thing is that everything should be brought out in the public domain. And that is where, and nobody wants to demonize any particular leader or any political party just without reason. And if the process of transparency, when it begins, if it puts particular leaders or particular parties in a particular light, then one can't help it. The question, therefore, is, I will add another question. Why did it have to be a non-Congress government in 1998 to declassify the INA files, the files related to the Indian National Army? So the INA was wrapped up in 1945, and the files related to them were declassified by the National Front government in 1998. What prevented the Congress party to put them in the National Archives out to the scholars? When Anuj and we started the transparency campaign related to Netaji and Lal Bahadur Shastri as well. But our focus has been on Netaji. And whenever we asked for information, the stock answer from the Congress government, the UP government at that time, was that if we release documents on Netaji, it will harm our relations with foreign governments and create internal disturbance. So, why was
Chandrachud, what according to you can the government do more when it comes to legacy of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose? Because I want to take that question to Nalin Kohli as well.
Yeah, I was both Anuj and I were talking to Anand about it, and we said that the Mission Netaji campaign that we run, both of us, half of our dream has been achieved today. And we are grateful to Prime Minister Modi for that. And now the other half remains, where the burning question is, there has to be a closure on the question of his fate. And whatever has been told, just like fairy tale has been passed off in the name of history by the previous Congress governments for so many decades, for the 7.5 decades, the fairy tale that Netaji died in 1945 in a plane crash is also fairy tale. And the stalwart ministers in the current government also argued in favor of that. There was no death. Netaji did not die. So the question is, that has to be settled. That question, the truth has to be told. We have, through our research, put forth all the evidence that points conclusively that he did not die. Now, there has to be a government stand on it. The government cannot evade or close its eyes. It has to close that issue, bring out the truth, how much ever uncomfortable it is, even if there is apprehension that it will create some sort of disturbance among people. I believe people of our country are mature enough, and with the flow of information, we live in the information age. We don't live in the 50s and 60s anymore, that there will be riots and people will run
people can handle uncomfortable information. Nalin Kohli, there are many things, and these are two historians, these are two people who have worked for the cause of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Chandrachud Ghosh and Anuj Dhar, and both are saying that there's so much more that needs to be done, especially the controversy around the death of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. At least this government, with the mandate that it has, can really settle these uncomfortable questions that all of us want an answer of.
That's a tough one, honestly. And I'd say that, being a lawyer, also in public life, sometimes things, we look for closure, and sometimes closure is a new opening, which is anything but closure. That's why I said that's a tough one.
Nanilji, I have seen you in court, in Supreme Court very often. I would not allow you the play of words. You'd have to answer that question point blank.
No,
Nanilji, we are pinning our hopes on you. I mean, no, you have brought us the closest. Last 75 years, this is the best government for us. Modi ji is our best chance.
What is stopping this government, Nanilji?
We are just hoping it brings 7 years, 8 years.
No, I don't know. See, in fairness, I can't answer that in fairness and in honesty, because I don't know. After all, there are things, there is a system in the West in terms of declassifying, which is what you were referring to, and we are all aware. I'm a student of history, so I appreciate the inputs coming from any historian or anyone who works on subjects of history. So therefore, that's one part. The second is a larger part which involves continuing relationships with foreign countries. So that's a second part to it. And my guess is, and that I'm wearing my legal hat, not a political one. My guess is that any answer that looks at it, because here there is assumedly, of what we have read in history, correct or incorrect, is that multiple international events are linked to the last flight or the last movement or the travels of Netaji. So that could be perhaps a reason, but we have to leave it to the wisdom of the government. But what I can say about Prime Minister Modi's government is, and which is evident today, is that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is being recognized and finally being acknowledged as never before, and quite rightfully. And this is to be true for every son or daughter of India.
I'm short of time. Anuj, are you satisfied with that answer?
But with Nalin ji, of course, because I have highest esteem, so I'm happy with Nalin ji. But for the BJP, as I said, we have pinned our hopes on Modi ji. He can overcome these problems. I hope he's working. Maybe he's just building up everything. And talking of demonization, of course, I just heard, we are not even talking actually. What do you?
Yes,
this country had, for whatever reason, the Congress leader chose a pedophile as our first Governor General for India. So we are not trying to demonize. There's so much of dirt in this whole case. But maybe time will come when people discuss. By the way, one more thing. As we speak, Queen Elizabeth is not well. I just read on Twitter.
Yeah, we're going to go to that bit of news as well.
Yeah, because she's the granddaughter of King George VI, who's being discussed today.
Chandrachudji, you want to make a point? Quickly make your point.
I'll just come to, as a rebuttal to Nalinji's point. His argument sounded very much like the Congress, the UP of the late years. And when, particularly tonight, when Modi ji is talking about a resurgent India, when he is talking about a new spirit, decolonizing, forgetting our old past that can be forgotten, and Modi ji has the massive mandate inside Parliament, outside Parliament.
Okay, those are the hopes, Nalinji, that have been pinned on you.
If anybody can do, he can do it. So the BJP has to
That's why I said it really falls onto the government, Chandrachudji. No, I think I'll answer both Anuj and Chandrachudji.
20 seconds,
and I really can't answer. That's the honest truth. And that is something that has to be left to the wisdom of the government. Take the example, let's say the McMahon line. It's an issue. So that is an issue that obviously only the government.
I'm sorry to interrupt this very intriguing discussion. I'm short of time, Nalanji. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. But as a student of history, as a student of law, and more importantly, as a citizen of this nation, I would want to know how my freedom fighters lived, how they died, what is the controversy around them, and what are the uncomfortable truths that have been hidden from us as citizens when we were studying history in our schools and in our colleges. Nalan Kohli, Arun Anand, Chandrachud Ghosh, Anuj Dhar, and Mohan Kumar Mangalam, who was briefly with us on the show. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the broadcast. It was a pleasure to speak to you all. Joining us on the show is also Anita Bose. He is Netaji's nephew. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us on the show. It's a very important day today. The statue of Netaji has finally been inaugurated at none other than Kartavya Path. The renaming of Rajpath has happened. Your first thoughts and emotions on this momentous occasion?
Very, very emotional. And it was long overdue. It's been 75 years, and the statues of other stalwarts have come up in Delhi. And sadly, Netaji was, I'm sorry to say, was sidelined for for 60, 70 years. And my fondest regards to Shri Narendra Modi. Because of him, all this is happening. And I, as family, we are very, very grateful and proud. And proud of being Indian.
But sir, it took many years. I mean, not just the legacy of Netaji is not honored in the country. I mean, it is in many ways, but a lot of us have always felt that he never got the place that he should have, like you're also saying. With him is also the legacy of India's freedom struggle. The way he led the country has not been celebrated enough. Historians have said that. And not to forget that even today there is a lot of politics around it. How do you see the political statements coming in from different leaders? Do you think that he's finally got his due, or there's a long way to go about it?
No, that's what I said a minute ago. I think he has got his due, and we have to be happy. And I'm not really concerned about all the opposition and the sarcasm coming from Mamata Banerjee or the Congress party. It is immaterial. It doesn't matter. It's just politics. And politics will happen. It happens all over the world. I guess it'll happen here. So I don't think I am worried about it. I don't think my family is worried about it. And I don't think the party, Narendra Modi ji, and the BJP should be worried about it. It's immaterial. I mean, we just go for the occasion, and the occasion is great.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for your time. Well, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. But as we wrap up this debate, it's important to say that those who don't know their history, those who don't learn from their history, are doomed to repeat it. And that is why it is important to understand our legacy, our history, and our freedom struggle. On the other side, much more lined up. Stay tuned. Welcome back. In the big international story tonight, doctors are concerned about the health of Britain's Queen Elizabeth as she is under medical supervision. Her children, including heir to the throne Prince Charles, grandchildren Prince William and Prince Harry, have all rushed to the Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where the Queen has been staying since last year. The 96-year-old, who's Britain's longest-serving monarch, was last seen Tuesday when she gave an audience to the country's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Sanjay Suri, who's live with us from London. Sanjay, what are the latest updates? What is the official line of communication?
Well, at the moment, we have members of the royal family who have joined the Queen at the Balmoral Castle, where she has been staying and been staying very much longer than people expected her to. By protocol, she should have been in Buckingham Palace, and that's where the handover of the prime ministers from one to the other should have happened, as it always does. We were told she is not well enough to travel, and which is why both the outgoing and the incoming prime ministers had to travel to Balmoral. At the moment, the announcement still officially is that she is comfortable, but that there is reason for concern. That a stated reason for concern is deeply worrying. The Buckingham Palace press office will not put out a statement like that. To the extent that it can help it, it would have to be confronting a very serious situation and a serious health crisis in the Queen to come up with a public statement like that. Yeah. Its inclination always is to share reassuring statements to the extent they may be possible.
Sanjay, for the last 6 to 8 months, especially after the Queen was infected due to COVID-19, her health has been a concern.
Yes, this has been a difficult year. After that COVID early in the year, we saw that she missed the state opening of the Parliament. She missed going to the Derby races, which she is very fond of. She is passionate about horses, and the Queen's Jubilee celebrations, her own Jubilee celebrations, she had to miss going to the church for the Thanksgiving ceremony. And this all indicated that there is a particular problem here. We saw her coming out on the balcony to greet the crowds, but between the picture of the Queen then and what we saw yesterday when she was seen with Prime Minister Truss, there is quite a marked difference, and just looking at those two pictures would lead to some concern. So there has been a continuing concern this year over her health, and this now caps it all.
And Sanjay, wishes are coming from all quarters, wishing Queen better health and hope she gets well very, very soon. Who are the key international leaders who have expressed their concern? I guess the Canadian leader, Justin Trudeau, has already spoken.
Yes, as President Biden expressed his good wishes. Yeah. He has said that their family is solidly with the family in wishing the Queen well. And there are just about every leader has expressed their good wishes and their concern over her health, wishing the family well, wishing the Queen well, and expressing their solidarity both with the royal family and with Britain.
We wish her very good health and hope she recovers very, very soon. But speculations and rumors have been doing rounds, Sanjay.
They inevitably will, because the palace will not have put out such a statement unless there was serious cause for concern. Also, as we've just been discussing, there have been continuing health issues this year, and things are getting progressively worse. Okay. She is all of 96. Her mother lived to be 101. Yeah. But at 96, these are a lot of problems to negotiate and to have to recover from. So there will be fears of the worst that will be expressed.
All right. All right, Sanjay, thank you so much for getting us all the updates. We'll continue getting you all the verified information, especially the communication which is coming in from the royal family. She is comfortable right now, but there's cause of concern. With that, it's a wrap from my side. My colleague Maria Shakil takes the news forward.
गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्सवे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया। नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया।
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. Kartavya Path has been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the national capital. Before independence, this stretch was called Kingsway, and after independence, it was renamed as Rajpath. The centre says Kartavya Path symbolizes a shift from Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being where the idea is public ownership and empowerment. The redeveloped stretch has red granite walkways spreading over 1 lakh square meters with greenery all around, more than 133 light poles, over 4,000 trees, 114 modern signages and stepped gardens. While addressing the event, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said the blood of colonialism has now been removed from the heart of the capital as the nation charts its own destiny. He said that for India to be a true democracy of over 1 billion people, Kartavya has to replace the mindset of the British Raj. The Prime Minister also inaugurated a grand granite statue of freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose under the canopy of India Gate, which once housed a 50-foot marble statue of King George V until it was removed in 1968. Prime Minister Modi said that Bose envisioned and fought for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, adding that for the first time since independence, he is being given his rightful place as an icon of the freedom movement. He also said that celebrations will continue for the next 3 days to honor the life of the national hero. Kartavya Path is the first project that has been completed under the Modi government's ambitious Central Vista Redevelopment plan. The renaming of Rajpath comes as part of the centre's plan to remove all colonial tags from across the country. Just last week, the Prime Minister had unveiled the new Indian Navy flag, which removed the St. George's Cross for the seal of Maratha Emperor Shivaji. The Prime Minister called the campaign essential to boost national spirit as the nation touches new heights in its Vikas mission.
साथियों, आज अगर राजपथ का अस्तित्व समाप्त होकर कर्तव्य पथ बना है, आज अगर जॉर्ज पंचम की मूर्ति के निशान को हटाकर नेताजी की मूर्ति लगी है, तो ये गुलामी की मानसिकता के परित्याग का पहला उदाहरण नहीं है। ये न शुरुआत है न अंत है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जहां रहते आए हैं, उस जगह का नाम रेसकोर्स रोड से बदलकर लोक कल्याण मार्ग हो चुका है। हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में अब भारतीय वाद्य यंत्रों की भी गूंज सुनाई देती है। अभी हाल ही में भारतीय नौसेना ने भी गुलामी के निशान को उतारकर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के प्रतीक को धारण कर लिया है। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बनाकर देश ने समस्त देशवासियों की बरसों पुरानी इच्छा को भी पूरा किया है। साथियों, ये बदलाव केवल प्रतीकों तक ही सीमित नहीं है। ये बदलाव देश की नीतियों का भी हिस्सा बन चुका है। गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्स वे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया।
Joining me now, Srijit Panikkar is a columnist, Tuhin Sinha, BJP spokesperson, Adil Singh Boparai is the Congress spokesperson. We also have Chandra Kumar Bose, Netaji's grand-nephew. Professor Kapil Kumar is a historian. I'm going to begin with the politicians first. Adil, Kingsway to Rajpath to finally Kartavya Path. The question is, you have been in power for 60 years. Many would ask, why did it take so long for this much needed historical correction?
Well, Maria, the defining features of the current dispensation are show business, theatrics, and symbolism. At times, one wonders whether this is an event management company or whether this is a government which has been elected to deliver on the aspirations of 1.4 billion people. But leaving that aside, since much has been said of Kartavya, Kartavya is an extremely important, critical, and a loaded expression. So I put this question to you and to your viewers. Did the government of India discharge its Kartavya when 14 gang rape convicts were released? Did the government of India discharge its Kartavya when Kuldeep Sengar went around killing a rape victim and her family members? Did the government of India discharge its Kartavya when Indian citizens were dying because of lack of oxygen supply during the pandemic? Is the government of India discharging its Kartavya?
So the question being raised about the larger Kartavya of this government, of duties this the government must perform.
You know, Maria, those who are accustomed to walking on Parivar Path will never get the essence of Kartavya Path. I think it's too rich of the Congress spokesperson to talk about, you know, the COVID management. Everybody knows how well India has managed it. Even now, there are 30, 35 cities of China in the lockdown. But The thing is, the worst managed states today in terms of law and order are the two Congress states of Rajasthan and Jharkhand. So they better not talk about Kartavya. Now, coming to the larger point of today's discussion, I think this is a historic moment in India's, in India's journey as a nation for two primary reasons. One, I think the sediments of outdated symbols and outdated sediments of colonial supremacy are finally being exorcised. And number two, Kartavya or responsibility from now on is going to be the essence of wielding power. And look at the beauty of the entire thing. The statue of Subhash Chandra Bose, I mean, the path leading from Subhash Chandra Bose's statue outside or near India Gate to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, that is the path known as Kartavya Path, which essentially means it was Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose who was the most committed to Kartavya in India's battle for freedom, and he is the one who should inspire us in the discharge of our responsibility towards the nation.
Okay.
So I think there's a larger essence which Congress will never understand because of its commitment to Parivar Path.
Okay. Chandrakumar Bose, do you really get the sense that today has been the most fitting tribute to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose with that statue finally being installed?
Jai Hind to everybody. I congratulate the great people of our nation for succeeding a demand which was there for many, many years. The NDA government, under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji, responded to the call of the nation to install the liberator of India, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue at India Gate in the canopy which once housed King George V. Yes, it's a historic occasion, and we would like to, thank the government of India for taking this corrective measure. But I think the time has also come to go beyond symbolism, to go beyond statues and museums and understand the concept of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. You really need to understand the man, what he stood for. You see, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was the only leader till now who could unite all communities as Bharatiyas. He was the only leader who refused to use religious symbols for political purposes. So today the message to the youth of our nation, by unveiling Netaji's statue, is we must maintain communal harmony and peace for progress and development. We must not interfere with politics. We should not mix religion into politics. The nation would disintegrate if this continues.
On one hand, there is a big thank you coming from Netaji's family. Here is the grandnephew, Chandrakumar Bose, but he also says that politics and religion should not be mixed.
So we don't mix it. In fact, I think since the Congress spokesperson has leveled some allegations, I want to ask him, we know for a fact that there is a jihadi takeover in certain parts of Jharkhand. Do they speak about it? So we are against this appeasement politics. But look at the larger unification we have brought about, not only social unification, but I'm also talking about financial unification and unity. Till 2014, the sanitation cover was only 40%. 30 crore people did not have bank accounts. 18,000 villages did not have electricity. So I think we have also worked towards some amount of, removing disparity between have and have-nots, which is very important for unifying the country.
Okay, and I don't understand why Adil is laughing. So Adil, 30 seconds, and then I bring in the historians.
I think what Netaji's grandnephew has said is very telling, and I want to quote what he said verbatim. He said that the nation will disintegrate if this continues. So this presupposes that hate and bigotry has state patronage. But having said this, Maria, bricks and mortar does not make democracy. Democracy is much more than that. And the BJP will not understand. Netaji was an embodiment of secular values. Netaji, till his last breath, was critical of the RSS and its ideology. That is what Netaji stood for. And I think the time has come.
Okay, Professor Kapil Kumar has a huge objection to what you are saying. I would like to bring Professor Kapil Kumar, historian. He was earlier with me at the Kartavya Path. as I was reporting from there. Yes, Professor Kapil Kumar, you heard from the Congress.
I heard from both. Or let me say one thing. Those who talk of disintegration of India should leave this illusion. India was partitioned once, and there is no power on the earth which can disintegrate India. Let me tell you that. Let me tell it very clearly. Secondly, when you come to Netaji, yes, Netaji was the leader of all. But at the same time, Netaji vehemently opposed, he will quote RSS. Why doesn't he say that Netaji opposed Jinnah? Netaji opposed partition. Netaji warned in his speech from Burma and even from Germany to both Gandhi and Nehru and all Congress leaders. Don't talk on Pakistan with Jinnah. Don't go to the negotiating table in Shimla to talk on partition. Why don't they remember this? They will not remember the actual facts. Picking up in history and selectively quoting has become a practice. They are talking of Netaji. That Netaji who was the first elected president in the Congress, in the history of Congress from 1885 to 1947. And they made that elected president resign. And this man of Congress is telling me what is democracy. He's teaching me democracy. Who can't have party, who can't have elections in their party.
Okay, let's have
they are teaching
Professor Kapil
democracy.
Kumar and Adil now on the screen, please, only.
The
Yes.
teak of saving democracy. Is this democracy that their party leader goes to Cambridge? Will Netaji would have done that? That there is saying that China takes very good care of his neighbors. What is their
Maria,
secret
can I come
treaty
in,
with
please?
China? Why don't they divulge it?
If the
What
rant is
democracy
over,
they
can
are
I
trying
come
to
in?
teach?
Okay.
Was emergency
If the rant is-
democracy?
If the rant is over, can I come in, please?
Rent, you call it rent?
Can I come in, Maria?
I'm not accustomed to listening to dynastic slavery. And had I known that a congressperson would be
Maria,
there,
you must
I would
allow
not
me
have come
to-
in the debate.
You must allow me to
I
come
come
in.
as a historian. I come as a historian. I don't listen to your
Maria,
dynastic slavery
Maria,
rhetoric. You're calling me the rent?
No,
You
Adil,
don't have answer to what
you cannot make a statement such as the one that you did, where Professor Kapil Kumar was making his point and you declared it as a rant. So that's also not acceptable on my shows. You have.
So very well, let me
I
respond
did
when,
give you
Mr. Kapil
time
Kumar
to
is
speak
over with his
on
speech.
every time you got a response from other panelists. So let's be patient and respectful towards others, please. Yes, go ahead, Adil.
Well, if Mr. Kapil Kumar is a historian, then I'm the King of England. Having said this, now let's come to the meat of the matter. Today, our debt to GDP ratio has never been worse. Today, price rise has hit the roof. Today, the central government is withholding areas, GST areas to the state governments. Now, at a time like this, when economic disparity has widened, was this project really necessary?
I think
Was
that
this
got settled
project
in the Supreme Court.
essential? Jury is out. The Supreme Court will decide in the legality, Maria. You're
No,
a very
that has
senior
no,
journalist.
that has got already
Supreme-
settled. I think the entire issue, this was raised
Maria,
even during the
Maria,
no,
Maria,
that was
I'm very
raised
surprised
even
to
during
hear
the
your-
pandemic. That
I'm
was
very
raised even
surprised-
during the
I'm very
pandemic.
surprised-
No,
I'm very
you
surprised
kept
with
on
the
saying
question.
that even the central government called the Central Vista project of national importance. The government decided to redevelop it. That got settled then. I do not see any more reason as to
You are not
why
the judge,
this
Maria.
entire
You are
aspect.
not the judge. You
No,
are not
but
the
then
judge.
you, no.
You
The
are not the
problem
judge.
is, let's
You are
talk
not the
about
judge.
today. Adil, let's talk about today, please.
You are not the judge, so please don't give a verdict. You
No,
can give
I'm
your
talking
opinion.
about today.
So please let me respond. If you want me to respond,
Yes,
if you call me, let me respond.
Yes,
If
speak
you don't
about
want me to
today.
speak, I'll keep quiet.
Speak
We're
about
friends.
today. Go
There's no
ahead.
issue.
Go ahead.
Now,
Speak
can I
about
respond?
today.
Can I get
Yes.
15 seconds?
Yes.
Now the question here is, ask any first-year law student. The Supreme Court will decide on the legality of the project. What I am saying is whether this project was essential given our precarious financial situation. That's the point which I'm making. And finally, Maria, because I'm sure you have to go to your other panelists, the question is, are we going to move beyond symbolism? This country is yearning for tangible dividends. This country is yearning for tangible change and solutions, not just speeches and rhetoric.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Professor Kapil Kumar, so here is the point that this was symbolism, high on symbolism, more of a spectacle rather than, concrete things as the Congress representative is talking about.
I'll ask some aspect. In 1996, this canopy has been lying vacant. These people could not decide on a single great Indian revolutionary whose statue could be put up over there. They couldn't decide it. Rajpath legacy of the Raj. Now, if I start questioning him on history, he's talking economics and economics and economics. Tell me, mister, I don't want to derail the debate. That's why I don't want to put those questions. I'll have him with them other day. But tell me, mister, which country in the COVID has done this much? And which country in the world has recovered? Its economy has recovered after COVID this much. And this is your sincerity to the nation, that your leader goes to Cambridge and says China looks better after its neighbors. This is your leader.
Okay.
You people have become accustomed to dynastic slavery.
Okay.
Why was this cannot circus renamed then Rahul Chowk? Sorry, Rajiv Gandhi Chowk.
Okay.
Why?
Srijit Panikar, come in on this.
Is changed.
Okay,
From
let's put the focus back on this entire redevelopment project that has happened and been unveiled by the Prime Minister today. What it symbolizes, Srijit, certainly is a shift from erstwhile Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being an example of public ownership and empowerment. Do you think that is being communicated? Because I can see you're very much there on the Kartavya Path, perhaps where you're joining me live from.
Yeah, Maria, the thing is, one can call it symbolism, tokenism, or an event management. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that the government is trying its best to shed all the colonial baggages and move ahead as a nation with Swabhiman. So this is why a lot of projects, not just the King's Way, changing to Kartavya Path, not just King George V being supplanted by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, but the PM outlined a certain number of activities which were done in that course. For people who only want to criticize such movements, they can call it a symbolism or tokenism. But at the end of the day, what are we as a nation? What is the legacy of this country? See, if the whole of the freedom movement were a movie, then Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was indeed a lead actor in it. But the Congress version of that movie that we saw reduced him to the stature of a junior artist or at best an actor in a supporting role. See the government-funded film Gandhi. There is not even a mention of Subhash Chandra Bose in that entire film. So he is not even a junior artist in that film. So can you imagine a Gandhi without Subhash as his contemporary? So this is the type of history that the Congress taught us. So we have to naturally unlearn a lot of things and we have to learn a lot of things. And in doing that, we have to respect the legacy of this country, the legacy of the people who brought us freedom. And you need to take such measures like this. Only a very bold leadership can do that, and they're doing it. Now people are saying this is event management. Then why didn't you do that? You were in power for a long time, 5-6 decades, but you didn't even think about it. This canopy was vacant from 1968 onwards.
Yes.
The supporters of Subhash Chandra Bose vandalized it and kept Netaji's portrait there. Then it lied vacant for almost 50 years. Why didn't you even try to install Gandhi's statue there? You didn't do that. It is in the heart of Delhi. It is in an area where a lot of people come, where dignitaries from other countries come. What they see is an empty space under a canopy, and that is filled. And that was not just the King of England and the dominions. He was known as the Emperor of the country. Now, the true Emperor of the country supplants him under the canopy, and this is poetic justice. I see only poetic justice in this, and those people, naturally Congress will be worried because the version of the history that they taught us did not have Bose, taking that kind of a leadership role. So I can truly understand their sentiments, but the sentiments of the people today are with the government. They are ready for the renaming. I mean, as somebody who was in the crowd, as someone who participated in the event, I can tell you with certainty that the people welcomed this with a lot of claps. There were standing ovation when some of his mentions, Bose's activities and the activities that the government was doing to uphold his legacy were announced by the Prime Minister. So that was a cross-section. I'm coming from Trivandrum all the way for this event. There were people coming from Bengal. There were people coming from all across India. So there was a cross-section of India at India Get Today, and they all welcomed it. And people who see only politics in this, people who want to diminish or lower the status of Netaji, naturally they will have very huge disappointment. At the end of the day, that's something that is a given. I understand.
And Professor Kapil Kumar, moving away from politics, let's talk about history here, and let's talk about symbolism, and also why it's important that you have to rename places, or what has happened ever since Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Delhi in 2014. RCR being renamed as LKM, several such project has been unveiled. Multiple such names have been changed of roads and other buildings as well. Why do you think it's important? Because we often say, what's in a name?
You see, any self-respecting nation will never like that the symbols of slavery keep reminding them of slavery. That is one aspect. Second aspect I like to say here, that which some people are not liking is, why Kartavya Path? Now this Kartavya duty is not just a duty for the citizens. It is not a duty for the party workers only. It tells you the duty of the government also towards the people. And it tells you the duty of the bureaucracy also towards the people of this country. The bureaucracy which they built on the ICS model, they never changed it. Netaji has created the Azad Hind Dal for governance with the nationalist point of view. But they continued with the brown sahabs of the ICS that period. And that is why this gap, their own Rajiv Gandhi is on record of saying that only 10% reaches to the masses. Who takes it in between? The kind of bureaucracy we have in this country. So it's a message to the bureaucracy also, that you also have to behave, you also to know your duty. Secondly, it's a message to our soldiers also, the way they do their duty at the border, at Akasai, at Siachen, in Kran of Kutch, 24 hours they do their duty, and it is because of them that the Indian democracy, Indian flag, Indian liberties, Indian constitution is safe today.
Yes.
So we also have our duties.
So then in that case,
for them. It is not the slogan shouting or coming on the streets that is keeping the Indian constitution alive, or that is keeping the Indian state alive. It is this soldier at the border who by his duty is keeping the country vibrant and alive today.
Yes, on that.
These people criticize industrialists.
Yes, on that.
Ambani, Adani. Tell me one thing. I'm never in favor of industries, but tell me one thing. Ambani and Adani give employment to crores of people. Has Rajiv Gandhi, their leader, worked in any office even to serve the country?
All right. I have just
as
enough
a manager
time.
Even.
I have just enough time for Chandrakumar Bose. Chandrakumar Bose, you heard from Srijit Panikar. He was there at the event. Emotions were running high. It was a charged moment. And the columnist and the historian on the show, both of them are of the opinion that it's correction of history. Because since 1968, that entire canopy after King George V's statue was removed was lying vacant. Did the family at some stage petition the central government that there should be a statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose there?
You see, Netaji belongs to the nation, and the people of India wanted and demanded the statue. Certainly, we were with the people. Now, I would also like to state, Netaji stood for unity. He practiced unity in his Azad Hind Fauj. It is very unfortunate that today is an historic occasion where Prime Minister unveiled the Liberator of India statue. But in this debate, we could not really see unity. Let us at least be united on this historic occasion of unveiling Netaji's statue. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose stood for political, economic and social freedom. We have attained political freedom, but we are still a far cry away attaining social and economic freedom. The present government is making strides in that direction, but we have not yet achieved the vision of India that Netaji thought of. So let us now move forward. Let us unite the nation. Let us respect Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose for what he stood for. I would also like to add, no government need to really respect or recognize Subhash Bose's contribution, because he is in the heart and soul of all Bharatiyas. Every single Indian has recognized the contribution of Subhash Bose. We don't need support from any government, but this government has unveiled the statue. We are honored about it.
Yes, so the family says that they are honored. Srijit Panikar, I have just 30 seconds for you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, the family is saying that, you know, they welcome this, but I didn't see them there. They boycotted the event for certain other things. So everybody has their own priorities. Some people do have their political priorities. Some people do have their ego issues. But the people of this country, as rightly said, Netaji belongs to the people of the country, not just to any family, not just to any political party. The people of the country welcome this move, and they are all behind the government for this.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Insana Adil Singh Boparai, Srijit Panikar, Professor Kapil Kumar and Chandra Kumar Bose. Joining me now is Amish Tripathi, author. Amish, thank you so much. You know, for India of today and India that the world sees, how important is it to do away with everything that symbolizes our colonial past?
Yeah, I guess we can debate on what word would be better. I'm sure there's space for a decision has been taken, but we are a democracy. We can keep debating. But the fact that we should decolonize, I think that, and I think at least on that there should be consensus. I'm sitting in London right now, and even out here, many of the British, many of the Westerners are calling into account the crimes of the past. The statues of many of the slavers are being removed. So I don't think there's anything wrong with decolonizing. Now, what word can be used as a replacement for that? Of course, there can be debate on it. I think Kartavya is a good idea as well. It does serve on the traditional Indic approach to what the ruling class should be like. If you read the Chanakya Niti, if you read the philosophies of the Ramayana, there's not so much about a divine right to rule, unlike, say, the ancient Persian approach, or the ancient, or the monarchical Western approach. The Indic approach was more about duty, about service. So I guess maybe I think this word does encapsulate that. We can have a debate on what word to replace it with. Yes. But I think decolonizing is certainly a good idea.
Yes, and that decolonizing that you're talking about, Amish, we have seen several such efforts being made. 7 RCR, renamed to Lok Kalyan Marg, several redundant colonial laws being repealed, several such efforts. Again, the government says that this is important because India is marching ahead. As a historian, I would say also, because how do you look at this entire journey of India since 2014? Because there has been a lot of effort, particularly on this decolonizing that you keep talking about.
Okay, first I should clarify, I'm not a historian. I'm not a professional historian. I'm a history enthusiast. I read a lot. I read at least 5-6 books per month. But as someone who reads a lot, and as someone who is deeply rooted in the Indian way and proud of our Indian culture, but is open-minded to Western influences as well, I would suggest that, look, are there things that we can learn from the West? Of course there are. It has been the most successful culture of the last few centuries. We have the wonderful Vedic thought of Ano Badraha, Krito Yanto Vishwataha. That is, we should let noble thoughts from across the world come to me. But we must, of course, celebrate our own roots first. And this, to my mind, was a problem that we did not address when we got independence. Our state continues to be colonial. English language dominates at all senior levels of functionality. That is a problem. Most Indians are not comfortable with English. Then even our education system, the number of something as simple as the number of seasons that's taught to us. India actually has 6 seasons, but what we are taught is the European seasons, 4 seasons. Summer, autumn, winter, spring, and all of us, when we are children, we should ask that question: "Ki, ma'am, monsoon kahan gaya?" Our education system, our state, everything is so colonial, and which is why we make decisions which are not suitable. Our elite makes decisions which are not suitable for our country. There's a reason why we have repeated flooding in our cities, because our cities are not designed for a climate that is driven by the monsoon. Our cities are designed for a European climate. Yes. Glass wall buildings, it makes no sense in India. And you only have to live in India mentally to know that. Glass wall buildings make sense in Western Europe, where there's a shortage of the sun. In India, there's an excess of the sun. A glass wall building is essentially a giant microwave oven. It makes no sense. Why are we building it? Because our elite is so colonized, they want to copy paste European concepts into India where it makes no sense. Our ancestors, for example, the root word for year was Varsh. The root word for country was also Varsh, Bharat Varsh. What was the root of this? It was Varsha, rain. Our ancestors knew that our entire way of life has to be driven around the rains. Is our modern way of life built like that? Are our cities built like that? We suddenly get shocked that, oh my God, we got a cloudburst. We are India. I mean, we have the monsoon season. What else do you expect? And it keeps happening in all our cities. Because our elite is so mentally Europeanized. That is a real world problem. Which is why I suggest we need to decolonize ourselves.
Yes. And Amish, today we also saw a tall statue of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Many, and including his family, they see this as a befitting tribute to his contribution. But imagine that in 1968, King George V statue is removed. And since then, nobody really thought about having a statue in that place, and it could have been Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. So, then everybody keeps talking about that it is happening, all these changes which are so critical are happening in this government.
I couldn't agree with you more. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was one of our finest leaders. There was a galaxy of great leaders who got us independence, but and I'm not a Bengali, but I think Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose is beyond Bengal. He was an Indian leader, and I must say it was very unfortunate that his legacy did not get the due weightage that it deserved. Many of us, many people do believe, and I must admit I am among them, who believe that the naval revolt of 1946 played a seminal role in India gaining independence. And as we all know, there were those naval cadets came from all religions, from all castes, and most of them, when they were marching, started in Mumbai but spread across the subcontinent. They were carrying pictures of Netaji Bose. He was the one who had inspired them. And Prime Minister Clement Attlee, the then Prime Minister Clement Attlee of the UK, had also admitted that this was one of the reasons that India had to be given independence. So therefore, acknowledging Netaji Bose and his immense contribution to India is in my mind completely necessary. And yes, it has been done very late. Thank it has been done now. And my compliments and gratefulness to the Honorable Prime Minister for doing this.
Amish, the entire Central Vista project has seen several politics back and forth, legal, it landed in the Supreme Court as well. Finally, that we are seeing one part of it being unveiled. Are you looking forward to your India visit?
Yeah, no, I'm certainly looking forward to coming to Delhi. I will be down in a month. In any case, my new book, War of Lanka, will be released in October. So I'll be coming down to India for a book tour, and obviously one has to come down to Delhi for that as well. I do hope to take some time out and walk along Kartavya path. Now we can walk under the India Gate as well,
yes.
Which used to be blocked off to visitors earlier. So it's going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it. The pictures, the videos look beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. They look majestic and grand. Thank you so much for joining us. Amish Tripathi there joining me from London to explain his point of view. We are slipping into a short break. After that, we'll be getting the big international story where doctors are concerned about the health of Britain's Queen Elizabeth.
नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। उनमें साहस था, स्वाभिमान था, उनके पास विचार थे, विजन था, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता थी, नीतियां थी। नेताजी सुभाष कहा करते थे, भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया। उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियां और
Welcome back. The big international story tonight. Doctors are concerned about the health of Britain's Queen Elizabeth II, and she is under medical supervision. Her children, including heir to the throne, Prince Charles, as well as her grandchildren, Prince William and wife Kate, along with Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, have rushed to Balmoral Castle in Scotland, where the Queen has been staying. The 96-year-old is Britain's longest-serving monarch. She was last seen on Tuesday when she gave an audience to the country's new Prime Minister, Liz Truss.
Max Foster, let me just start with you, just in terms of the latest you are hearing from the palace, from anywhere.
Well, we heard from the palace this morning that we've only had one formal statement, really, saying that the royal doctors are concerned about the Queen's health, which is very stark language for the palace. It's also very significant that they're telling us at all, because they keep her medical condition very private and only tell us when there are significant changes, so we can assume this is a very significant change. Shortly after that, we were told that Prince Charles was heading straight to Balmoral, as was Prince William, and the other members of the royal family as well. The senior royals have all headed there, including, crucially, Prince Harry. I say crucially because he was already here in the UK, but he's gone out of his way to avoid other members of the royal family as a group, and he's headed there. Once they've gathered there at the castle, they will be briefed about the Queen's condition as a family. Once that's happened, then the Prime Minister will be informed. then we'll have a series of other notifications.
It's impossible to look at the crowds outside, the people gathered outside in the rain at Buckingham Palace right now, some of whom are probably just tourists who came by and are just learning the news, some who have maybe come there just to be there. It's impossible to see that scene, not think back, of course, to so many other times when we have seen crowds gathering outside Buckingham Palace. This is such any concern about the Queen's health. This is a momentous moment for Great Britain.
Well, Anderson, it really is. And, you know, without preparing us and preparing the people, the palace actually have prepared the people by just putting out that statement early this morning and allowing this sort of build, this momentum of concern, build all day up to the point that people are now gathering, as you see there, outside the palace. She has been on the throne for 70 years. She has been the central thread of the life of the people in this country for that many years.
And joining me now straight from London is Sanjay Suri. Sanjay, so far the doctors had kept her health very, very private. They would hardly talk about it, and that's how royal family actually worked. For the royal doctors to say and issue a statement that they are concerned, has there been a significant change or shift from yesterday when she met the new Prime Minister?
Well, the doctors are not quite that open about it. They have expressed a broad direction, and they have said that there is cause for concern, and that is strong enough coming from them. Beyond that, they have not specified very much in medical terms, beyond saying somewhat reassuringly that she is comfortable. But then the principal statement to take away from the Buckingham Palace handout earlier today is that there is cause for concern. Exactly what medical state is causing that concern has not been spelt out, but clearly this is a very serious matter, and something that of course everybody is taking very seriously. And more than the medical bulletin, the indications that we are seeing by way of a response from the family is telling almost all members of the royal family have either reached Balmoral or are on their way there. And we have a statement from Prime Minister Truss that the whole nation is very concerned, and that again is a very alarming statement.
And Sanjay, she has been on the throne for 70 years. That's been a very, very long period. You know, 7 decades is what we are looking at for Queen Elizabeth II. Crowd gathered outside Buckingham Palace, and there are concern messages pouring in from across the country and the world. Several world leaders have spoken out as well. Is there a statement likely from Prince Charles anytime, or will the royals be waiting perhaps and letting the royal doctors do the talking?
Well, the statement from Prince Charles is the tricky bit. There won't be a statement from him. There would be a statement at some stage on him. He is next in the line of succession, the oldest cliche, if you like, in Britain and in British royalties. The Queen is dead, long live the King. There is a continuity, but that is not something we are talking about at the moment. The Queen is very much here. We are told she is comfortable, that there is cause for concern, but that she is under very close medical care, as she would be. And perhaps this is a moment to stay short-sighted and to focus on her health and well-being.
All right, Sanjay, thank you so much for joining us and getting us the latest on Queen's health. That's all from me. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
साथियों, आज इंडिया गेट के समीप हमारे राष्ट्र नायक नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा भी, मूर्ति भी स्थापित हुई है। गुलामी के समय यहां ब्रिटिश राज सत्ता के प्रतिनिधि की प्रतिमा लगी हुई थी। आज देश ने उसी स्थान पर नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। उनमें साहस था, स्वाभिमान था, उनके पास विचार थे, विजन था, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता थी, नीतियां थी। नेताजी सुभाष कहा करते थे, भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया, उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शक।
Congress leadership issues is not something that is the figment of my imagination. These are real issues facing the Congress party. Just because somebody talks about it doesn't mean that you'll start hurting their personal and professional credibility.
This is the problem in our system. In our system, you can catch the individual, you can't get the money back. And that's what individuals and entities, political parties, etc. are making use of.
Can you today with a degree of certainty say that Mr. Gandhi is going to contest to be the next president of the Congress party? Because if he is not, then all that he is doing is taking away attention from whoever the next president of the Congress party is going to be.
The easiest solution that the BBMP has taken so far is destroy the slums, but the builders, they have been given a free run. The political class is appearing to be subservient to the money power of the builder mafia.
हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था, जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाई और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासकों के नाम पर थे। हमने गुलामी की उन निशानियों को मिटाकर इन द्वीपों को नेताजी सुभाष से जोड़कर भारतीय नाम दिए, भारतीय पहचान दी। आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम, इस पर पूरे देश की दृष्टि है। सभी देशवासी इस समय इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे सभी देशवासियों का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण में मेरे साथ मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी श्री हरदीप पुरी जी, किशन रेड्डी जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, कौशल किशोर जी आज मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित हैं। देश के अनेक गणमान्य अतिथिगण वे भी आज यहां उपस्थित है। साथियों, आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में देश को आज एक नई प्रेरणा मिली है, नई ऊर्जा मिली है। आज हम गुजरे हुए कल को छोड़कर आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। आज जो हर तरफ ये नई आभा दिख रही है, वो नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास की आभा है। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्स वे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज इंडिया गेट के समीप हमारे राष्ट्र नायक नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा भी, मूर्ति भी।
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Breaking news coming in when it comes to the entire controversy surrounding Nupur Sharma's comments on the Prophet. Breaking news is that the Supreme Court will hear a plea on Friday seeking the arrest of the former BJP spokesperson for her remarks on the Prophet. That's the big piece of breaking news coming in. This showdown taking place in the top court on Friday. I'm joined by my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar, who tracks the Supreme Court. Ananya, give us the details.
Petition has been filed by Advocate Abu Sohail, which will be heard by a bench headed by Chief Justice of India UU Lalit, clearly seeking arrest of Nupur Sharma. However, remember that this petition was filed during the summer vacations in the month of June and July, in the month of July, in fact, and the vacation bench had in fact refused to give it an urgent listing, clearly asking him to approach the registrar with the same concern and to get the matter listed. But then later on, what had happened was that the matter was never listed, and now finally it has come on the list of Chief Justice of India UU Lalit, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what happens tomorrow. But what is very, very crucial to note is that the Supreme Court has already given interim protection to Nupur Sharma in a particular case that has been filed by her itself. So there is no point that the Supreme Court would be dwelling much into it, and the matter is, in fact, infructuous, because remember that when this petition was filed, the Supreme Court orders were not there. And now finally, when the protection is there from the Supreme Court itself, then there does not seem to be enough chance that some kind of a change happens, or some kind of a protection is removed, or any kind of orders for arresting Nupur Sharma are issued. But then we still have to wait and watch as to what and how CJI UU Lalit deals with this petition, whether the petition gets dismissed or is simply becomes infructuous because of the Supreme Court orders. But what is very, very crucial to note is that it is being heard by the topmost judge of the country, the Chief Justice of India, and also Justice S. Ravindra Bhatt, who is also somebody who knows the criminal law for a very long time. So we might see some kind of a submission coming in, and certain observations may come out, just like we saw in the previous times when the Nupur Sharma's plea seeking clubbing of her FIR was heard. So we'll have to wait and watch, and it's a matter of time as to what happens tomorrow. And we will keep tracking for this story for our viewers. In fact, Ayushman.
Right. Thank you, Ananya, for joining us on the broadcast on that piece of breaking news. So the Chief Justice himself will be hearing this plea, seeking the arrest of Nupur Sharma over her comments against the Prophet. So all eyes on the top court on Friday. We're shifting focus. Kartavya Path has been inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the national capital. Now, before independence, this stretch was called Kingsway, and after independence, it was renamed as Rajpath. The centre says Kartavya Path symbolizes a shift from Rajpath being an icon of power to Kartavya Path being an example of public ownership and empowerment. The redeveloped stretch has red granite walkways spreading over 1 lakh square meters with greenery all around, more than 133 light poles, over 4,000 trees, and 114 modern signages, as well as stepped gardens. Now, while addressing the event, Prime Minister Modi said the blot of colonialism has now been removed from the heart of the capital as the nation charts its own destiny. He said that for India to be a true democracy of over 1 billion people, Kartavya has to replace the mindset of the British Raj. The Prime Minister also inaugurated a grand granite statue of freedom fighter Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose under the canopy of India Gate, which once housed a 50-foot marble statue of King George V until it was removed in 1968. The Prime Minister has said that Bose envisioned and fought for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, adding that for the first time since independence, he is being given his rightful place as an icon of the freedom movement. He also said the celebrations will continue for the next 3 days to honor the life of the national hero. Kartavya Path is the first project that has been completed under the Modi government's ambitious Central Vista redevelopment plan. The renaming of Rajpath comes as part of the centre's plan to remove all colonial tags from across the country. Now, just last week, the Prime Minister unveiled the new Indian Navy flag, which removed the St. George's Cross for the seal of Maratha Emperor Shivaji. The Prime Minister called the campaign essential to boost national spirit as India touches new heights in its Vikas mission.
साथियों, आज अगर राजपथ का अस्तित्व समाप्त होकर कर्तव्य पथ बना है, आज अगर जॉर्ज पंचम की मूर्ति के निशान को हटाकर नेताजी की मूर्ति लगी है, तो ये गुलामी की मानसिकता के परित्याग का पहला उदाहरण नहीं है। ये न शुरुआत है न अंत है। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जहां रहते आए हैं, उस जगह का नाम रेसकोर्स रोड से बदलकर लोक कल्याण मार्ग हो चुका है। हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस समारोह में अब भारतीय वाद्य यंत्रों की भी गूंज सुनाई देती है। अभी हाल ही में भारतीय नौसेना ने भी गुलामी के निशान को उतारकर छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के प्रतीक को धारण कर लिया है। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल बनाकर देश ने समस्त देशवासियों की बरसों पुरानी इच्छा को भी पूरा किया है। साथियों, ये बदलाव केवल प्रतीकों तक ही सीमित नहीं है। ये बदलाव देश की नीतियों का भी हिस्सा बन चुका है। नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं।
And breaking news coming in, Queen Elizabeth II is no more. A huge blow to the British public as their beloved Queen, who has been on the throne for almost 70 years now, is no more. She passed away at the age of 96. Let's cut across to our sister channel, CNN, to get the latest from London.
Meeting other people, are very simple little gestures, but things that made her relevant to us and made her relatable. She also was there in times of grief. Any national moment, we would look to her and she would be there for us. We would see her at regular events over the course of the year, so she tiptoed through our lives and she was always there. I think what is going to be very difficult is for us not to see her in our ultimate moment of grief, which is her dying. And we will now look to the King. We'll wait to hear whether or not the King keeps the name Charles, whether he's King Charles or he chooses another name. We will get details on that when a placard is put up there on the forecourt at Buckingham Palace, where he will, the formal announcement will be made and there'll be a reference to his name. We know that Camilla is now the Queen Consort, so she is Queen Camilla. Prince William is now the Duke of Cornwall. He will inevitably become the Prince of Wales, because that's something, a title that will come to him, and he takes over the Duchy of Cornwall, and now Prince George is second in line to the throne. So this is a huge moment in British history and Commonwealth history, and I think for the world, because I think she transcended actually monarchy, and I think she was a truly global figure.
I'm joined by Rami Ranger on the phone line. Mr. Ranger, sad news coming in from Britain. Queen Elizabeth II, no more at the age of 96. She has been on the throne for almost 70 years. She has seen the course of history of so many ups and downs when it comes to the shaping of the British nation. And now she is leaving that country at the age of 96 after serving for over 70 years.
You know, this is something we feel so sad, as if the family has lost someone. She was part of our life right from the beginning. I've been here over 50 years under her reign. Is one of the most fantastic person. She saw ups and downs in the nation's history, and she always presented herself with dignity and grace. She was a symbol of kindness, generosity, and elegance. She was the most popular figure in the world Wherever she went, she received scores of crowd. All came from foreign places to pay their respect to the most beloved monarch in the world. And what can I say? She has been on the realm for 70 years. She did not reign as a king, but as a public servant. She went out of the way to encourage her subjects to do good for the nation, and she was a symbol of unity. She could unite the nation regardless of political persuasion. Her charisma, her charm, her persona was such that wherever she went, she changed the mood of the people, and they were all smiling. I have had the fortune of meeting Her Majesty the Queen on several occasions. She had her famous smile. She was always greeting even the strangest people as if she knew them from many years. I tell you, there will be nobody like her. Her legacy is something people will remember, that she was a queen of regal elegance and who made people feel at home. You know, she used to invite 5,000 people every year to her garden party, and she will mingle for hours and hours. The first time I met, you know, I was very nervous when I received the Queen's Award for Export. I went to Buckingham Palace, and she was on her feet. That was in 1999. You can imagine, about 23 years ago. And she must be, at that time, 70 years old. She was on her feet for 3 hours, mingling with all the recipients of the Queen's honor. And she was so graceful, so full of dignity, and she made us feel home. She shook hands with us. And I tell you, we have lost an icon, a global icon. She was a global figure. And what can I do? I feel I've lost someone from my own family. We will never, ever be able to replace such a glorious and gracious queen, you know, who inspired billions of people all over the world. And I tell you, this is a very sad day in the history of the world, where we have lost a symbol of charm and elegance that we will always remember her. I will always remember her, because the way, as a humble immigrant, was presented to her, the way she shook hands, the way she talked to me for 1 or 2 minutes, and the way every time I met her, she would always have something to ask me or something to talk. She was such a great public figure that it'll be she's irreplaceable. That's all I can say. I'm very sad and very sorry.
And Mr. Ranger, you're serving in the House of Lords as well. And my main question is that when it comes to politics in Britain between the Labour and the Conservatives, there's been multiple instances where the politicians can't get together to achieve some consensus when it comes to the public interest. But the Queen, for over 70 years, has always been that binding force when it comes to public service.
Absolutely. I remember the Falkland crisis. Her Majesty the Queen, when she came on the screen, you can imagine the whole United Kingdom or the Commonwealth countries were united behind her, because she is above politics, and you know, she is the head of state. Therefore, we will rally around the Queen much more than any political figure. I mean, I think she probably seen 13 or 17 prime minister in her reign. She was a symbol of continuity. She could give them advice. She could, you know, give them so many things the politicians are new, but she had seen a lot of things during the Second World War. She was a young lady serving the troops and looking after the injured. And, you know, I tell you, I have never seen a more dedicated public servant in my life. And she has been to all sorts of places, from hospital to universities to refugee camps, you name it. She was always there inspiring people. We have lost, I think the world has lost, a very great humanitarian and a very great public servant.
And Mr. Ranger, you would also agree to this fact that in 2022, Britain is a model of multiculturalism around the globe, and she has had a huge role to play in it.
Also, when, you know, when we used to sit in the opening of Parliament this year, she could not open because of her health. Prince Charles came, but every time Her Majesty the Queen came to open the Parliament, they were pin drop silent. whether it's a Labour Party, Lib Dem or Conservative, they would give her the utmost respect. And believe you me, the pageantry, the splendor, and all those things, lots of millions of tourists come to visit UK just for going to Buckingham Palace and seeing the changing of the guard. Or, the pageantry of United Kingdom is the world famous. So I think it's a very sad day for ordinary people and for every person, because as long as she was in Buckingham Palace, we could sleep with peace. The Queen is there and we are safe. But now we feel a very big vacuum.
Right, a huge vacuum when it comes to those guiding forces of Britain. Thank you, Lord Ranger, for joining us on the broadcast. Lord Raminder Ranger, who is serving, in the House of Lords, representing the Conservative Party, saying that Queen Elizabeth II was a force to be reckoned with. She is someone who always championed political consensus when public interest was the top priority. Also, at the same time, he has made this point very clear that Britain is that beacon of multiculturalism around the world, primarily because of Queen Elizabeth II, who championed that cause of making Britain a country for each and every deserving person from around the world. It is a beacon of a multicultural society around the world, primarily because of her contributions as monarch, and she has sat on that throne for over 70 years. I'm also joined by my colleague Sanjay Suri on the phone line. Sanjay, crowds gathering outside Buckingham Palace. We expect Liz Truss to make a statement as well. A sad day for the British people. After 70 years of dedicated public service, Queen Elizabeth II is no more.
Yes, this really is the passing of an era. She has been a constant in life in Britain post the war. She was crowned almost immediately after the end of the Second World War, and that is the era and that is the time that ended Britain's position in the world. It ended empire. It was the birth of a new Britain. She was there right from the start, and she has seen Britain through tumultuous times or through this period. The adventure or the misadventure in Suez, when Britain sought to revive its former military glory, to no avail, to the issues with Europe, to joining the European Union, to leaving the European Union, to economic crisis, one after the other, social issues, migration issues, economic upheavals. She's seen all this through, and not just as spectator. There is an old tradition in Britain when there is a weekly meeting between the Prime Minister and the monarch. And this is not just a polite meeting. She is briefed fully and substantially on issues, and she takes an interest in just about everything that develops and all the decisions taken. By constitution, she does not intervene in that process. She is the monarch in name so far as the governance of the country goes, and that is for the Prime Minister, the Cabinet and the Parliament to take on. But she is briefed regularly, and the counsel that she gives to the Prime Minister, and these meetings are always held in private, but this counsel is taken very seriously by the Prime Minister, communicated to the Cabinet. So while the Queen does not rule, she certainly has influenced the rulers, and by all accounts, this has been influenced for the good. She has been a dearly loved figure, a very wise head, a very sensible voice in guiding the governance of the country without doing this openly and without intervening in any frontal way. This really is the passing of an era. This will be a new Britain now on.
Absolutely, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also tweeted, he has said, and I quote, "Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II will be remembered as a stalwart of our times. She provided inspiring leadership to her nation and people. She personified dignity and decency in public life. Pained by her demise, my thoughts are with her family and people of UK in this sad hour. I had memorable meetings with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II during my UK visits in 2015 and 2018. I will never forget her warmth and kindness. During one of the meetings, she showed me the handkerchief Mahatma Gandhi gifted her on her wedding. I will always cherish that gesture." That message coming in from Prime Minister Modi. Now, Sanjay, we have always seen that the royal family has always been hit by multiple scandals as well. And Queen Elizabeth has lived through multiple scandals. The most recent ones would be Princess Diana's death, then that entire scandal when it came to Prince Andrew, also that scandal which emerged when Harry and Meghan broke away from the royal family. Yet throughout those choppy waters, she has maintained the dignity of the royal family and given a stern sense of moral leadership to the country.
Well, I'm not forgetting the scandal that preceded it all that made her the queen when King Edward abdicated because he was in a relationship with an American woman. He gave up throne and she came into the line of succession as a result of that decision. At that time, that was a huge scandal that rocked Britain, and not just a scandal by way of a family issue, but also a constitutional scandal. So since then, she has had to deal with a great deal. And much of that was, of course, as we saw in those very difficult years of the 90s, the difficult marriage between Charles and Diana. A lot of that came out in public. The press went at it for years, day after day, one scandal after another, and the Queen had to witness it all and then had to take the very painful decision and announce it publicly, asking the two to separate and urging them to divorce. That for the Queen would have been a very difficult decision, considering how iconic and how globally attractive that marriage between Charles and Diana was. It was one of the events of the 20th century, that wedding, and then the Queen had to tell them to separate and to end that marriage. Then, as we have seen, Harry, our grandson, had to leave, and he has had a lot of issues with the royal family, within the royal family. He has taken care never to speak a word about the Queen herself. But she has had to watch this, and her own son, Andrew, got involved in a sex scandal involving a minor girl. And clearly, while that matter never came to trial, the British intelligence agencies would have briefed the palace that there was something in those allegations, which then led the palace to strip him of his royal title and of most of his royal duties. He is there with the rest of the family in Balmoral now, but there is a split in the family, even as people gather to grieve around her. And this is not just something we witness now. This is something she lived through. Difficult for a monarch, difficult for a mother to have had to deal with all this. And she dealt with this with great grace. There has been never a public showing of anything that would be less than decent, proper, courteous, and graceful. And she has managed to maintain the dignity of monarchy through the way she personally handled all this.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by Pranav Bhanod, live from Britain, who's joining us on the broadcast in the wake of this tragedy that has hit the British nation. A queen who has sat on the throne for over 70 years, the longest serving British monarch, is now no more. It's the end of an era. Now, this is a woman who has seen the rise of Britain through tumultuous times, insurgencies, shift in politics, the change when it comes to the workforce from the Thatcher era all the way to the boom of the early 2000s. And this woman has given stern leadership to that country, regardless of the political class, regardless of the global situation. And now it's the end of a massive era. It's the end of a very significant era for the nation of Britain and its people. Mr. Bhanot, I want to get to come across to you with this point when it comes to Queen Elizabeth's legacy in Britain. Now, for many years, the two parties, the Conservatives and the Labour Party, have been at loggerheads with each other. Many have different styles of how to govern the country. But when it came to public interest, the Queen always served as that binding force to ensure that the brick and mortar issues, from the National Health Service to the welfare net, that was always maintained no matter which party was in power.
That is so right. She had this amazing ability to unite a very divided politics that we have in the United Kingdom. She kept herself above politics, which was so important, particularly when there were some very controversial laws that were going to be passed. You know, she's somebody who was a real constant in the lives of the British public. I'm standing in the middle of Oxford Street, which is the busiest road in London, and everyone has been brought to a standstill. Everyone's on their phones, they're looking at the news, the metro service has come to a standstill. Everybody is in complete shock. She's somebody who united the country. We've just had elections of the new Prime Minister. You know, people looked at the Queen as a source of comfort, a source of stability, and she's going to be hugely missed. It's a massive hole left in the history of Great Britain.
Also, Mr. Bhanot, when it comes to governing all of Britain, what we've always seen is that whenever the royal family has an event, there is a sense of resentment which always emerges from, let's say, Scotland, Wales and Ireland when it comes to the monarchy which is seen as English. But Queen Elizabeth was able to cross those lines and gain a lot of support when it comes to people in Wales, Scotland and Ireland. She was able to unite all these 4 regions into the great British nation.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, she was in Scotland. She's currently in Scotland at the moment. She made huge amounts of time for all of the devolved regions in this country. And over the next 10 days, there's going to be 10 days of ceremonies, mourning, and the royal family will go to all of the different areas, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, to you know, allow people from those areas to pay their respects. So you're 100% right. I think she had this ability to unite the United Kingdom. And, you know, at a time when Scotland are looking for independence and other devolved areas are hoping to have more and more power, she managed to bring the whole kingdom together. It's going to be a real task for any future monarch to do that well. But Queen Elizabeth II did that to the best of her ability.
And Mr. Bhanot, we've seen recently itself that many faces from the immigrant communities have held very high-profile positions. You had Rishi Sunak as Chancellor of the Exchequer. You also had Priti Patel as Home Secretary. Britain is now a model of a multicultural society. And would you say that the majority of that credit goes to the stern leadership of Queen Elizabeth II? She's the one who has steered the country towards this kind of situation where it is the beacon for the best and brightest from around the world.
That's such a good point. I mean, I haven't really thought about that, but you know, you're probably right. What most Asians in the United Kingdom have in common with the Queen is the value of family, the value of tradition, the value of loyalty. You know, the royal family and many Asians across the country share very many values. And I think you're right. I think the Queen has led from the front. She's wanted to have a country that is united, celebrating diversity. And we see it within her own household as well. The diversity within Buckingham Palace has increased significantly. So I think your observations are 100% correct. Political parties look to royalty, and I think they have learned from royalty that in power and in strength is where diversity lies.
Right. And Mr. Bhanot, my final question to you is, now Charles, after so many years, he will now be crowned king. What is the sense among the public? Of course, there is a shock and there's shock and remorse over the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. But now a king will take the throne of Britain.
Well, you know, if I'm being completely honest with you, we're in such shock. We did not think that today would be the last day of Queen Elizabeth. We haven't even really had an opportunity to think about what the future is going to hold,
right,
and having a king. But, you know, we're going to have to change our banknotes. We're going to have to change our postal stamps. You know, anything with Elizabeth reigns, the famous letters ER, will no doubt have to change. So there's going to be huge amounts of change. But, you know, I think Prince Charles has watched his mother do a sterling job. I think he's ready to be king. But, you know, he's got massive, massive shoes to fill in being able to do what his mother did. And, you know, over the past few months, he's found himself in some controversy. So let's see whether he can now rise above that and now preside over the United Kingdom.
I absolutely agree with you. He has these big shoes to fill. Thank you, Mr. Bhanot, for joining us on the broadcast. I'm joined by Sanjay Suri, who's now reporting live with us from London. Sanjay, these crowds continue to swell outside Buckingham Palace, and we were just having this discussion with Rami Rangar as well as Pranab Bhanot when it comes to the next step, the next move when it comes to protocol in Buckingham Palace, where Prince Charles is now set to ascend the throne as king. What is the mood right now in London, or is it just shock and awe that someone who's been on the throne for 70 years is now no more? It's the end of an era. Right now, people are not thinking about what's going to be the next step.
You know, at all moments such as this in British history, people think of that slogan, the king is dead, long live the king, or the queen is dead, long live the king, because the passing of one heralds the takeover by the next. So clearly, Charles is one of the longest waiting heirs to a throne anytime, anywhere. He will be king, but we were talking about difficult shoes to fill, and that is difficult for Prince Charles. Has been involved in a lot of controversy. Issues about his marriage hit the public eye, and it was a long and messy story with full of with all sorts of sordid details that became public knowledge. And through all that, he did not gain a lot of sympathy. In recent weeks, we had a scandal where for his charity he accepted $1 million, £1 million in cash from a Saudi businessman, and the explanation put out was that, well, he did it for the charity, it was all declared, so it was all very proper. Not quite proper. I mean, it's not for someone who is due to be king to be accepting cash from a dubious donor and then to put up a thin front over it. So his record is not quite that clean, not one to command respect, whereas Queen Elizabeth, no one can accuse her of anything. At all times, she has been above board, she has been graceful, she has never put a wrong foot anywhere, she has always done the decent thing publicly. The same cannot be said of Charles, and that is one reason that the enthusiasm for this change is not going to be as great as no doubt Charles, now to be King Charles, would have liked it to be.
Right. I completely agree with you that Charles has a massive pair of shoes to fill. At the end of the day, this woman has sat on that throne and led that country through tumultuous times for almost 70 years. All scandals, political crises, global crises, war, you remember diplomatic tussles with America and other nations. You name it, this woman has led Britain through all those storms and has always maintained her public persona of decency and grace. And this is, as you are saying, Sanjay, the end of an era for the British nation. We're going to take a short break. We'll continue to track all the developments coming in from Britain, from London, as well as Scotland, where the royals have gathered. For now, a quick break.
साहस था, स्वाभिमान था, उनके पास विचार थे, विजन था, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता थी, नीतियां थी। नेताजी सुभाष कहा करते थे, भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया, उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था, जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाई और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत
Welcome back. It's the end of an era, ladies and gentlemen. Queen Elizabeth II is no more. She passed away at the age of 96. She was at the Balmoral Castle in Scotland, surrounded by her family. And now grief has gripped the nation of Britain as their longest-serving monarch is no more. I'm joined by Lord Rami Ranja, a member of the House of Lords, to get the latest when it comes to the situation in Britain in the wake of this massive loss that the country has faced. Lord Ranger, I want to get your view on this. You are someone who emigrated from Pakistan, and through your sheer grit and determination and merit, you went up the ranks when it comes to British society. What does Queen Elizabeth's contribution to building the British nation that you know and love mean to you?
I must correct you. I didn't immigrate from Pakistan. I came from India because when I was born, there was no Pakistan.
Oh, damn.
So having said that, we feel very sad as if we have lost a member of our own family. So such was the affection of Her Majesty the Queen that everybody felt they knew her and she belonged to them. And wherever she went, as you just said, she reigned over us for 70 years. She didn't reign as a queen, she reigned as a public servant. She served her public subject with utmost charm, grace, and dignity. Wherever she went, she brought smile to people, and she was always very cheerful. Whoever she met, whether she met a stranger, I had the fortune of meeting Her Majesty the Queen on several occasions. Every time she met me, she made me feel as if I knew her or she knew me, and she made me feel at home. She always had a question for her. She was a global icon, loved by everybody. Wherever she went, she was respected. People came all over the world during her tour. She was a symbol of unity. She could unite her nation as no one else could because she was above party politics. I remember during the Falkland Crisis War, her appeal on the television galvanized the people of Great Britain, regardless of their political persuasion, and they were all behind the armed forces. That was the strength of Her Majesty the Queen. She never interfered in the day-to-day running of the government, but she always gave them a good advice, and because she had seen many prime ministers, prime minister come and go, but Her Majesty for 70 years was a symbol of continuation, and people felt much more at home and peace when they knew the Her Majesty is safe in Buckingham Palace, because she brought a lot of security to people, and also the pageantry. People travel all over the world to see her pageantry. During the opening of Parliament where I sit, Her Majesty the Queen will come with
the Prime Minister is speaking right now, reacting to Queen Elizabeth's passing. Let's listen in.
Britain, the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of many in the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today, the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
I want to bring in our Max Foster, who's outside Buckingham Palace.
Going with protocol, already saying that now the country should rally behind King Charles, Queen Elizabeth's son, and God save the King. That pitch coming in from Liz Truss, who just recently was picked as the next Prime Minister of Britain after the Tories voted her as the head of the party, where she beat Rishi Sunak. If Lord Ranger is with us, Lord Ranger, this important point that was made by Liz Truss over there, where she said that Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Now, right after World War II, she ascended the throne. That's when Britain needed its most intensive rebuilding efforts. Would you say that the Britain that we see today, the Britain in 2022, which is this beacon of multiculturalism around the world, she is one of the architects, if not the architect, of that Britain? She also is someone who had those close personal ties with Winston Churchill, a top leader of your own party, the Conservatives.
You see, the beauty of British monarchy is it evolves over time. It has been evolving for the last 1,000 years. And you can imagine now that reign has passed to Prince Charles. Now he's become King Charles, and it will smoothly go to her son. And there will be no upheaval or no coup or nothing like that. It will just smoothly. The Queen was mindful of this day, and that's why she made Prince Charles the head of Commonwealth a couple of years ago, because she was grooming him for this day that he will take over her reign. But having said that, Her Majesty the Queen is a very difficult act to follow. She was the longest serving queen or king or monarch who served with a lot of commitment, a lot of passion, and she was the people's queen. When she was young, she served the soldier in Second World War, injured soldier. She went and she nursed them. And right from the day one, she has been a public servant. And during her reign, she has brought so many people together. The Prime Minister of India has paid a great tribute on Twitter, and because she received him in Buckingham Palace, and she made him feel as if the Commonwealth family is special. And today we are now thinking that we have lost a global icon who united not only United Kingdom but the countries of Commonwealth. It will be a very sad day for everybody. But again, we have to pay tribute to a dedicated servant, and we have to wish her goodbye with a very heavy heart, because I've been under her reign for over half a century. I had the opportunity to meet her. Every year she will invite nearly 5,000 people to her Buckingham Palace on a garden party. People will come from all over United Kingdom. They will mingle just to give them sense of belonging to this great country. Nobody else could do what she could do to unite people. And we were very fortunate. She opened the Parliament each year, and we will be there in our regalias, and she will come in her regalia, and the pageantry was out of this world. We would have the cameras from all over the world capturing those magnificent, pageantry of this great country. So therefore, I think the world has become a poor place today. We lost a great icon. We are I am very saddened. I feel I have, she was part of my life. She was part of my family. Every time you look at a picture or space, she's always smiling. She's always willing to help people. And lots of people write to her, and she will always find time to reply to her. Lots of people carry her letters, carry her, greeting cards on their 100th birthday. They used to look forward to receiving Queen's best birthday wishes if anybody reached 100 years. So that was a significant. People used to get honors, MBE, OBE, CBE, knighthood, and they will really look forward to the time then Her Majesty will invite them to Buckingham Palace and give them the medal. It was, I received few times myself. Right. I just cannot explain the splendor and the going into Buckingham Palace and coming face to face with this iconic figure. And then she was the epitome of kindness care and love. She would go out of the way to make you feel at home as if she knew you from 5 years or 10 years. She will always have something to talk to you, a question or something. She will always finding out from people. And I tell you, we will always miss her. And all I can say at this time, the Queen is dead. Long live the King. May the monarchy continue to serve this great nation and the nation of the countries of the Commonwealth and stay as a unifying factor for the people of United Kingdom and the people of Commonwealth, because together we have fought in two great wars under the royal reigns, the Queens and the Kings, because only they can bring people of diverse background together, because they are above party politics, and they are a symbol of unity, a symbol of prolonged our association with one another.
Absolutely.
So I am so sad and so sorry that the Queen I loved, the Queen I have met is no more. But again, this is the fact of life. People have to go, but she has gone with dignity. She has gone with a legacy which will be unparalleled. I do not think there will be any world leader who will receive that much
that much love and support from
world.
the people of Britain. I completely agree with you. Thank you, Lord Ranger, for getting us your perspective on the end of this era of Queen Elizabeth II. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
आने वाले कल की तस्वीर में नए रंग भर रहे हैं। आज जो हर तरफ ये नई आभा दिख रही है, वो नए भारत के आत्मविश्वास की आभा है। गुलामी का प्रतीक किंग्स वे यानी राजपथ आज से इतिहास की बात हो गया है, हमेशा के लिए मिट गया है। आज कर्तव्य पथ के रूप में नए इतिहास का सृजन हुआ है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को आजादी के इस अमृत काल में गुलामी की एक और पहचान से मुक्ति के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज इंडिया गेट के समीप हमारे राष्ट्र नायक नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की विशाल प्रतिमा भी, मूर्ति भी स्थापित हुई है। गुलामी के समय यहां ब्रिटिश राज सत्ता के प्रतिनिधि की प्रतिमा लगी हुई थी। आज देश ने उसी स्थान पर नेताजी की मूर्ति की स्थापना करके आधुनिक और सशक्त भारत की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा भी कर दी है। वाकई ये अवसर ऐतिहासिक है, ये अवसर अभूतपूर्व है। हम सभी का सौभाग्य है कि हम आज का ये दिन देख रहे हैं, इसके साक्षी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, सुभाष चंद्र बोस ऐसे महामानव थे जो पद और संसाधनों की चुनौती से परे थे। उनकी स्वीकार्यता ऐसी थी कि पूरा विश्व उन्हें नेता मानता था। उनमें साहस था, स्वाभिमान था, उनके पास विचार थे, विजन था, उनके नेतृत्व की क्षमता थी, नीतियां थी। नेताजी सुभाष कहा करते थे, भारत वो देश नहीं जो अपने गौरवमयी इतिहास को भुला दे। भारत का गौरवमयी इतिहास हर भारतीय के खून में है, उसकी परंपराओं में है। नेताजी सुभाष भारत की विरासत पर गर्व करते थे और भारत को जल्द से जल्द आधुनिक भी बनाना चाहते थे। अगर आजादी के बाद हमारा भारत सुभाष बाबू की राह पर चला होता तो आज देश कितनी ऊंचाइयों पर होता। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से आजादी के बाद हमारे इस महानायक को भुला दिया गया, उनके विचारों को, उनसे जुड़े प्रतीकों तक को नजरअंदाज कर दिया गया। सुभाष बाबू के 125वें जयंती वर्ष के आयोजन के अवसर पर मुझे कोलकाता में उनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था। नेताजी से जुड़े स्थान पर उनकी जो अनंत ऊर्जा थी, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। आज देश का प्रयास है कि नेताजी की वो ऊर्जा देश का पथ प्रदर्शन करे। कर्तव्य पथ पर नेताजी की प्रतिभा इसका माध्यम बनेगी। देश की नीतियों और निर्णयों में सुभाष बाबू की छाप रहे, ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में
December 1936.
A great country of the world.
It's a moment that forever changed a young girl's life. After ruling less than a year, King Edward VIII abdicated the throne to his brother.
A new reign began in Britain as the Duke of York was crowned King George VI.
The new king's eldest daughter, then Princess Elizabeth, known as Lilibet to family, became next in line to the throne. 11 years later, marked a marriage.
Princess Elizabeth married Philip, the present Duke of Edinburgh.
The couple was in Kenya on a Commonwealth tour in place of an ill King George when the 25-year-old princess got news that changed the path of her life.
The shadow of death hovered over King George of England as these last pictures were made.
Her father's reign lasted 15 years. Once a princess, suddenly a queen.
The hopes and hearts of England and the Commonwealth went out to a young queen.
In 1953, Queen Elizabeth II was crowned. Her husband, who was later granted the title of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, was the first peer to pay his respects at the coronation, the first one to be broadcasted live on television.
A story of a queen who wrote bright pages in the story of the year.
In the years that followed, during times of great social change, the Queen kept a busy schedule, traveling across the globe more widely than any other monarch before her, meeting with just about every U.S. president since being crowned.
She remembers learning from her parents how important keeping America on side was during the war, and then America came into the war. She remembers that so well. She remembers, you know, the American troops, D-Day, all that. To her, it's a very important part of her growing up.
With no official political power, the Queen wielded the influence of a figurehead. In her private life, things weren't always easy. The year of her 40th anniversary on the throne marred by separation, divorce, and estrangement in her children's marriages, and a fire at Windsor Castle.
It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
Then, in 1997, the death of the People's Princess. Through a great deal of heartache, the Queen stayed true to her greatest passions, horses and dogs, balanced with the joy of her grandchildren and later a new role of great-grandmother. But even that at times brought hardships. At the beginning of 2020, Buckingham Palace announced that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, were no longer working members of the royal family. Through it all, Prince Philip was, in the Queen's words, the strength and stay of her reign. He died in 2021 before his 100th birthday after more than 70 years of marriage.
It's just been one of the great royal romances, I think, of history.
From a girl who was third in line to the throne to the longest-serving British monarch, Queen Elizabeth II leaves behind a legacy, a life full of family, faith, and devotion to country.
I know Max said, and Bianca was saying there, around perhaps 10 days for the funeral. Nothing at this stage, despite all the pre-planning that goes into place and the operational names that they have for this, is concrete yet. So it's just a case of feeling our way. I think some of the very important questions are what happens with the government, with Parliament, because the country does go into a period of mourning, and
even
things do grind to a halt.
You were pointing out to me something which I hadn't considered, with the currency changing.
Well, national anthem, police uniforms, passports, eventually all of that will have to change.
These are the longer term things, and the point is, again, we grew up with currency, the pound notes, the currency, the coin currency as well, all has Queen Elizabeth's face
So
on
it
it.
always has to have the reigning monarch on it?
Absolutely. So these are long-term things,
Yeah,
but I think in the shorter term,
those changes will,
in the shorter term, we go into a period now of mourning where various protocols are and do come into play, but there are other things in the country that are very important at this moment too, and not only to mention that we've only had the current Prime Minister for just a couple of days, and so big decisions have to be made, and perhaps won't be.
And just talk about the emotion of this moment. You know, we always knew that this day would come. Let's be candid about this. She was 96 years old. She had a series of health emergencies, but that doesn't make it any less distressing. And that's the thing about grief. You know, no matter how prepared you think you are, it always does seem to come as a surprise. I'm personally, as somebody who was born and raised in the UK, I'm in shock right now. Queen Elizabeth famously declared, as you remember, Julia, 1992 as her annus horribilis. But I think for a lot of people who admire the royal family, for a lot of royalists, for a lot of people who admire the Queen, this is really the annus horribilis, and I think that many people have feared. My mind does go to the new king right now. A lot of people are talking about the fact that, gosh, can you imagine grieving your mother, mourning the death of your mother, and then almost immediately having to contend with the pressures of absorbing the responsibilities of arguably the most important role in the world. People say, yes, you know, but he's prepared for this, he's been preparing for this his entire life. Yes and no. Of course, he's lived his entire life in front of a long lens camera. We understand that, but nothing can prepare you for what is about to happen. He has not just lost his mother, but he is presiding over the dawn of a completely new era in Great Britain.
I think many would say, though, that Prince Charles, the personal side, has been ready for many years and prepared for this moment, and that's part of the process of being royal and the preparation in place. But I do think, and I think your point is a very accurate one, that for now at least, this period is about mourning, it's about a family. Whether you like the monarchy or not, I think most people have a view on this queen, and they have a view on what she represents to the nation. And for all the change to come, she's a piece of a part of our lives, whether in your heart or otherwise, that I don't think anybody else that follows has.
We were talking before off camera about sort of a sense of humor that she had, or willingness to kind of play along and talk at the Olympics. I don't know if we have the footage, but
really
there was that great
we
parachuting.
Absolutely. Thing. I mean, this is the beauty. I think we all have our sort of memories and our own personal experiences, and this in particular for me, I think, crystallizes her strength, her humour, naughtiness that we talked about before, was when Great Britain held the Olympics. And there was a scene where she was with James Bond, Daniel Craig at the time, yes, and parachuted out.
It appeared as if the Queen had parachuted out.
Be clear, just to be very clear. And I hope we've got the images, because it's great.
I don't think we do. We'll have to get them.
So the stunt double wore her pink dress, and it went viral. People were asking, did the Queen actually?
Right. And then she basically, the stunt double landed, and then she walked out.
Of course, and you just see the small smile of appreciation. I mean, that, I think, embodies strength, humour, and though we didn't see that much of her in that regard, and she was and is, I think, royal, regal to the very end.
As you said, working up to the very end.
This is something else that we haven't really spoken about, the fact that we talked about how she looked and that megawatt smile, actually, that she gave the new UK
on Tuesday
Prime Minister,
meeting.
Just on Tuesday, even to the end. I mean, we've shown images of when she began as Queen too, even to the end, a life of service. And I think there's something very poignant about looking at that image again now, knowing that she's passed.
We are getting more reaction to the Queen's death from the British people from around the world. CNN's coverage continues right after this.
What do you see when you look at the surface? Just that, the surface.
ये प्रतिमा इसके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत बनेगी। भाइयों और बहनों, पिछले 8 वर्षों में हमने एक के बाद एक ऐसे कितने ही निर्णय लिए हैं जिन पर नेताजी के आदर्शों और सपनों की छाप है। नेताजी सुभाष अखंड भारत के पहले प्रधान थे जिन्होंने 1947 से भी पहले अंडमान को आजाद कराकर तिरंगा फहराया था। उस वक्त उन्होंने कल्पना की थी कि लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने की क्या अनुभूति होगी। इस अनुभूति का साक्षात्कार मैंने स्वयं किया जब मुझे आजाद हिंद सरकार के 75 वर्ष होने पर लाल किले पर तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। हमारी ही सरकार के प्रयास से लाल किले में नेताजी और आजाद हिंद फौज से जुड़ा म्यूजियम भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, मैं वो दिन भूल नहीं सकता जब 2019 में गणतंत्र दिवस की परेड में आजाद हिंद फौज के सिपाहियों ने भी हिस्सा लिया था। इस सम्मान का उन्हें दशकों से इंतजार था। अंडमान में जिस स्थान पर नेताजी ने तिरंगा फहराया था, मुझे वहां भी जाना था, जाने का अवसर मिला, तिरंगा फहराने का सौभाग्य मिला। वो क्षण हर देशवासी के लिए गर्व का क्षण था। भाइयों और बहनों, अंडमान के वो द्वीप जिसे नेताजी ने सबसे पहले आजादी दिलाई थी, वो भी कुछ समय पहले तक गुलामी की निशानियों को ढोने के लिए मजबूर थे। आजाद भारत में भी उन द्वीपों के नाम अंग्रेजी शासकों के नाम पर थे। हमने गुलामी की उन निशानियों को मिटाकर इन द्वीपों को नेताजी सुभाष से जोड़कर भारतीय नाम दिए, भारतीय पहचान दी। आज के इस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम, इस पर पूरे देश की दृष्टि है। सभी देशवासी इस समय इस कार्यक्रम से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण के साक्षी बन रहे सभी देशवासियों का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण में मेरे साथ मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे साथी श्री हरदीप पुरी जी, किशन रेड्डी जी, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, कौशल किशोर जी आज मेरे साथ मंच पर उपस्थित हैं। देश के अनेक गणमान्य अतिथिगण वे भी आज यहां
morning on this day, as we're seeing the crowds growing really by the minute at Windsor Castle, also by Buckingham Palace, where our Max Foster is standing by with all the latest information. Max, we've been seeing, it was raining earlier before, we've been seeing crowds throughout the day, but barriers are now going up. Clearly more and more people are coming. It's just past 7:30 p.m. In London. You've now gotten confirmation about the new king's name.
Yeah, so the king's spokesman, his new title as well, is confirmed that the king will be known as Charles III. So he's not changing his name. There was suggestion, wasn't there, that he might choose a different name to rebrand effectively. I mean, there's a huge challenge ahead for King Charles. He is a very different character to the Queen. The Queen never expressed opinions. King Charles has. It's made him more divisive. And there are countries like Australia where, frankly, the Republican campaigns have talked about staying with the monarchy until King Charles comes along. So it's a big challenge. But he has said very clearly, and they've had briefings in recent times, that the king will not behave in the same way as he was as Prince of Wales. As Prince of Wales, he felt he had a right to express opinions before he was on the throne, but now he's on the throne, he will model himself on how the Queen operated. But what's challenging there, I think, is we do know he has his opinions. They haven't gone away.
Exactly, and it's not just that, you know, he might want to model himself on his mother. That is the constitutional prerogative that he has to actually abide by. And now everything he says, as you say, will be, you know, picked up for any kind of nuance. And it will be interesting to see, Max, because actually, as people have said, then Prince Charles was actually ahead of the curve. He was on many issues. I mean, he tried to put his hand into urban planning and architecture. That didn't go down very well. But he was the first major royal, but also major public figure to go into organic, whether it was food, gardening, agriculture. He had his own home at Highgrove, which was and does still, which was a sort of exemplar of how to be organic, and people, thought that was a little bit weird way back then, tree huggers and all the rest of it. But of course, he was ahead of the curve on that. And, furthermore on the environment and philosophy and how he talks about, young people and the like. But yes, you're right. This is not a young man coming to the throne. This is not an unknown. This is somebody who the British people and the world know very, very well. He's in his early 70s, for heaven's sake. He's waited all this time to become king. He's been a dutiful son, a dutiful heir in the system that we inhabit in this country, and now we're going to see what he can do as king at a time when you've predicted and others have predicted that the monarchy will be more and more questioned, the institution will become more and more questioned here.
Max, Christian, I want to go to CNN correspondent Scott McLean, who's outside Windsor Castle, has been throughout the day. Scott, I know you've been talking to people. What reactions are you hearing now?
Hey, Anderson, it's a pretty remarkable scene. I just want to show you quickly. They're actually just trying to clear people out because of the volume of people who have come to lay flowers, and you can see just how many there are here. And I have to tell you, just when the news started to spread outside of the castle, it was an incredible scene. Of course, the flag was lowered to half staff, and then a rainbow appeared from right behind it. It was an unbelievable scene. I wouldn't have believed it had I not seen it with my own eyes. And then people have been coming just to lay flowers. They're actually just trying to move the crowd back right now to the statue at the edge of the road. But I spoke to this woman earlier, Michelle, and it was just a couple months ago that you actually got to see the Queen in person for the